Hey y'all. Hey y'all. Anybody home? Anybody at home? Can you hear me now? Hold on, let me get my swerve on. Y'all know I gotta get my swerve on. Oh, shut. Uh-oh. This is the day after Memorial Day. What we doing? Making memories? Yeah. How y'all doing? Let me act like I got some sense, okay? Let me turn this music down. Oh, they say we ghetto over here. Don't even know what they talking about, do they? Good morning. Welcome to the Hush Room. It's quiet time. It's May the 27th, Taco Tuesday. Hope everyone had a great weekend, great Memorial Day. Took a day off. Or we back at it. Yeah, we done made another one, huh, Mello? I'm Gigi. I'll be your host today. I'll be the one, I don't know, trying to mediate our conversations and our thoughts and stuff like that, you know. We tend to have conversations over here. I don't know about y'all, but I'm feeling kind of country today. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, share. We're gonna get into our agenda. But hmm, where my medication at? Oh, here she go. Here she go. So we deep into the playoff, deep into the postseason, you guys. What we thinking? Hmm, what we thinking? We satisfied with what we looking at? You satisfied with your league pass? Your Hulu? What was that? Cinemax or Max, or whatever they want to call it nowadays. You satisfied with the product, huh? That we getting in this postseason? We're gonna have a conversation about this postseason. Yeah, yes we are. Lighters in the air, medication time. Ooh, ooh. If you're not 18, go play your PlayStation, Nintendo, Atari. I don't know what y'all playing. Super Mario, 2K. What y'all on? PlayStation number 12, just like them Apple phones on 14. Y'all on what y'all on? PlayStation number 14? Yeah, go take care of that. This is not. This is a adult conversation. It's not PG. Mm-mm. So let's get started. We may have some visitors down the road, so bear with me. When we miss a session, I got to do that session in the current. So just get your popcorn. Hmm. Yeah, get your popcorn, your egg rolls, and your scrimps, and teriyaki chicken, catfish. Settle in, and let's begin our dialogue. Okay. Alrighty, what we got on the agenda first? Let's see. Let's see what we're working with here first. Hmm. Oh, we jumping right into the conference final, East and West conference final. Hmm. Maybe you had to go and throw some stuff around after last night's game. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Had to change a few screens. Okay, see? Uh-huh. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. Because I've been doing a little research. Just want to make sure that I'm watching basketball. You know what I'm saying? Dotting my I's and crossing my T's and making sure, that it's basketball we watching in this postseason. So, we try to be as factual as we can. We don't try to spin no narratives. Ain't no narratives going on around here in the hush room, okay? We try to deal with facts. Believe what your eyes see and your ears hear, even though it don't, coincide with your perspectives. That's the kind of conversations we're gonna have, okay? Hmm. So we got the Knicks and the Pacers. New York Knicks, raise your hand, and the Indiana Pacers making history. Huh? I believe it's been what, 25 years? That's the number that's floating around since these two teams have met in an Eastern Conference final. So we got history on the East and the West. Oh my goodness. Adam Silver, what you done cooked up here? Huh? Yeah. You done went back in the archives, haven't you? Mm-hmm. Pulled up some formulas, some ideas. Mm-hmm. When the NBA was really rolling. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we got the Knicks down, Pacers up 2-1. Okay? And they play tonight. Oh Lord, jeez. Cat, did you get some rest? Son? Carl Anthony Towns, did you get some rest? Mr. Hart, did you get some rest? Mr. Bronson? Who else y'all got over there? Let me pull up my phone. Let me see. We need to see what's really going on. Huh? Y'all bear with me. We might be here a minute. Like, share, subscribe. Okay, so you guys play today, game 4 at 5 o'clock. Let me see what you're working with. This is kind of shaky right here, y'all. This one is kind of shaky. Because the Pacers is running on pure adrenaline. And don't get it twisted now, they got skill too. Siakam is Siakam. Okay. Halliburton, did he put the chokehold on y'all? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you gotta watch these two teams. Okay, New York got Cameron Payne, Jalen Brunson, Mr. Towns, Mikael, Mr. Bridges. It's time for you to check in, partner. Hit that clock. Landry. Is this OG? Let me see where your points is coming. Okay. Looks like according to the NBA database that I'm looking at, looks like the Knicks is getting most of their points in the paint. Hold on, let me make sure. Well, they both get most of their points in the paint. And looks like they shooting. That's where they lacking. It's in the shooting. That's the red zone for them. Is beyond the 3-point line. Actually, on the, if you're looking straight at the backboard, it's gonna be on your right corner. That corner 3 on the right is where they're missing most of their shots. They only had, looks like according to the sets, they only had 2 out of 11 from that right hand. So y'all either need to move that piece that's making it green on the left, or you either need to come up with another strategy, because that corner 3 on the right is not working for you guys, Mr. Towns. It looks like the Pacers is working the block. They're working at the top of the key. and they working that left hand corner 3. So that's where your defenses got to go, Mr. Bronson. Y'all gotta stop that key, and y'all gotta stop that paint too. That's a hard job. If you can figure that out, you can get yourself back in the game. And see what your bench is doing. Here we go. I'm looking at their stats, you guys. Trying to see who's playing the most minutes. And looking like right now, Mikal Bridges is playing the most minutes. How many points is he getting though? He's averaging 17 points a game. They ain't got nothing to say here. Where your steals and your blocks and all of that at? Here we go. Field goal percentage at 17.3. He's at a 44 percentage field goal. He's 0.7 on the threes, y'all. How you get a 0.7 average? Mr. Bridges, need you to check in. Okay, the Pacers. Let me see what the Pacers is doing. So they went in overtime last game. Pacers won. Let's see. Let me go back. Make sure I'm looking at the right game, y'all. Here we go. So the last game the Knicks won. 106-100. They outscored in the fourth quarter. They outscored the Pacers by 16 points in the fourth quarter to get them back in the game. It looks like. Let's see who was scoring. Halliburton looks like he had 20 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, no blocks. He's averaging a 46 field goal percentage. Who else got you some points? Turner. He came out with 19 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal. Siakam, he came out with 17 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, no blocks, no steals. Who else got you some minutes? McConnell, looks like he came off the bench and gave you 12 points for 15 minutes, 3 rebounds, 3 assists. Field goal made, he made 5. Okay, I don't see no other. Well, they did get some help from the bench. They got 12, 14, 17, 25, They got 27 points off the bench. Let's see. And your starters got you 29, 39, 48, 65, 70. What is that? 73. Okay. Yeah. Grandma still got it, y'all. She counted them points off the spreadsheet and came up with the right total. So looks like the top five didn't get in a vibe for the Pacers, and the bench kept them in the game with their points. So we'll see what happens tonight, you guys. We'll see what happens. They playing in the Knicks is playing in the Pacers Stadium, so. And I read a report where I guess they're gonna let Halliburton's father come back, to the stadium, to the game. So we'll see what happens. Okay. We're gonna talk about OKC when we get on down the road a little bit. Okay, this is my little bracket. This is as of yesterday that OKC should have 3 as opposed to 2. OKC up by 3, up 3-1 on the Wolves. So we'll see what happens. It's the game for tonight. Just showing you guys where you can obtain viewership if you ain't got no league pass or Hulu or Max or CBS. I don't know what they said. It's showing them on Max and TNT and True. Okay, so see how true that is. Alrighty, kind of interested to see what the end's gonna be. Hey JMJ, thank you for stopping by, gracing the channel. Feel free to make any comment. Alrighty, so what else we got on the agenda, you guys? Let's get into the meat and potatoes of the show. We're going to talk about Mr. Sanders. Y'all need to leave this young man alone. He got 144 reasons to succeed. How you like me now? I said it. Yeah. So he is officially a Cleveland Brown. Let me see. I think I got some numbers or some notes, some quotes. Yeah, it's official. According to who do you see? I believe it's court buzzing. Yeah, courtside buzzing. Mr. Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown, the 5th round quarterback, signed his rookie contract on Monday, on Memorial Day. They gave him 4 years and $4.6 million. Okay. Congratulations, young man. And next to him, who that is? That's one of them Antetokounmpo young men. Okay, I think that's the Nassus. He had an ACL situation. So, according to NBA News, Mr. Thanasis has been cleared to play and resume his basketball career. I put that in there because he's been cleared to play and Giannis is coming up on a decision, right? I want to see what's going to happen. I want to see what's going to happen. Kind of interesting. Yeah. Giannis and his brother is back and he's cleared to play. Oh, shucks. Is there a reunion that we should be thinking about, talking about? Huh? We gotta keep watching on that and see which way, the Nassus goes. Yeah, because you know how Giannis feels about his brother, his family, period. Okay? Alrighty, let's keep it moving. Oh, shucks. Yeah. That's what I've been waiting for right here. Cause see, there was a whole lot of talking going on last summer about these rookies coming in. Yeah, there was a whole lot of yipping and yapping going on about these rookies. Who they gonna be and what they gonna do, and people selling jerseys, forget about them having game. They selling jerseys. But ain't no money showing up. What's really going on? So let's talk about this rookie. Okay. We got the what? All rookie first team 2024, 2025. Yeah, who does that consist of? Let's see who that consists of, y'all. Since we supposed to have a rookie coming in that's better than half the people that's on the 2K or whatever he said. Let's see if his name gonna show up on the rookie list. You supposed to be better than half, okay? You on the rookie list? Let me see. Did you get a rookie list? I don't see you nowhere. I see, according to ESPN, your network. Did they put your name on the guest list? Let me see what they working with. Looks like New York Knicks guard Jalen Brunson was that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. I'm at the second team. Let me go over here to the all rookie first team. I'm so sorry, y'all. I get excited when we start talking about, talking about facts, as opposed to narratives. So the rookie team look like we got Zach Edey. I call him Yao Ming's son. Okay, nephew. Y'all know that boy. He's related to Yao Ming. Zach Edey. Then we got Stefan Castle, Zachary Richard. And we got Alex Sarr. You remember Sarr? His brother's in the league too, I believe. And Sarr went over to, where did he go to? Was that Washington? Where he go to? Yeah, he went to Washington. Remember y'all said he wasn't doing nothing? I think he was what? Number 1? Number 2? Yeah, he's in the all rookie. And then we got Jalen Wells. That's the first team. Let's go down to the all rookie second team and see if your name is in attendance, since you was 50%. You better than 50% of what you were looking at last year. We tallying up the the votes and the numbers. So on the second team, did you make the second team? We got, who is that? Matthias Buzelis. Where you come from? Mathis Buzelis. Then we got Bob Carrington, Donovan Klingan, Yves Missy, and Khalil Ware. This is the 2024 Kia NBA All Rookie Second Team. And I don't see no third team down here, Martin. So I don't know if you made it or not. Did you not VIP? Huh? Don't play with me. Alright. So I just wanted to shout out the all NBA All Rookie first and second team. And I can see your name on there, partner. So you need to send me a ticker-tocker, you know, snap a chat with GG, okay? So you can explain how come you better than 50% of the people you was looking at last year, but you ain't on the rookie list. Um, Stop playing. Yeah, we're gonna get surgical with this. Mm-hmm. We're gonna get surgical with it. Since you've been talking, let's verify what you talking about, partner. Yeah, on your neck. Let's go over here and talk about the All NBA first team. Let me see if your name or his name is on this list, okay? Since you want to be one in the number, you know, in the VIP, behind the curtain, yeah. Since you want to take, you want to take special elevators like other folks, yeah. You want to take position like other folks. Let's see if you, sir, are in the All NBA, huh? First team. That's where Ghost sit, huh? That's where Ghost have sit. Yeah. I see you, Jackie. I'm gonna get you, baby. Let me just make sure I check this roll call right quick. I see you. Don't hang up. I just got to check the roll call before we go any further, because that's the premises of what the show is about today. With all these first team, second team, third teams coming out, I want to see what you've been working with in 2024 and 2025. Yeah, I said it. So let's move on. We got the All NBA first team list that just came out last week. Yeah, I didn't forget it. It consists of our MVP this year. Y'all want to call him a free throw merchant, but I'm gonna explain that on down the road in a minute. Okay, Mr. Shea Gilliard Alexander. Y'all call him Shay. Some call him SGA, Yeah, him. Yeah. Nicola Joker. I call him Coca-Cola. Yeah. Down there in Denver. Oh Lord. Is that Giannis? The Greek freak that lives in Milwaukee? He's a buck. You trying to be a goat. He's a buck. Don't get it twisted. Yeah, I said it. You better hope I take my medication. Who else we got on here? Looks like Mr. Donovan Mitchell. That has won what? What? He didn't make it out. He didn't make it through the postseason, baby. But he had a spectacular regular season. We do respect that. But he's on the All NBA first team out of Cleveland. Change the address time, partner. And who else we got? Oh, is that Jason Tatum? He just got hurt. Prayers for you, baby. Go through the process the right way now. Don't go to them people, that some other folks go to. They got a broke foot one night and then they go over here to, somebody's, doctors, and all of a sudden he jumping around like Superman. Don't do that, baby. You're going to have a broke foot for 4 years like somebody else we know. Okay? That's Mr. Jason Tate. That's the first team. I don't see you, partner. I don't see you. Where your name at? You and your ain't showing up. Word matters. Let's keep it moving. Oh, shucks. Oh, you thought you were gonna get by, did you? Gotcha. Let's see. Okay, we done did the first team. Who's on the second team? Oh Lord. Oh, I don't want to call you a runner up, but hey, this seems like it's a pattern, partner. Hey, real Lou. I'm doing roll call, baby. Mr. Lou, I'm doing roll call. You know, for these first team, second team, third team, all rookies. You know, we was told some stuff during the summer of last year. He thought we forgot about all that stuff he was talking, Lou. Uh-huh. Now, you know, we got to check the grade cards. We got to check the grade cards, okay? So we done did the first team. The second team, who we got on the second team? Huh? You always, mister, you coming up as a runner-up all the time. Looks like we got Mr. Anthony Edwards. We got Chef Curry. We got Mr. Bronson, who's in the postseason right now. We got LeBron James in the second team. Yeah. Who that is? Who that is that? I can't read your name, baby. From Cleveland. Let me see what your name is. Evan. Is that Mobley? Oh, is that Mobley? Huh? How you gonna be defensive player of the year and you still on the second team? Who's doing these voting? Huh? Hey, sir, you know better than 50% of the team. I see you, Mr. Ron. I'm gonna get you, baby. Let me just finish my roll call, okay? Um, Better than 50% of the team that you was looking at last year before you came to Vegas. Yeah. Why you ain't on the first team? How come your prospect ain't on the first team since they better than 50% of the league, partner? Come on. You ain't contacted me yet. I'm looking for the TikToker, the DM, the IG, fax, AOL, MySpace. Where you at, partner? You still on the second team and you in your 20 something year in the league and you still can't get in the first team with all these statistics and prayers and bending and sliding and peekabooing. You still end up second. Yeah, I said it. Let me move on down, do the roll call so I can get my partners in here. But you know, once I get my people in here, I ain't gonna have nothing else to say. You know. But we're gonna do some yeah, we're gonna work with some analytics. Since you want to use that against us to try to quiet us, we're gonna pop some numbers on you, okay? Yeah, what about them turnovers? Yeah, I got the numbers. Okay, third team. We got who this is right here on the third team. He from Detroit. What's your name, young man? Okay, that's K. Okay, and then is that Halliburton on the third team? You in the postseason and you on the third team. These numbers and these narratives ain't adding up. How you gonna be in the postseason on the third team, partner? You need to write a letter. We got who else we got on here? Who that is? Jane? Is that Harden? Is that Harden? Boy, please. You've been doing the same thing for the last 4 years. You get to the first round, you get through the regular season, and everything is copacetic. And then when you get to the real, when you got to play, you know, you go to sleep. That's why I didn't trust the Clippers. Okay? And then we're going to move on down to Mr. Carl Anthony Towns that's also in the postseason. And is that Williams? Is that Williams? He's on the Thunder, the #1 team in the league, had more wins than anybody. And he's on the third team, all NBA. Yeah, Adam Silver. You done showed your hand. Let me get some folks in here. So those are your all NBA first team, second team, and third team. Y'all all upset because people that is from international countries, they getting all the awards while y'all on the second and the third team. What you expect them to do? Huh? Explain that to me. All right, let's get some guests in here. We're going to start with Miss Jackie.
Yep,
Miss Jackie.
I'm here.
Okay, introduce yourself. This is my co-host. She is a veteran. I hope you had a very nice Memorial Day, baby girl. You on set? Go ahead. And I got Mr. Ron Ton. Good morning, Mr. Ron King.
How you doing, Gigi? Hey, Miss
I'm
Jackie.
How you
I'm
doing?
in,
All
I'm
right.
in here. I'm in here. You hear me? Then we got coming Mr. Marshall. Uh-oh. You got a badge. You got a badge. Hmm.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Uncle Ron Ton and the other nice young lady.
How you doing?
Jackie. This
What's
is
up,
my
Marshall?
co-host. She's my co-host, Marshall. So and she's a veteran and she know how to get the job done. Okay.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I'm ready to cook. What about everybody? Y'all ready to
Okay.
cook?
Yeah, we should be ready. I got a couple of things I want to talk about I want us to go over here. Yeah, I need to go over here and talk about this young man right here. Just give me a minute to lay my foundation, and then y'all gonna take it from there. So I watched the game. What y'all think about the game?
It's funny, Miss Gigi. Me and Ron Ton was going back and forth, and it seemed like it came out exactly the way me and him said it. Just was in reverse games. I thought
Mm-hmm.
that OKC was going to win a close game 3 and then get blown out in
Mm-mm.
game 4. Ron Tom was
Mm-mm.
like, he needs them to win. He needs Minnesota to win by 8 or more in game 3.
Right.
And then
Right.
if it's a close game in game 4, and it seemed
Mm.
like was, it was a great game 4, but the better team literally prevailed. And Minnesota had a chance to win it, poorly executed that last play, and they could have either tied the series up, went into overtime. But you
Mm.
saw the MVP, the league
Mm.
MVP. He didn't steal it from
Mm.
nobody. He took
Mm.
it from everybody,
Mm.
and he
Mm.
40 points on the road in a game
Mm.
that could have swung momentum to Minnesota. And he went into
Mm.
Minnesota and he took that game and put them on the brick. What say you?
He put that mamba on them. Let me point out something. Then Mr. Ron, I'm gonna let you go. Okay. Let me just point out what I saw. One thing about this free throw merchant. How you gonna be a free throw merchant when you shooting a fadeaway? You're not doing the shoulder in the defender. You're doing the fadeaway like Jordan, like Kobe. So how's that a free throw merchant? You fading away from the shot in the mid range. So we're gonna dispel that first. The next thing I saw last night, or when they played, I saw that 1-3-1. You remember the 1-3-1 defense? The 1-3-1
Yes,
is
ma'am.
where you spread your defense out and you get that's the reason why they getting the switches is working so well because they spreading out with the 1-3-1 and they got a low trap. You notice every which way those wolves go, they start out with one and end up with two or three on their hip. They got a low trap. They got the baseline cut off, so that 1-3-1 is what they're working with on defense. I also saw they working with a 45-degree defensive stance. Okay, and if you notice, when you playing the games on the 2K and all of that, what are they using? They're using angles. They're using angles. They got dots on every angle. That's how they build the people on the 2K. So last night when I was looking at them, they running a 45-degree stance defense. Another thing I wanted to point out that their offense is fluid. If you notice, they're not running down no shot clocks. So that means once they come across that half court line, they already know what play they shooting within 17 to 22 seconds of the shot clock. So they know they play. Their IQ is on. You got Shea laying on his back, throwing passes through legs. Huh?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then
The type is
another
go,
thing
go
they
ahead,
got going
GG.
on. Another thing they got going on. The shots are fluid. Okay, the shots are fluid. Yeah, they gonna miss some. They not gonna make 100%. That's not it. I mean, if they do, then we need to, talk to the Lord. But they shooting in a high percentage on their shots. They not questioning their shots. They're very fluid. And then they got the bench. Huh? They got the bench that's giving them all the impact that they need. I see you, Leezy. It's manufactured. It's coming. Those are a couple of things that I took notice of. And I might be wrong. I might be, smoking that stuff. Mr. Ron, help me out here. Help me evaluate. Maybe I'm looking at something wrong. But this looks like Nanning's basketball to me. Lazy. Welcome, Lazy. Mr. Ron, are you there?
Yeah, just
Okay.
finish up, Miss
Help
Judy.
help me. I'm finished, baby. Help me out if I'm wrong. If I'm seeing this wrong. This is looking like some 90s coaching basketball to me. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, sorry, my baby was just in the cabinet, done pulled all the pots out.
Mm,
But yeah,
mm.
it's like 90. I agree. And I agree with another thing you said. Shay took that MVP. He is him. Shay him.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and Marshall, if you remember our conversation specifically, I said they got the big win. I said the best thing for Minnesota can do is how they role players get the next game. I said because Ann ain't gonna be able to go off for another big game. And OKC did exactly what I thought they was gonna do. Take Ann out the game and make
Mm-hmm.
everybody else beat them. Everybody else
Dort.
can. Everybody else
What
can.
is name? What is name? Lou Dort?
Yeah, listen, everybody. But if you notice the way that they was playing them, as soon as Ant went cross half court, they was coming with a double.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes he was dribbling a triple team. So, and I knew
Mm-hmm.
that was going to come because he had a big game. And one thing OKC know, listen, we know Ant can beat anybody in the league if he got it going. So we're going to take him out the game. We're going to take their best
Mm-hmm.
weapon out the game. And I told
Mm-hmm.
Marshall, I said, bro, if the role players can keep it close and let Ant do it to him in the fourth quarter, I said that could be the best win Minnesota get. I said, because now Ant still got another round in the chamber.
Mm-mm.
The
Mm-mm.
role players did their job. Even Chenzo, uh, what shout out to my man Nas Reed, Alexander, McDaniels, they all did their part. The one constant that didn't show up was Julius Randle. And I say that to
Randall
say,
can't. He can't run with them young boys like that. They got
and
legs.
I say that to say, yes,
Yeah, we called him James Randall if he plays like the way he's been playing because he didn't play like Julius. He played like James
No.
Ingram more than. And the sad thing about it is everything that Ron Ton said came to fruition. Everything.
Yo.
And then
Yo.
and Julius Randle, aka James Randle, squandered his opportunity because if you go into the fourth quarter, if you realize he had matchups or mismatches on 3 out of 4 of those last possessions, and he didn't take full advantage of it, and that came back and bit them in the behind because they only lost by 2. It's not like they lost by 10 or 15; they lost by 2.
15. Right. Right.
You convert
What makes it?
two of those mismatches in the fourth quarter, which is money time.
Mm-hmm.
That changes the
Mm-hmm.
complexity of what OKC can do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You
But do
force
you know?
OKC to be the you force
I was gonna say.
OKC to be the one that has to take the game time, the game winning shot, not you.
Right. Right. And you notice that that defense is smothering them. They just literally taking the ball out of their hand, Mr. Marshall. Literally.
I agree,
So
100%.
they know their plays. They spinning and switching, but as soon as they spin, the ball is coming out their hands. If they can eliminate some of them turnovers, then Minnesota might have a chance. Lazy, are you there? Manufactured, are you there? You on mute if you speaking. But that's one of the main things that I'm seeing. And then I'm seeing Shea with 3 defenders shooting fadeaways, and they calling him a free throw merchant. What are we talking about, Mr. Marshall?
We're not talking about anything. It is a damn narrative because
Yeah.
I was under the impression that there's a certain individual that pushes off with his offhand extended set, burrows people over in the lane, even though they're in the restricted area, and still get fouls. But because this dude has a skill set and he knows how to draw fouls, which every great scorer knows how to draw a foul. That does not mean he's a free throw merchant. That means that he gets the defender out of his defensive integrity. Because if he has to foul to stop him, then that means that you're not playing very good defense to begin with. So can we stop with the free throw merchant shit and just appreciate what we're actually watching?
This young man got 3 defenders on him, shooting fadeaways, mid-range. And you gonna say he's a free throw merchant? They pushing him down. They can't stop him because he got that quick top step. His top step is quicker than Minnesota right now. So you can't stop him. So now you pushing him around. You're knocking him down. And he's still scoring 40 on you. Huh?
That's because he gets to his spots very, very fluent, better than some players that I definitely see in the NBA. He knows where he likes to score at, and he has secondary and third options of where he likes to get on the court. And he really does a fantastic job. I don't think he gets enough credit at letting the game come to him and not just going out there just taking shots for the sake of taking the shot. We know when you know you can score anytime you want to, you let the game come to you, you get your teammates involved, you get them involved in the game, and then you start hitting those shots. So in the fourth quarter, when you need your teammates to step up, they're not starting to warm up in the quarter. They've already been in the ebbs and the flow of the game, so those shots in the fourth quarter are normal to them. This is a team. This is a TEAM team that is led by SGA. And you're seeing it. I have not seen a lot of teams that get blown out by 42 come back and win a close game like that. When they made Minnesota spend a lot of their energy coming back, they didn't have the legs for that last play. They didn't have the legs to play defense like that. It takes a lot of energy to come back down from 7, 8, and 9. So Minnesota. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say this young man scored 40 and y'all beat him by 40 the day before. Huh? What does that say to you, Mr. Edwards? Huh? Huh? You beat him by 40 something, and then he come back and score 40 on you in your house. Okay?
And they
what does
can't
that
use
say?
that foul bait neither. They trying to say
Come on now.
most of his free throws came when they had to foul, and he was just at the line down the stretch of the game shooting free throw. But he scored most of his points in the mid range, hit some threes, got some layups. So it wasn't no foul bait and all that foul merchant shit. The whole NBA did that shit. LeBron been doing it his whole career, so I don't even want to hear it.
Absolutely.
Man, lazy. This man laying on his back, throwing a pass through the defender's leg to his teammate.
And he didn't travel either. That's the cold part about it. For him to keep his pivot foot on that play was crazy.
And he didn't get no foul call. What are you talking about, free throw merchant? What are you talking about, free throw merchant?
They only do that. They only do that to the players who idolize Kobe as their favorite players. They always have something to say. They did it with Tatum. They did it with Devin Booker. They did it with Spencer Dinwiddie. They did it with Kyrie Irving. They always gonna hate on if Kobe took players under her wing and said, you know what, I like this guy, I like this guy, I like this guy. They're always gonna hate on that player every time. Like, I'm just saying, that's just how the league go. But guess what? They don't say nothing about Giannis, though, who patterned his game after LeBron James. Travel, run niggas over. You feel me?
Don't talk about Giannis like that, Elise.
They don't say nothing about Luka, the Joker, who patterned their game after LeBron. They don't say nothing about James Harden. You know what I'm saying?
That's more like it. And they definitely didn't call James Harden a free throw merchant when he was literally throwing his hands up like he got shot in the back like Ricky on the Boys in the Hood.
Right, that part. Crazy work.
I'm liking what I'm seeing, though. I'm liking what I'm seeing. And I just want to make sure that we analyze, and talk about and dialogue about these games. Hey, Lemon Pepper, how you doing, baby? But that we talk about this thing in a basketball way. It don't have to be SGA. It could be ABC, CDE. I don't care who it is. As long as they playing real basketball, I'm on their team, Yeah. It ain't about the person, it's about the game. It's about the game. If Mr. James was doing what he's supposed to be doing, I would be on your team, partner. But you got too many strikes. Partner.
Well, he got too many holes in his game. You're looking at a young player that it is really, really hard pressed to find holes in his game. To be so young and so fluent inside. He is so comfortable on the basketball court. Have you seen him look uncomfortable at all in these playoffs? Now, of course, his team has lost playoff games, but does he look like he doesn't want to be there? He doesn't want the ball. He doesn't know what to do. He, in crunch time, he's looking at his secondary star to do something else. He looks very comfortable in his own skin.
Right.
In his own skin, doing his own thing.
But you know what the knock is on him now, though? This the knock on him. He got a good team. It's his team that's so good. He's the guy who was built organically, right?
I'm gonna need you to stop that because that is a whack attack narrative. That does not have anything to do with SGA. That has everything to do with what
people been saying on the internet. They trying to find a way to tear the man down. Now he's not good because I've had discussions with people who say, "Oh, it's his team. It's Lou Dort. He got J Dub. He got this." But I'm like, hey, bro, he's a leader of all those players. Those players are able to do what they're doing because of SGA, not the other way around. That's what they need to get understood. You know what I'm saying?
They don't want to understand it because their favorite player is not going to the finals, not in the conference finals. Their favorite player has not had a quality win in the conference finals in going on 10 years?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true.
That's like going to a party. That's like going to a party, and you get to
Clipper fans.
A Clipper fan.
Yeah, go ahead, G. What I'm saying is that what they were saying about SGA, some of these are Clipper fans. Because remember, the Clippers drafted Jerry West drafted Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They sold the bag, and they wanted to go get a Kawhi Leonard. And Kawhi Leonard said, the only way I'm coming to the Clippers is if you go trade for Paul George. SGA was a part of that trade with all those draft picks, which led to all of those, you know what I'm saying, young players that OKC has right now. You know?
Right.
But that's stupid, though. Just think about it.
Well, the Clippers are responsible for giving OKC a core. And now they're mad that they basically gave them a core that has the potential of being a dynasty.
That part.
This could have been happening in LA.
It sure could have. But they didn't want to. They don't want to. See, that's the problem. The league don't want to grow players anymore. They just want them to come out the microwave and start shooting threes. They don't want them. Just want them.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what they want. They don't want to put no time in. They don't want to invest in something. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you a question? Doesn't stuff taste
Mm,
better when it's not microwaved?
Oh,
man, come
easy.
on.
Put that motherfucker
Y'all
in the
know,
oven and put that or in the slow cooker and just let it do what it do.
mm,
Now
y'all know spaghetti.
I don't want to get
Y'all
on
know
food,
spaghetti.
but hot
That
pockets
you
taste better
know.
when it's in the when it's in the oven, not the microwave.
Facts.
Yeah, you know
Yeah.
spaghetti tastes good the second day after you put it in the oven and put a little bit more
And guess
sauce in
what?
there and some
And it tastes
cheese.
much better when it's
Yeah,
organic and not processed, right?
yeah, it's
Okay.
not
We got a
processed.
lot of
Everything.
processed
And
motherfucking NBA players out here.
and guess what?
Nothing
Yeah.
organic.
When you don't skip ingredients, it tastes even better.
Mm, yeah.
You're not trying to get spaghetti in 5 minutes because
No.
you're afraid you're going to retire. You know, it tastes better when grandma goes in
Right.
there and starts it at noon and you start eating at 5
Mm,
with the garlic
Reset.
bread
mm,
and the side
Reset.
yeah.
salad. And you got
Right.
three
Yeah.
types of dressing and all that stuff. Now
Mm,
when you put it in
mm,
the microwave and add some water and ketchup, it's
mm,
spaghetti, but is it something you really like?
no. Because you don't know what that fresh stuff tastes like. You see, you can't
Keep
do
it a
what you don't
buck.
know. You can't do
Gotta
what
keep
you
it a
don't
buck.
know. If you don't
Yeah.
know how to play team ball, you can't do it. You know what I'm saying? That's why you Mr. Over there in LA. That's why you don't want to play no one-on-one because you can't do it. You don't know how to do that. You know what I'm
Look,
saying? You fought your way into your positions. You was chosen into your positions, partner. You didn't have to grind. You didn't come from Delaware. You didn't come from North Carolina. You didn't come from Canada. You know what I'm saying? Everything was given to you, huh?
LeBron James is the king of the microwave. He's the king of the
Yeah.
quick and easy way out. Look, just because the
Hey,
Lakers
Trey.
back in the 80s had players, that didn't mean that they were going to be guaranteed a championship. They had something what
Mm-mm.
you call a system. And either
Yeah.
you were part of that system and you worked for that system to
Mm-hmm.
get championships, or if you wasn't a part of that system, we went ahead and got rid of you and got somebody that wanted to be a part of the system. And it only
Right.
worked because the top and the second and the third player bought in. If you
Mm-hmm.
don't buy into LeBron has to be at the top of the key running high pick and roll, then that's the LeBron system. And we all
Right.
know that the LeBron system is a failing system because it's what? 4-6. That's how you know it doesn't work. Now, it may have worked here and
Oh.
there, but it doesn't work overall.
Yeah, now that you say 4-6. Hey, straight. I see you in the
Hey,
comments.
and
Look,
even with that microwave that LeBron had, this shit had electrical problems, so it didn't even work properly.
man, please.
With no
That's
warranty.
that's like putting aluminum foil in the microwave, man. It's gonna glitch. It's gonna
Well,
pop. It's gonna
he
break.
did put aluminum foil in the microwave. He put
Yeah, in
aluminum
the
foil in the
microwave.
microwave when he went to
Mm-hmm.
Miami and he shit his pamper
Mm-hmm.
in the 2011
Mm-hmm.
finals.
Yeah, we want to talk about that for a minute. Since y'all so, enthralled with numbers and stuff, we want to make you remember what you're working with. Since you don't
Because
forget.
remember, he was
Mm-hmm.
making, he had on t-shirts called Check My Stats. But yeah, you
Mm-hmm.
had the stats, but you lost. I don't
Yeah.
remember Kobe saying after the 2004 finals, check my stats, but he lost. Or after
Mm-hmm.
the '09 finals, check my stats, and he lost.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Jordan didn't
No.
say after the 87 play, oh not 87, the 86 playoffs, check my stats when he was scored over 44 points in the first round, 63 in game two. Check my
Mm-hmm.
stats, and he lost in 3 games. It's not about the
Mm-hmm.
stats. The stats may tell the story, but the stats don't tell what's in the index. It doesn't tell
Mm-hmm.
everything.
Right, right.
Yes,
So we're
you
gonna
you
we're gonna talk about the steps. Let me throw a few numbers out here so we can make a comparison on this application to be behind the curtain. Okay, I call it behind the curtain. All right. So he wants to come behind the curtain with 4 NBA championships, 4 MVPs, Rookie of the Year once, 4 Finals MVP, 20 All-Star games, 13 All-NBA first team. You've been in the league 22 years, but you only been in the first NBA All-Star in what is it called? The All-NBA first team 13 years. You're falling short about 7 years there, partner. What else we got going on here? 4-time All-NBA third team. 3-time All NBA second team. You keep being a runner up in this contest, partner. That's a ding on your application. 5-time All Defense first team, All Defense second team, and All Rookie first team once. And you've been around for 20 something years, partner. Your numbers ain't adding up. Let me just put one more number on it. Okay? And then we checking your application again today. This reevaluation. Since it's just basketball. You averaging about 22 points, the same amount of years you've been in the league, partner. Okay? Huh? You getting what? Hmm? You averaging about 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, 0 blocks, and your plus minus looks like it's a negative 14 at 22 years, partner. Yeah. Tell Rich Paul to call me. Tell Rich Paul to call me, okay? And one
He ain't
more
gonna call
number.
you. He
Yeah,
ain't gonna call you because the first thing he gonna say is you're being racist.
I'm being racist. I'm an African American queen. Why am I being racist? Just talking about numbers. That's about somebody's career. This ain't my career. I'm being racist to him. Let me just shoot this out here. You got 5,471 turnovers. Okay, you already in front of the beam. What is you talking about, partner? Your application you don't qualify. Hmm. Hmm. You don't qualify. Now explain them numbers to me and how we supposed to evaluate your application against the OKC boys and Mr. Jordan and Mr. Bryant, huh? Mr.
You
Tim
know,
Duncan, huh?
you know what? You know
Mr.
what I
Magic
feel.
Johnson.
You know what I feel bad about, Miss Gigi?
What, baby?
That as well as OKC is built, they're not even going to be able to get a chance to go on their run because of the way the new CBA set up. The CBA set up to break up dynasties, and the only way you get a dynasty is if you basically you got to hit on your draft picks. For you to get a dynasty, you got to hit on your draft picks. And right now, OKC hit on both of their draft picks with Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams. But they drafted them in the same year, Miss Gigi. So they both up for a contract at the same time. Now you got to give Shea the supermax this year.
They say him winning the MVP makes him eligible for the supermax. Was that 308 million?
Man, they took about 400 million with that boy, and you got to think about it, Miss Gigi. Think about the move he just pulled. He just fired his agent because he don't need his agent to negotiate nothing. OKC is going to, when he go in there, OKC going to have that supermax sitting right on the table. Here, Shay. Here you go. So he don't need nobody to negotiate nothing. He's going to get what he's going to get.
Right.
So why would I give you 3% on a $400 million contract? That's $3 million. That's $6 million. That's $9 million. That's $12 million that I'm giving you for a contract that I don't even need you to get me. So he just fired his agent. But the sad thing is, you got to think about it. They gave Caruso 81 million. He's a big part of that team. They gave Hartenstein 20 plus million. You feel me? Now they got to pay Chet and they got to pay Jalen. They're going to have to break that team up probably after next year. After next year, they're going to have to break that team up. And I said that's sad because they did it the right way and built through the draft and all that. And now they don't even get to sustain the excellence because of the way the new CBA is set up.
Not to change the subject, Mr. Ron, let me ask you while you're talking. I was looking at this draft thing. Lakers ain't even got no picks.
The 25 pick? Nah,
yeah.
I don't think we got no picks.
What? We don't got no picks till 2030, right? Because wasn't that the last one they gave up? Or was it 2035?
No, we got a pick in all the even years. So like, even though they say we don't have no first round, we only got the one first round, the 31 that's eligible to be, because that's the only one that we can trade, because you can't trade consecutive first round draft picks in back-to-back years. So like, we gave up 25, 27, and 29. You feel me? But we still got first round picks in 26, 28, and 30. We just can't trade them.
We're 2 years out.
Yeah, we just can't trade them. So like, we got a first round draft pick every other year. We just don't got one this year.
Well, I just want to get some clarification on that when you said the draft.
So like,
but back to OKC. You can go back to that if you want to.
Yeah, I just feel bad though, because Sam Presti and them did it the right way, and they're not even gonna be able to get rewarded. They're not gonna be able to go on a run like Golden State ran. Remember, Golden State had a run from 2014 to what? When they won their last title, in 22?
Yeah.
So from 14 to 22, they was considered championship contenders.
But they had to build to that. You don't think they're going to give OKC the build to a dynasty if that's possible?
No, because they got to pay out too much money, Miss Gigi. Shep's going to get a rookie max, and Jalen's going to get a rookie max. Along with Shea Supermax, and then all that money they got on the side. No, they payroll going to be just as high as the Boston Celtics. They're going to be about $400 million deep just in payroll. And they a small market, so they can't sustain all that luxury tax shit.
Salute, Old Head Podcast. Hi, Pastor. Thank you for joining us. Go ahead, Mr. Ron.
So once they get to the top of the mountain, Gigi, they ain't even going to have a chance to stay there.
You think that's what they're doing? You think that's what they're doing with Boston? Because they've been trying to break Boston up too.
Look, that's what they just did with the whole league with this new CBA. Why you think all these players about to be on the move and teams willing to come up off all these players? Why you think Dallas was willing to come up off of Luka? That's the financial burden that's about to be for all these teams giving out all this money. So basically, the NBA basically trying to say, yo, we want a new champion every year if we can do it. We don't want nobody to go back to back. We don't want nobody to go on a three-peat. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Miss Gigi, get a load of that.
I'm not saying it's not possible, and I'm not saying what you're saying is not real. But Silver is this what?
Yeah, they don't want no more dynasties. They want straight parity in the league. They want every team to feel like they got a chance to win a championship every year. That's what they do.
They do, but you don't break up a team to avoid them from winning a championship every year. That's counterproductive.
I'm telling you, Miss Gigi, Shep and Jalen got to get signed this year. And once they're signed, they're going to have about a 2-year run at the longest, if that.
Okay.
Because once they sign them, they're going to have to lose Caruso, they're going to have to lose Hartenstein, or they're going to have to pay that luxury tax bill.
Now, Ron, I'm catching what you're throwing down, because it actually makes a lot of sense. They're trying to keep records intact for certain players. They're trying to keep anybody from going over 4 championships, so that one individual can say that he dominated an era. This only works if OKC starts missing in the draft, because I feel like they can replace a Caruso with a homegrown talent that they draft, or a Hartenstein with because they got an a lot of draft picks there in OKC.
Now that I didn't look at. Now that way, that's the only way they would be able to sustain their big three. Using all them draft picks and getting the role players on them rookie deals.
Absolutely.
And having them role players be able to produce on the level they need to. So that way, yeah, they can do that. You feel me? They definitely can do that. They definitely can do that. But that's going to be the only way, because they're not going to be able to add no salary, bro.
And the one thing that we're not thinking about, and I'm just gonna say it. You can agree with me if you want. Won't. When the new teams come up, there's going to be an expansion draft. So you have to give up players for that expansion draft. So if there's two teams, that means there's going to be a total of four players you're going to have to give up for the expansion draft.
That's a fact.
Have they
And
have they announced that yet? Have they announced? Because like I said, they already cleared off the way the land and stuff over here to get the stadium started. But
yeah,
have they announced it yet?
I don't think they announced it yet, but from what I'm hearing, it's Seattle and Vegas. And then
Absolutely.
they were talking about how they're gonna have to realign the conferences because Seattle and Las Vegas is West Coast teams, so they really can't put them in the Eastern
Hmm.
Conference. So what they're saying is if they put those two teams in the West, Minnesota and Memphis gonna have to go to the East or New Orleans. One of them.
Definite,
What about Charlotte?
definitely.
What about Charlotte?
I
Charlotte is
don't think.
already in the East.
I think it would
Oh,
be
Charlotte's already. That's
Minnesota.
right. That's right.
I think it would be Minnesota and Memphis. Why? Because you could put Memphis in the Eastern Conference in the South Division to compete with Orlando, Atlanta, which is in the South, and then
Yeah.
you put what did I say? Memphis and
Indiana in them divisions.
Memphis and
yeah,
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
yeah, yeah. You could put Minnesota over
But
there
Chicago,
in
Detroit,
Milwaukee.
and
Yep.
Indiana, Milwaukee, right?
So that's that. Just look, we're not getting paid millions of dollars, and we figured it out on our own. So these people are getting paid millions of dollars to find out how the realignment is going to work. And even if you play 2K, that's what I do. Whenever I brought in two more new teams, anyone that's closer to that West Coast line is going over to the East.
And
Now
now,
think about this. Now that we said that, let's say just for off a humbug, Minnesota still stays where they are, let's say in the next 3 years. Minnesota's in the East. Now you have the potential of OKC, Minnesota in the finals together.
that's a fact. Now think about this. I'm gonna take it one step further, right? Who are the known superstars in the Eastern Conference? I'm not talking about all stars. Who the superstars? Who the mega stars in the Eastern Conference?
You got Giannis,
And Jason Tatum.
uh, yeah,
Jason Tatum.
a healthy Jason Tatum, a healthy
healthy-
Jason Tatum.
Jay,
Right. Healthy
Jay,
Jason Tatum.
Jay, Jalen
Right?
Brown is the MVP. He's last year's. He's the when he a championship MVP.
I mean, by credentials, I would say yeah. By credentials, I would say
Right.
Jalen Brown with his credentials can be
With his
classified.
credentials. Right.
The NBA is not trying to market him at all.
Ball is still over there.
And then you
Who
Once
else
got
over there?
once Jalen Brown talked about Black Wall Street, he became unmarketable.
marketable. Now think about this,
Yeah.
right? Now think about this and how this gonna coincide with what we was just talking about, Marshall. Right?
Excuse me.
There's a great chance. But we already know one of the superstars is lost for the year next year. Jason Tatum will not play next year.
Right.
And there's a great
Unfortunate.
and there's a
Dame
great
Lillard gonna be out next year too.
right, but I don't classify Dame as a superstar at this point in his career.
No, on his career, absolutely.
All-star, yes, but not a superstar. Right?
Right.
Now, you got Jason Tatum done for the year, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got a strong possibility if Giannis do get traded, it's gonna be West. Milwaukee not trading him nowhere East. So the East, in hindsight, loses the only two superstars they have. So guess what they replace him with? Ant and Josh.
And yeah.
Just to keep some star power in the East.
Wow, man.
They
See, now
replaced him with Ja.
you put an extra layer of Reynolds wrap aluminum foil on this whole computer.
On the microwave. Yeah. On the microwave.
Because now this is becoming more believable with every sentence you put on.
But I don't know, because it takes Silver. Silver's gonna have to get up off these old.
Give me Payo and K, bro.
He gonna have to get up off this Booker, this Durant, James, all of it. He gonna have to get up off of that.
Listen,
because that's not making money. That's not bringing viewership. They're not winning championships. They're not doing nothing. They're not even making the first round, Mr. Ron.
Come on now,
and think
dog.
about this, right? And the two, like I'm gonna say, the two future superstars, probably 2 years away from being able to be called superstars. That's Cade. That's Cade Cunningham and Paolo Banchero. I think Paolo Banchero, right? Now,
That's in Orlando, right? It's
yes,
Orlando, right?
Yes.
now we can market Orlando.
Oh
God
yeah.
damn it. But if this nigga becomes the best player in the East, like some people think he is, they not gonna let Cade stay in Detroit either.
Absolutely.
Oh, I forgot about Detroit.
They ain't gonna let
Detroit.
Cade
Small
stay in
market.
Detroit either.
They
Too
still got
small.
Stewart over there. They still got Stewart over there.
Now they might not send him west, but they'll put Cade in Chicago or some shit like that.
They got Dennis Schroeder. Who else they got? Dennis Schroeder. Who else they got?
Hey yo, I'm telling you, Marshall, I'll be looking at this like a lot of people. This is what I tell people. I say, yo, y'all look at a microcosm of the picture and y'all get stuck on that. I said, I look at the big picture. I said, I look at the big. I said, they're gonna have to realign the NBA because guess
The
what?
NBA
All the
certain
players,
themselves were doing that.
all the players really want to be West. They want to be in the lesser. They want to be
Ain't no room. There's
Right,
no room in the West. There ain't no
but they-
room.
That's why they're gonna make room for a Western Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
Well, he gonna have to put these I'm not saying that they're not playing. No, they're not good, but they got to go. They taking up spots. You got one. You got how many? You got Bron and Luca and who else you got over there?
Forgot about
Hayes, Reeves.
But wait a
So
minute.
you
But
got
think about this though, Gigi. Think about the young guns like Shea. He ain't going nowhere. Wemby, he ain't going nowhere. That boy, Amen Thomas, he ain't going nowhere. You feel me? So the talent gonna be loaded in the West for years to come.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They're gonna have the Booker, they ain't doing. They not even making the first round, and they supposed to be called the Slim Reaper.
Man, send all them niggas back east.
They need to get. They got to give up them spots because you got too much talent stacking right there in LA.
Salute everybody.
Send all them niggas back
Hey,
east.
Pastor, I've been
Hey, yo,
waiting
think
for you,
about this.
Pastor.
If I was Phoenix, I would send all them niggas back east and I will revamp this whole shit and try to get in the draft and get this young talent. Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, I'll send them all back east.
And what's his name? What's the one that's on the contract that's acting stupid? Here, all three of them got to go.
I'll send them all back east. What
Yeah.
team you want to go to on the East Coast? Book, you want to go to Miami?
Send them back to Brooklyn. That's where they came from, ain't it? Ain't that where Durant came from, Brooklyn?
New Jersey.
Jersey?
That's what's called in the New Jersey Nets.
Oh, yeah, send him back over there.
I'll send KD ass right to New York.
Yeah.
And Bradley, where you want to go?
And then you got the Warriors. You got the Warriors. I don't know what Curry's thinking about because he is getting up there. But you got Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Moody. Who else you got over there?
I see Curry as being a lifer. I see Curry as being a lifer for Golden State.
And you know what, G? They already said what their window is. Jimmy Butler's contract lines up with Draymond Green's and Steph Curry. They got 2 years to get a championship.
Okay.
That's what made it easy to have Curry sit out the rest of the playoffs because they're thinking about next season and his final season.
And it's
because he's been there about 6 months? He been there about 6 to 8 months or something like that.
Hey yo, and now I ain't gonna lie.
What?
Marshall, Miss G. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's one farewell tour I'm gonna tune into to that one. When they give Steph that farewell tour, I think Steph is crazy.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You're gonna get more love than Jay Reed from Akron.
Absolutely.
You best believe, yeah, absolutely. What about Washington? Washington got who they got? Richard Pryor, Jordan Poole. I call him Richard Pryor. Jordan Poole. Who else they got over there?
You talking about the one that got Safari? You talking about the one that got Safari punched by Jordan Poole? Jordan Poole got Safari punched by Draymond.
Yeah, that's Richard Pryor. That's Richard Pryor.
Yo, she just
Okay.
called this man Richard Pryor. Did she just
I just caught what she said. She called that nigga Richard Pryor. I'm dead. You know what? I'm going to the house. I just got to work. Salute everybody. Yeah,
Hey,
you doing good, Ron?
how you
Salute family.
doing? How you
Salute
doing?
Marshall.
Hey, yo,
Are we
Is
good?
that new? Is that new?
let me tell you something. That's gonna happen in
All
Steph
right,
Curry.
Pastor.
Watch this.
Go ahead, Ron.
This gonna happen in Steph Curry last year because it's gonna do something that's gonna solidify him as the greatest shooter of all time. And that last year is gonna be a game Steph hit 23s in, bro.
Well, if they want to build that Washington team up, they need to stack a couple of players over there with Richard Pryor.
Hey,
Because he ain't doing nothing.
Hey, I got a question. So Steph supposed to hit 23s, right? Are they gonna make sure Magic gonna be on the ball? That is only thing that just do that for Jay Reed.
That's just for Jay
Lord
Reed.
have mercy.
Hey,
Lord have mercy. What
did you
think
hear
about
him?
the game,
Hey,
Pastor? What you think
hold
about
on,
the
I
game,
got
Pastor?
something. Oh, we gonna chop it up. I gotta ask my homies this though. Come on, you know my illegitimate cousins. I mean that respectfully. They love Jay
Oh,
Reed.
Lord.
They think
Oh,
his,
Lord.
my little sister
I got
along
to,
with him.
I got to
How
take my
you feel about
medication. I got
him?
to take my medication.
How y'all feel about him patting himself on the back for making the second team All
Well,
NBA?
oh, we talked about that earlier. We talked about that earlier. I did roll call, because he did say, his son was better than 50% of the league. So we did the roll. We did the roll call on the rookie side. We did the roll call on the All NBA side, and I told him why he keep coming up second, huh? Runner up. Yeah,
I
you've been a runner
mean,
up for 10 years. No.
not only that, this is how I look at it too. Now that everything about this guy's career, then I'm gonna get off and talk about the game from last night.
Hmm.
Everything I don't trust the media because we already know the media. He got all his fanboys for the media, so I don't think they bills being biased. It's just like him, for instance, in the All-Star game, right? That could have went to boy from the
Norman
Clippers,
Powell.
Norman Powell. It should have went to him.
Norman
Then he
Powell.
gonna wait.
Yeah.
Then he gonna wait to come late talking about yeah, I'm not playing today. Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis.
Right, you could have
But
stayed at the
anyway.
house. You could have stayed at the house. We didn't call for you. We was hoping that you didn't show up, partner. Okay.
Now, as far as the game this last night, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
I told y'all OKC's win the championship. I look,
That fadeaway, that
this,
fadeaway has got me dazzled, y'all. That fadeaway. Oh my God,
hey, and J
it's
Dub
too pretty.
and Jay Will was balling last night. Jay Will was balling last
Jay
night. He had
was,
34.
Jay was.
Then Chet had 21. Had some great key blocks. They're a complete
Mm.
team. Yes, they did score 200 points in 2 games. You know the Morris twins. Hey man, I know y'all went to
Mm.
Kansas and everything. I don't know if it's Marquise or Marcus. Man, ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis. You've been disrespecting OKC ever since you've been on First Take. And just like Kendra Perkins said, did y'all? If you watch NBA Today, you'll be seeing what I'm
Uh,
talking about. Yeah, he's still disrespecting OKC. Like, I don't think they did. I understand what he mean about a great team. I get all that, but you've been
uh,
you've been disrespecting that team. You've
let
been
me ask you
disrespecting
this:
that team.
Who
Now
is
they
Shay,
putting it in your face.
who is
Who is
Shay's
what?
cousin? Who is Shay's cousin? One of those guys play on the Timberwolves. Is
On the
Shay's cousin?
Timberwolves.
Who?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's his cousin? Which
Alexander Walker.
one?
Alexander Walker.
Alexander
Walker.
Walker. Yeah, I
Okay.
watched him in college too. And he actually, you know what? You know what? You know who kept the team in the game last night, y'all? And they don't even talk about this, but we can talk about it. They killed OKC last night. That's who kept them in the game last night. They scored over 60 like some bitch points last night. Man, they was putting in that work. Everybody was saying.
DiVincenzo had 24. Nas Reed at 13, I think.
Yeah, and Alexander Walker had 20. He had like 21 or something like that. 24, I can't remember. But hey, I said it the last time, Ron Ton, when I was on my show. I was like, if they don't win that game, it's over, man. I don't see they're not beating OKC, and I don't care who OKC play in the East. It could be the Pacers, it could be the Knicks. They are not beating OKC. I don't see nobody beating them. Nobody.
Randall had 5 points, y'all. Randall had 5 points, y'all.
Of course, and they had 10 turnovers. Go ahead, Ron.
He cost them the game.
Conley had 6 points, y'all.
That's all we look for from Mike Conley.
Hey, y'all, guess who's in the comments, y'all? That nigga Wills, raise your hand, nigga. Raise your hand.
Oh, hold on,
you gotta drop the link. You gotta drop the link in the chat. Yeah.
Mr. Lou, are you there? You on mute?
Yeah. I'm here. I was just letting T Price get it
Salute. How you doing?
Hey, Wills, you finally came out of witness protection, huh?
Yeah. I just get out. I just left the doctor. I got treatment today, so I'm doing all right.
You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I just got treatment today, so I had, you know how that goes. But
we glad you doing. We glad you doing okay, Mr. Lou. We been, you on the list, okay?
Yeah, but hey, I know some of y'all won't remember this, but y'all remember the 96 final between Chicago Bulls and Seattle Supersonics? You remember that Seattle Supersonics team was a high octane team. Looked like nobody couldn't hang with them. When I look at OKC, it's somewhat a manual of them. When I look at Minnesota, I'm like, oh, Minnesota, they got almost an NBA-like type of guy. They got a hard Grant, but they don't get. Remember T. Price. Remember the reason why the Bulls won that series because Rodman and Pippen. Is the reason why. It's George did struggle in this series. Now in this series right here, you got Ant, but the thing is, Minnesota needs a guy on that team right now is like a Pippen like type of guy, and they don't get that right now. That's why they're struggling because Ant can't do everything by itself, and Julius Randle, I don't know what happened to him. Right now, he ain't looking like the guy from the last series. He's like hard Grant right now. Yeah, you have to jump shot.
See, the thing is, I ain't saying he has, but see, people done got scared of real defense. You can't touch me. You got to let me do what I want to do. You stand in that block too long, you gonna get a technical foul. What kind of crazy stuff is that? I'm shooting threes. I'm trying to get a free throw on a 3-pointer. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going up and under. I'm not coming in the block. They're not used to real defense. That's what that is.
What's good, Polo? Straight to the point. What's good, Polo? That's family right there. Shout out to my boy Polo.
But y'all also talk about ain't gonna be no more dynasties. I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now.
Oh yeah.
The NBA is gonna make the NBA in the next 2-3 years is gonna market the Dallas Mavericks. The Dallas they're gonna market the Dallas Mavericks as a championship team
That's
for
great brother. That's great brother.
How
He
they
makes
gonna do
good
that?
support.
Listen, Lou, how they gonna do that? They gonna still be in Dallas or they coming to Vegas?
Like, yeah, like he just more like came
How
here,
they gonna listen,
had a
Lou?
great sense of
How they
humor.
gonna do that? Are they gonna
Like,
stay in Dallas or are they coming to Vegas? Cause you know that was an issue at one time. So have they made that decision or announcement?
no the owner of the
Why?
Dallas
How
Mavericks.
did?
The,
Why they getting Cooper
the,
Flag? Why is the rumors saying that they got the number one pick and that's gonna land them Cooper Flag? Who's over there Cooper gonna play with? Joker. Who else over there?
I tell you right now.
Westbrook.
I tell you,
Murray.
GG, GG,
What? Huh?
GG. I tell
Yeah,
you right
I'm
now.
listening. I'm listening.
The owner of the Dallas Mavericks is going to try every trick in the book and try to move that team to Vegas. Even
I
though
know they're
that
a
team,
Vegas team. They are a Vegas
it,
family. I mean, they up the street. You go over there by where Floyd Mayweather and them stay. They up in that complex. Okay, I know that, but I'm just saying, have they made the announcement of where they're gonna be? I mean, what they gonna do with Cooper Flag? They gonna move the
no, no,
stadium?
that no. The only way he can move the team is if they bad. If that
Right.
team is not that team is not going to be bad, it's going to piss her off. So she gonna try. She's like the owner from that movie, Major League. She's just like
That
it.
don't make no. I know, but I'm just saying that don't make no sense to put an expansion team and the Mavericks in the same city. Huh? Wrong.
No, like
Wrong.
they have not announced the expecting teams yet, but they don't have to make a like if you don't like the way Dallas is, he gonna probably leave.
Mm.
He's gonna probably sell the team, then become part owner of the new expecting team in Vegas because she wants to move the team to Vegas
She
because that's
wants
where
to move the team to Vegas. Right.
she's from, and that's where she does
Right.
most of her business. So she's willing to
Right.
sell the team so she can go to Vegas to own that team. So that's going to
Right.
happen. Like, don't be surprised if you see some big time baller trying. If you see a new guy trying to sell the team, and you gonna see a guy. I wouldn't be surprised if Jay Reed buys the Dallas Mavericks. So that's the type of bull. That's the type of shit he's gonna try to do. Talking about,
He ain't gonna be able to do that. I can tell you why,
No, them
Lou.
Yeah,
only,
because
they're not
he
gonna
has to
sign.
be able
No,
to
they're
get
not gonna.
voted.
She's gonna have to give Kareem back his basketball. Then
Yeah,
he's gonna be
they're
kicked
not
out the
gonna
league
sign off on
forever.
that. No, they're not gonna sign off on that. He gonna have to go from the scratch. Okay, he can't. That's what he mad
Right.
about. He
The rest of
mad
the
about
owners are
that.
not going to approve of LeBron James buying NBA franchise. They don't want him as an owner.
I don't
They
think they
they
will
don't.
either. I don't think they
I,
will either.
hey,
I think
don't be surprised though. Don't be surprised if it happens though, because that's the type of shit. Because you know the David, what's his name? The president of the NBA. He did everything for business. I'm just saying. And plus, I'm just gonna say this real quick. I'm just gonna say this real quick. Don't be surprised if LeBron goes back to LeBron. We got
somebody got an echo.
That's probably me. Y'all go ahead. My phone is ringing. Go ahead. I'm here.
I'm just gonna say this. Don't be surprised, even though LeBron don't look like he's the owner of the team, he may try to be like somebody who give money under the table and run things like not being the owner of the team, somebody else to take over the owner of the team and listen to LeBron. Cause it's the type of stuff he said. Like people don't understand. He probably say, "Oh, I don't own club sports." Like it's Rich Paul. No, you the owner of club sports. LeBron may try to do the same shit when he tries to buy the NBA team.
I don't think so because I'm just gonna say this. I don't think so because there's going to be too much dirty work on this man, and his NBA legacy is going to be tarnished. So I don't think that's going to happen. Would I be surprised it's going to happen? No, I won't be. But in back of my mind, by him cheating the game and by him doing all these other things, it's not going to happen. Not to me, it's not. But then again, what do I know? But I don't think so. I don't think so. Because the NBA ain't going to let that man run over the league like he been doing. Nah, and let him become an owner? Oh, no. You think them owners really want LeBron in there? Nah. He trying to be like Mike. He's trying to be like Mike, but he's not like Mike.
But that's the thing, T. Price. If he owns part of the NBA team and he wins the championship, he gonna be like, see out there, better than Michael MJ. Like, no, you just waited till.
I see what you're saying, but his fanboys can say that. But again, Lou, we got to forget about the elephants in the room. Fine, when all these allegations coming out against this man, that's gonna come out against this man. You really think these people gonna let this man become an owner? Let's think about that. I don't think so.
Look, they're only allowing LeBron to have success now, but with every famous person, including black men, they will build you up just so they can tear you down. LeBron James tear down has not started. It's going to happen as soon as he retires. He's going to get torn out the frame as soon as he retires. All the stuff that he did.
Right. I feel what you're saying because I think he came up with that stream about Chanel suing him allegedly using PEDs. I came out and said that towards the end of the video, I told him, I was like, I've never seen a black man that has so much power that they didn't break down.
That's crazy.
And you know, a documentary is gonna come out after he retired too, talking about they lied on me, you lied, they did this, they said that. That documentary is gonna be full of bullshit.
Sorry, y'all. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
My Bluetooth and my two cell phones is trying to do Jackie. Hold on, y'all. Let me do roll call. Jackie, can you hear me, baby?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jackie up in here. Jackie, how you going? Hold on. Hold on, Cletus. Yeah, my co-host is with me today, Miss Jackie. You've been in here this whole time and can't say nothing to me. That's messed up, Jackie. That's messed up. Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis.
We've been talking, but we got disconnected. Let me let her. She's a Steelers fan, and I wanted her to elaborate about Mr. Aaron Rodgers possibly going to the Steelers. I'll pray for you, Jack. I know. I'll pray for you.
No. He need to go and retire.
Message?
No, he.
He do need to retire.
Can we get an update on what Mr. Tomlin is doing?
About to lose his job.
You know the black man got to take the fall.
I don't think Tomlin's
allegedly.
I don't think Tomlin's going to lose his job because of this Aaron Rodgers decision, because they did draft well. I just don't like that Aaron Rodgers likes to take his time and make a decision, and then he comes into a training camp. And the thing about being a quarterback, you got to be in sync with your alignment, with your receivers, tight ends, and running backs. That's not something that's going to happen during the season. I don't give a damn how many times how many seasons you've played. I like Aaron Rodgers. I like them in Green Bay. I thought that first year with the Jets, him blowing out his Achilles was very, very unfortunate. But if you're trying to make a comeback and you're trying to show people that you're one of the best quarterbacks ever, then get your ass signed, get in training camp, get in a good rhythm with your team, and set the league on fire for 17 games. All this fucking diva attitudes and stuff on a historic
What's gonna
franchise like the
happen is they're gonna set him up. I'm gonna tell you now
Mm.
because he's coming in at the last minute. Cam Hayward already said is he shouldn't be playing around and waiting and playing the wait
He
game with
did this with
everybody
the
else.
Jets.
So
He
what they're
did this
gonna
with the
do
Jets. It's the same
is
thing he did with the
on the
Jets.
on the
Hey,
first
can I say
game
something?
they're gonna set
He
him
yeah.
up. They're
Let her
gonna leave
finish.
him
Let her
open.
finish. T. Price.
Oh, I didn't hear her. Go
So
ahead. I can't hear her. I know
oh,
she
I'm
was talking. Go
sorry.
ahead.
I
Go
said on the
ahead.
first game preseason, what they gonna do? They gonna give him a taste of how they play. They gonna leave him open, and he gonna get busted, and then he gonna look crazy, and then he gonna be out for the rest of the season.
Them Dr. Shows, cleats on his feet. He can't pick him up and put him down no more, Jackie. He stopped doing that. He got them Dr. Shows cleats. Them feet ain't moving no more. Mm-mm, no.
But who y'all
He
think he
don't.
No.
learned this from? Who y'all think he learned
He
this from? Where y'all think he learned this from?
They let him do
You
it
know what it
from
is.
every.
You know what
No,
it
hold
is.
on, hold
Same
on, hold
game.
on, hold on. Let's go back. Before he started a quarterback, right? Who was in front of him?
Brett
Brett
Favre.
Favre.
That's where he learned that
Hmm.
from. Is my point.
Y'all handle that for me for a minute.
Look, yo, Brett Favre went from Packers to Jets to Vikings. You know, Aaron Rodgers went from Packers to Jets to possibly Steelers. The Vikings already said, "No, you ain't coming over here." You know,
Yeah,
there's a lot
and
of change.
then
Look,
the Saints wanted him, and then the Saints was like, "No, we don't want him either. You go ahead and y'all can have him." So that's what he was trying to think that the Saints was gonna pick him up, and we were hoping that the Saints was gonna pick him up, but they didn't want him.
Like
look,
I'm like saying, Aaron Rodgers don't understand how tough that division he's trying to go through is. Because Cincinnati, Baltimore, Steelers, and the Browns, shoot, that hey, he can't keep playing around. He need to get in the training camp right now. Now, if you're
Well,
gonna wait till the last minute, that's gonna really fuck him up.
Well, we already got the schedule out, so we play Vikings in Ireland, and that's like third game. That's third
look,
regular game. So
look. I've loved the Steelers ever since 1995. My very first Super Bowl was Super Bowl 30 when Neil O'Donnell threw the most telegraphed interceptions of all time, and I
To
actually rooted
Larry
for the
Brown, to
Steelers.
Larry Brown, to Larry Brown. I remember that game. He threw it to Larry
Yeah,
Brown. Larry Brown ran it back for a touchdown and was Super Bowl MVP.
yeah. So I've always liked them ever since then. However, I think Tomlin has done a magnificent job taking over the team
mhm.
from Coward. I mean, not Sergeant Slaughter. I'll just call him that.
it's
Um,
Bill
Bill
Cowher.
Campbell.
yeah,
He
but
has taken over good. Um, Ben has been there. Even Ben Roethlisberger asked to come back.
don't you
Um,
mean Ben Roethlisberger?
well,
Oh Lord. Oh
I ain't
Lord.
gonna go there with him,
Shots
but
fired.
Oh
you know,
Lord. Oh Lord.
he wanted to play with George Pickens and Metcalf, and he was like, he'll come back and do some throws. But um,
Shit.
I'd rather have him than having Aaron Rodgers, though.
I would too. That's what I'm talking about. Man, please. Y'all gonna have to get a prayer meeting going on over there at that stadium. This
It's
joker
gonna
right
be it's
there.
ridiculous.
But
He
but
gonna be
but
the
but
last
but
man to
but
come out and try to get on the field.
but listen to this though. It's a possibility that George Sanders can be cut by the Browns. And if I'm Pittsburgh, I'm looking to sign him. If he get cut,
And then he
Well,
want
Look,
maximum money too. He want maximum money, right, Jackie?
yeah, he does. He does.
Shit.
my
And
thing is this: Pittsburgh has always been the type of franchise where they have an identity. They have lost their identity the last 5 seasons. That that division is a heavy defensive running
Mm-hmm.
division.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you
yeah,
cannot count any of those games out that they play against each other because they know each other very well. Remember, Pittsburgh
They got
and the Ravens lost to the Browns last year. Not because the
right.
Browns are better than them. They know each other so very well.
They got the Bears in that region too, right?
What?
No, the
No,
Bears are in the NFC North.
no.
NFC. Okay.
Well, what they
Who else
need
they
to
got over
do,
there? The
what
Commanders. The
I think
Commanders.
that I think that the Steelers need to go back playing old school because
Girl,
when they
please.
did play old school,
Y'all got Doctor Show.
like I said, he's gonna set his own self up because he's
I'm
not gonna be ready
sorry.
for when they come and when they play.
I ain't down for
He's
that.
trying to fit
Mm-mm.
in. And once he started trying to fit in, you should have already been there, not just trying to feel your way in now. You should already be there.
No, but I
Granted,
just
he
don't agree
has,
with. I don't agree with the fact that he's still asking for maximum money. But man, your resume is not productive for the last 2 years, partner.
I wouldn't say for
So
the
you,
last 10 years. He's won two MVPs the last 5 years. But
well, that's what
the
I said.
thing
The
about
last
it,
2 years, the last couple of years, his last year at Green Bay, right? And then his first year at the Jets, right? Am I
but the,
miscalculating?
but he tore his AC he tore his Achilles on the first game of the year, his first game with the Jets. So I can't
I
hold that
know,
against him.
I know. I can't hold it against him either. But I'm just saying, is he ready? He's saying he's ready.
He ain't
Is he
ready.
I
ready,
think
Jackie?
He ready
I
for
think the
retirement.
arm is always ready, but you have to
Uh,
have chemistry in football more than any other sport. You can't hang a
right.
receiver out to dry and then end his career because you don't know where his tendencies are because you're not in the training camps with him. If you want to play, get your ass into the training camps. If you don't want to
Mm,
play, retire and let somebody else take the beach.
He should have retired.
didn't he play with what's his name? He just came from the Raiders. They supposed to be like the double duo was up over there at the Jets, wasn't it? What's his name? Was it
Yeah,
Devontae?
they were
Um,
him.
they supposed to be
Vontae Adams.
partners. Yeah, they supposed to be, the duo. They've been knowing each other. And then Adams is done. He doesn't skip town. So
Well,
what's really the problem?
when when
huh?
when they both played together, the Jets did play the Steelers, and the Steelers shut them down.
What's that what I'm
So
talking about? If your
you
boy
know,
come over there,
you
you
still
know
should have
him
just
since
left him the way he
college, and
was.
y'all supposed to have this duo kind of chemistry going on, and now your boy that you got from the Raiders in the middle of the season, he done skipped town on you. Now you trying to go to the Steelers. What the problem is? Mm,
Well, I think a lot of the chemistry that he had with Devontae was because of their years in the Packers. Everybody that he
oh,
had chemistry with on the Jets
mm,
was some variation of playing with the Packers. Lazard, it was because he played
mm,
with him on the Packers. Let's not sit up
right.
here and act like the Jets had a great offensive line because they did not. If
I'm
they
not
had a great
saying that.
offensive,
I'm
if the,
I'm not
I'm
saying
just,
that because he was
I'm
getting
just
sacked a lot. He was getting sacked a lot. Okay, every
offensive
game he
line.
was almost getting sacked. He didn't have no line.
Offensive line play has a lot to do with
Mm,
the
right.
success of the quarterback. It doesn't have everything
Mm,
to do with the success of the quarterback, but it has a lot to do with it. But how do you get that success with a failing offensive line? You have to be in the
yeah.
trenches with them to know where your slot
Mm,
protections need to be at for the simple fact
right.
that this offensive line is garbage. Maybe I don't do a 10 step drop. Maybe I put myself in shotgun out of the set because my offensive line is trash. You learn those things in
In
OTAs,
training.
training
In
camp,
training,
preseason.
yes.
You can't
Yes.
just show up and be a plug and play player in the NFL. You will get your ass killed out there.
Right. They don't even know your cadence. They don't know what they don't, you ain't even, man, come on now. I was watching one game. I don't know what game it was because I turned it off. I think he had done got sacked about 4, 5 times. I'm like, what is this? He's sitting over there on the bench and took his helmet off. And I think he got sacked about 4, 5 times. I forgot who that he was playing. I'm like, this don't make no sense, y'all. That's all I'm saying. I respect his game because in his prime, but he could he split the field on you now with one of them throws. You'd be like, what the hell? It was 5 seconds left.
Okay, I
But you gotta
respect him for
realize
that.
he ain't young no more. He if
No, he not.
one hit hits him the wrong way, he's done. So he should
His
just
ga-
go
his
on
He
and
don't
career's
need.
retire.
over.
He should have
Yeah, he
retired.
don't need to put himself in a position where he can't endure because I'm like
He
Marsha
look just
said.
like Tom
him-
Brady. He gets hit once and then he gonna start throwing interceptions. So he should have
That's
just
it.
retired.
I really don't think
That's
he's an
all.
interception thrower like that, but he'll start get trigger happy, and one sack turns into three, three turns into six, six
Mhm,
turns into we
mhm,
get shut out. So I do
mhm,
see that from him. He doesn't want to get injured.
mhm.
So what do you do when you don't want to get injured? You
Sit
start
your
holding
butt
on to the
home.
ball,
Go
Yeah,
and
sitting in
home.
the pocket, trying to sit in the pocket,
You
get
gonna go?
protected.
He should have went home. He should have been just sitting on the sideline watching it from home. That's point blank. He shouldn't. He shouldn't have even signed
Well,
up. He should have.
I hope him and Mr. Tomlin can come together. You know, we don't know
It's
what's going on
it's
behind the
gonna
scenes.
happen.
Allegedly,
He gonna
you
be
know, he's
booed
waiting.
just like they did when with
Tom
everybody
Brady
else. Yep,
at the
they
Indy
gonna boo the crap
500
out
this
of him.
weekend. He goes strolling up in the Indy 500. Man, you should stay at the house. You better be glad they didn't have no tomatoes and things. Okay, they didn't want to see you at the Indy. With your blue suit
well, I
on.
look at it. I look at it like this. Mike Tomlin is in the same
Mm-hmm.
position that John Harbaugh was in when they drafted Lamar Jackson. Remember,
Right.
John Harbaugh was about to get fired because they got off to a
Mm,
very bad start. They were about to get knocked out the playoffs, and if it wasn't for Lamar Jackson's rookie year of winning six straight and making it into that final wild card spot, we'd have been having a different conversation. Tomlin needs to
mhm.
find somebody that can run his offense.
Well, Mike
That's
Tomlin
what
should
I
have
was.
stayed with Justin Fields and mold him the way he
Right,
needed to
right.
mold
That's what
him
I was telling.
instead
That's
of
what I was
bringing in
telling
somebody
Jackie.
who's on their last
Hmm.
leg. So that would
Yeah.
have been my choice. If you're not gonna use
Hmm.
Russell, go ahead, switch Russell out. You got a quarterback that needs to be molded,
He
and
already
you
know the
had him.
plays. You just
You
got to
had him
build
in
on that.
hand. Justin Fields started off this season what 4-0,
Four
and
and
then you
two,
put
four and
Russell
two.
four and
He
two.
started 4 and 2.
So
They
if
took him
you
out
got
after
him,
that bye week, and then
then they took
they
him out
won
and
two
put
straight.
Russell in.
They got all the way to 6-2. Then start like losing, and then they was like, we're sticking with Russ.
Hmm.
But the offense looked more fluid with what's his name? You just said it.
Justin Fields.
Justin Fields. They look more fluid.
Justin Fields.
They could have
Yeah.
they could have been Baltimore, Pennsylvania, but they chose to go with a shorter, non-athletic pocket quarterback where it's easier to turn a running quarterback into a pocket passer than a pocket passer into a scrambler.
Right.
And
Just look.
they chose poorly, so now they lost both quarterbacks.
Yeah. And
Hmm.
that
Hmm.
Like, look what's going on Washington right now. You got a freshman quarterback who's on his arm may not be like Tom Brady's or Aaron Rodgers or any other quarterback, but he knows how to win games with his legs and know how to get out of situations right now. It's like you're like the way Lamar is right now. He's going to end up being like that in a couple years. A decent quarterback who can almost get the job done. Like that's the new age quarterback right now with Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson.
Man, Patrick Mahomes ain't doing nothing. He ain't doing
Hey,
No,
look,
nothing.
I'm not about to, I'm not about to let you talk bad about Patrick Mahomes when he has three
I'm
Super
not
Trouble,
Bowls.
gonna.
trouble, trouble,
I'm not
trouble,
gonna
trouble,
talk.
trouble,
I'm not gonna
trouble,
talk
trouble.
bad about him. I love me some Patrick Mahomes. I could tell him to comb his hair when he out there playing on the field, so his hair would fit. Okay, I'm not a hater. I respect the young man, but I don't understand why he fell off so quick. What happened? And so
Look,
suddenly, it's on
how
the
did he fall
TV.
off?
Huh?
How did how did he fall off? He's been in three of the last four Super Bowls. His offense is not
Yeah.
the same. defenses know how to play him. So he, instead of just chucking the ball down the field when you have a speedy receiver like Hill, he don't got that no more.
Mm,
So what he knows how to do is he knows how to run his offense and he knows how to make
mm,
plays. What the defense likes to
mm,
play shell on him a lot. So when you play
mm,
shell, you got to find every mismatch. That's what I give Patrick
mm.
Mahomes more credit than anybody else for because he still knows how to play the position of quarterback. Quarterback is
Right.
not just throwing the ball. Quarterback is
No.
manipulating the defense so that you can get your
Right.
team down the field. Again,
Right, I
in the
understand
in
that. I understand that. But Mr. Marshall, all I'm saying is, come on now. We've been following this young man. I be standing up for him when they want to call him vanilla wafers, and I say, no, that's that black side of him. Y'all can call him what you want to, but he still got that black side of him. It's the only thing I want to understand is when did the agenda change? Okay, we've never seen so many calls associated with Patrick Mahomes with question marks. That's all I'm saying, Mr. Marshall. Huh?
I can challenge and say every time you touch Tom Brady, we can say the
Uh-huh.
same thing. How many games
Yeah.
Tom Brady? The tuck rule? Are we forgetting about that? Well,
No.
my hometown
The
team would have
past.
blew out the damn
Well,
Oakland Raiders in the Super Bowl if they didn't have to play the damn cheating ass Patriots. How many times have
right.
we watched games where Patriots lost, but a phantom call came out of nowhere, and next thing you know, they're driving down the field for the game-winning touchdown, the game-winning field goal. Look, we've seen this before. We just,
Yeah, we
for
have. That's
me,
what I'm saying, Mr. Marshall. Not to interrupt you. What I'm saying is the Patrick Mahomes that's been winning them Super Bowl, that wasn't in his eyes this season. Okay, it was
well,
something
what
very different. It was something very different with a different agenda in his eyes because all of a sudden uh, he was at the crossroads. Huh?
are you talking about the
That's all I'm
Bone
saying.
Thugs and Harmony Crossroads, or are you
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about Crossroads Furniture?
yeah. Yeah, no, he was at the Bone Chords and Harmonies at the crossroads, and all of a sudden his eyes started to change and some questionable things was happening. I'm not saying anything's wrong with him. I respect his game. He got the left hand, man, that'll throw it down the field on you. You know what I'm saying? He'll stick the mother on you every now and then. But this ain't the same Patrick Mahomes that won that last championship. That's all I'm saying. I just got questions. What happened?
When a defense is loading up on your weak side on your offensive line over and over and over again, that you're not going to
Mm-hmm.
win that game. You have to remember this man
Mm-hmm.
just won the championship the year before, and they got
Yeah, he
into a
did.
shootout with San Francisco. I don't see the
Yeah, he
difference.
did.
All I know is they were heavily injured this year as well. So you can only play with who you got on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Look, they won more Super Bowls without Tyreek Hill than they won with Tyreek Hill. And now Tyreek Hill talking
Mm-hmm.
about something, oh, he needs to do what's best for him. But you wanted the money. You didn't want to go to the Super Bowl every year. You just wanted the money. So
Is,
now you got the money
is
and you
that
don't go to the Super Bowl. Because remember,
is that
Kansas City
Tyreek? Is
beat
that Tyreek Hill in Miami, the one the police that pulled over? Is that who you talking about?
yeah. Call Drew.
Okay.
Call Drew. Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Lord have mercy. I'm just
Yeah.
saying something. The sauce in the gumbo changed because I mean we've seen this young man do some things. You know, I respect the game. You know, and I'm not hating. I'm just trying to figure out how come when we get down to the end of the line, somebody get a phone call. Hmm.
Well, you're gonna
Explain
have to
that to
go into a
me.
little bit more detail than that because you're being a little vague. But
I'm asking. I'm just asking questions. That's what it looked like.
look, the Philadelphia Eagles jumped on them quick, early, and they made them play for behind the whole game. Now I had a feeling that they were not going to stop.
On Barkley's birthday. Wasn't it his birthday? On Saquon Barkley's birthday?
I don't know, but
Yeah, it
my
was.
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was Saquon Barkley's birthday.
He wasn't the
Well,
main factor in that game, though. The main factor in that game was the Eagles defense shutting down the Kansas City offense.
Defense. There you go. There you go. No, I'm not trying to put him out, to put him down or nothing like that, Miss Marshall. I'm just wondering why all of a sudden this boy's finna make history. He finna set history, right?
Well, allegedly, but Philadelphia had a great game
Allegedly.
plan and they stopped that shit. So
Get it, kid. Get it,
all
kid.
respect goes to Philadelphia because they came up with a
That's
very
right.
good game plan. So I can't get
And
mad at them for that. But
right,
And
let
not
me
only
ask
that,
you
the, the
that.
one
You
not
thing
only
I'm
know,
gonna say
that,
He
this,
we've
was.
seen three black
T Price.
quarterbacks win the Super Bowl.
Let
Come
me
on
say this
now.
last thing, and I'm gonna let y'all cook on it. I shouldn't be the only one talking about it. But the one thing that I
No,
loved about Patrick
go
Mahomes
Oh, you good.
at the end of
ahead.
the Super Bowl, what did he do? He took responsibility for that L,
Come on now.
and,
That's
and
respect.
I'm
That's
and
respect.
that's why I root for him. Now I want Lamar Jackson to get his due, but Lamar Jackson likes to play like shit in the playoffs, and then even though his team came back and could have tied up that game, it was his
Hmm.
early turnovers that put him in that hole. We used to hear all the time, you cannot create a storm and get mad when it starts raining.
That's true.
Luke
That's true.
Jackson always creates the storm. Just because you dug yourself out of it, you're still the reason why we got put in that storm. We all
His
know that
numbers
Baltimore was better
was
than Buffalo. We all knew that.
yeah, right.
But
But
the
Jackson numbers were
execution down
looking
the
good.
stretch, the
Mm-hmm.
execution down the stretch, it wasn't in
Mm-hmm.
Baltimore's favor. Now, I do believe if Baltimore wins that game, they go into Kansas
Mm-hmm.
City and do exactly to Kansas City what the Eagles did. And then I'd rather say have seen two teams with two good running backs, with two good
Right.
scrambling quarterbacks, and let the best team win. But Baltimore kept themselves out of back-to-back Super Bowls these last 2 years. They lost in the
That's what
championship
I
game
was
to
just gonna
Kansas City.
say. This the second time this has happened.
So we can't get mad at the quarterback that did what he needed to win, but the other
Mm-hmm.
quarterback didn't do what he needed to win. And what I
Jackson
think Lamar
numbers.
Jackson's problem is, I think he tries to prove that he's an all-around quarterback instead of just play his own damn game.
Mm.
You don't need to prove nothing to anybody but your teammates, your coaches, and your fans. If you
His
can win
numbers be
every
looking
game
pretty
because you
good.
can run, then run
Mm-hmm.
every game because you can run. You don't need to appease Stephen A. Smith or this person or that person. Just get the job done. You're gonna be great regardless.
Of
And
course.
I think that goes both ways in every sports because I think even to get back on the bitch James, he tries to prove that he's a clutch player by taking all the clutch shots. And even though you miss those clutch shots, you're so worried
Mm-hmm.
about what people are saying about you than
That's
playing your damn game.
right. That's what I was just gonna say. He listening to the noise. He listening to the noise. You got to tune that out because they always gonna have something to say. You can do exactly what they want you to do, and they still find something wrong with it. You don't need to be listening
That's
to the
why.
noise. Well, did Stephen A. Smith play football? Y'all said he played basketball on average
Nah,
one
he didn't
point
play
five.
football. The only thing that he take only the only sport that he plays is take your wife.
Oh, oh my God.
Stephen A.
you want
Smith
to
is the
let
Shots
biggest
fired.
fraud in sports anchors history. He is a fraud. Why do I call him a fraud?
Mm,
Because everything that he
mm.
says about other people, he can't fucking do.
That's what I'm
I
talking about.
I watched him box.
How you gonna criticize? How you gonna criticize something that you've never experienced? You say we can't do it. We can't talk about basketball because we've never compete. We've never experienced that level of basketball. So how you gonna talk about football and you ain't never you ain't been tackled?
We can say this. We can say the same thing about Shannon Sharp. That nigga never played basketball,
Yeah,
and he want to tell
you
you who the
never
goat
played
is.
basketball either. Yeah, how
I
you
want to tell
know?
you this. I want to tell you this, Shannon Sharp, if you're listening, because you probably are, because you can't come up with your own
Man, you
goddamn
know
thought.
they
I'm gonna
listening.
tell you this.
What
You need to be
tomorrow?
worrying
The
more.
stuff.
You need to be worrying more
Mm-hmm.
about keeping white women out of your
Uh
house
oh.
than worrying about who's
Uh
the GOAT.
oh.
Ooh,
Uh
ouch.
oh.
Ouch.
Oh,
Can I get a
Lord
sister for a
Jesus.
thousand? Lord have mercy.
Jackie, Jackie. We need somebody to hit the like button on that one, please. Okay? It's quiet around here.
I'm just saying,
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired of watching bitch made from the county of bitch made ass niggas want to sit up here and tell you
Ooh.
what black is, but in their own personal life, they got nothing but snow bunnies, grape charges, SA charges, and all this other stuff. But you want us to look up to you like you were supposed to be the example of what black is. You know what the example of
Mm.
black is? Being true to yourself, being true to your family, and being true to your kids. And I don't see none of that from Shannon Sharp. So Trout Mouth, you can say whatever you want, but I don't look at you
Lord
as a black
Jesus.
man. I look at you as a black man that got paid but like to use the white girl to make you feel like you made it. So how's that working out for you?
Man.
You're
Oh,
gonna have to
Lord
pay
have
24. You're gonna have to pay 25,000 to cheat, regardless, because she gonna eat your fucking pockets. So you got to
Oh,
say goodbye
Lord.
to a contract. You have to say goodbye to ESPN. You have to say goodbye to your own show. And I hope all that shit was worth it. So you and Ocho stay on that damn channel. Keep jerking each other off with honey. Keep talking about
Oh,
who's to go.
Lord Jesus.
I
Oh,
said, hey, I said a long time ago, Shannon Sharp, you do not need ESPN, all these other shows. You got Club KK, you got your little podcast. You do not need those
Said
other
the same
shows, man.
thing.
that's the honeycomb. That's the honeycomb family. In the honeycomb
Because
family.
it's
You know,
not fair how
we know what that
it's not
is.
fair to just
Mm-mm.
listen to this man that has so much smoke for Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan has never said anything about you personally, but you got so much smoke for him and want to talk about what he doesn't do off the but I've never heard Michael Jordan get accused of rape. I've heard Shannon Sharp though. I never heard Michael Jordan get accused of choking the shit out of a white girl in public. But I heard Shannon Sharp get long goddamn voice was on that
Oh
audio
Lord,
recording.
who that is?
Oh, trouble, 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 trouble,
Oh
trouble, trouble.
Lord, trouble. If I
You
let
about to
me
start
ask you
showing
this question.
you about to have me
Let me
you
ask,
about to have me singing some gospel hills when you talking about pouring money on each other. No, the devil is a
yeah,
lie.
the devil is a lie. We're gonna have to open up the altar. But let me ask you this question. Let's just look at this from another perspective. If he wasn't so important and influential, if people don't listen to him, how come they keep calling him, partner? Huh? That's just simple. Hmm. You
Say
ain't
that again,
call.
GG, because you broke up. Say
Yeah,
that
say
again
that
one more
again. I
time.
didn't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear
Yes.
you. Testify, sister. Let the
Okay.
Lord use you. Let the Lord use you.
If some fairness, Michael Jordan jumped man, Larry Bird called him God on the basketball court, and he beat him and still said he was God. So let me ask you a question, partner. If he's not influential, if he ain't got nothing to say, if he can't bring in no viewership, if people don't want to hear from him, why do they keep calling this man?
Because he is the GOAT. Look,
Come on
I'm gonna
now.
quote a line from a movie. It was
Mm,
The Usual Suspects. It said the greatest
Oh,
mm,
trick the devil played
great
was
analogy, brother.
convincing
Great one. That was a great analogy you
the
had.
greatest trick the devil played was convincing everybody he didn't exist. So with that
mm,
type of
mm.
parallel, the greatest trick they're trying to play is that Jordan ain't the GOAT when we already know he is. Because nobody's calling
Mm.
LeBron James to retire and come up to NBC. They're like, leave your goofy ass where you are. They don't want him to be an
Yeah.
owner. They don't really know that his son is garbage. They don't appreciate. Look, LeBron James has gave nothing back to the game. Only thing he did was fuck the game and throw two twenties on the damn bed after he did it. He never gave anything back to the game. And I don't care about you bringing your son here. That's actually taken away from the game.
Hey,
Oh, we
Everybody
ain't
if
gonna
knows
talk
we
about
this.
that Make a Wish a Foundation kid, and I'm the one
no,
that call him
let,
that. And I'm standing
Yeah,
on that. Get that Make a Wish
yeah.
Foundation kid up out of here.
Did we understand that Mr. Jordan played for free for his last 2 years, huh? Do we understand that? Did
Look,
we forget that?
we was
Huh?
already we was told, and it goes even back deeper than that because when David Falk, who was Jordan's agent, said it was 3 years because remember he was the president and he gave his
Right.
salary to charity and gave his other salary to West Unseld. So he was being a
Yeah.
president for free. Then he
He
played for
gave,
free. LeBron James
yeah.
don't do shit for free.
He 9/11. He donated his salary to 9/11, and then he donated his salary to the other man that Mr. Marshall just referenced. So he played his last 2 years for free at 82%. He only missed 37 mid-range shots. Okay, he was 143 out of 174. Check your numbers, okay? And you want to be in that number? You want to be behind that curtain? You don't qualify, partner.
My biggest thing is this, and
Mm-mm. Well,
I'm not a fan of any man because fandom is next to idolatry. Idolatry is
no,
rejected by the scriptures. So I'm not a
no,
fan of any man. I
we
respect
can't do
men,
that.
but I'm not a fan of
Yeah,
any man. Now let's
no,
make that clear. But see, here's the
yeah,
thing: I'm not gonna sit up there and let you lie to me when I know what my eyes have seen.
no, no,
So
no. See,
when you're sitting up
see,
here,
your
go
track
ahead.
record is your track record doesn't show production. Okay, hmm?
Your
Your track
track
record
record
don't show.
doesn't show leadership.
Come on now,
If Pippen did
huh?
to LeBron James what he did to Michael Jordan, Pippen would have got traded to the Trailblazers for Clyde Drexler right then and there in the next offseason. Jordan
It's
said,
about
"I'm going to
respect.
work with him. We're going to be
Yeah.
on the same page. I'm gonna you join the Breakfast Club. I'm not talking about the Breakfast Club with Charlamagne the God. I'm talking about the Breakfast Club where they get up at 4 in the morning, 4:30, 5 o'clock, and they go work out before they go to practice. They get their body and mind in shape before they go to practice. Ron Harper joined the Breakfast Club, which with Jordan and Pippen, and he said that was he got in the best shape of his life in those 3 year or those 4 years with the Bulls. It's about building everybody else. Jordan knew he was going to get the credit, and what did he do? He diverted the credit to people like Steve Kerr, Scottie Pippen,
Mm-hmm.
Tony
Mm-hmm.
Kukoc, Judd Bushman,
Mm-hmm.
even Dickie
Mm-hmm.
Simpkins and Jason Caffey, who was like on the edge of the bench. Building them up. The only person LeBron James builds up is himself, his handpicked coach, and his crippled son with his broken jump shot.
Lord have mercy. Lord have
Kyrie
mercy.
took the greatest shot in
Oh,
Cleveland
oh,
history.
oh, oh. This,
Hey
I just
Gigi,
don't like
hey
this.
Gigi, you gotta think about it. Hey Gigi,
I,
you gotta think about it. Me and
yes,
Martavia got
sir.
the same birthday, right? We got the
I
same
can't hear
birthday,
you.
right? And guess who's can you hear me now?
Yes,
Can you hear
that's a
me?
little better. That's a little better.
Okay, hold on. I'm
Are you
almost to the house
outside?
because it's windy out here. Yeah, it's time for lighters in the air. My homie
I'm
from
lighter
Vegas like,
than the
nigga, you ain't
air.
been smoking lately. You need to smoke today. I'm like, do I?
Oh,
He like,
look.
yes. So I got
Yeah.
some Las Vegas weed on me. Las
Oh,
Vegas.
Lord.
I'm not sinning though.
Y'all,
I'm not sinning.
y'all, y'all, he gonna be asleep for about 2 days, okay?
Nigga, hush. I ain't sleeping worth crap. I'm up like a mug right now. But
I'm
anyway,
loving the back. What y'all think about? Let me ask you this. Let's just change the subject
uh huh,
because we know what he's working with. I got the
uh
pictures
huh.
right there. Look at all them people. You down there begging, throwing bowls, getting fed medication. We don't spend enough time on you. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about what the Knicks is gonna do today. What we thinking about the
Oh,
Knicks, y'all?
I'll
one
let
thing
you
I
go
will
ahead.
say about the
Go first, T
Knicks.
Price.
One thing I will say about the Knicks, right? Check this out, y'all. They are 7-1 on the road
Mm-hmm.
in
Mm-hmm.
these playoffs. So that let me know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my PlayStation thing came in. But anyway, um, they play better on the road than they do, at home. So uh, it don't matter who no matter what they do, OKC
Mm,
gonna win the championship. So I love the Knicks to be there, of course, but I want to
mm.
see two small market teams. Even though I did pick the Knicks, hey Wilts, I'm not in witness protection, bro. I'm still pulling for your team, but I'm still pulling for your team. But it's like every time I pick the Knicks, they seem like they always lose though. So they better win tonight. If they don't win tonight, this series is over. That's all I gotta
I
say
think
on the Knicks.
I think
I
they
just,
did something. I think they did something real different, and I like what I saw. They took
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Brunson out the game and ran
Uh-huh.
the offense through Cat. And we've been crying about this for the first 2 days, and it paid
Mm-hmm.
dividends. Now, the biggest thing that the Knicks can do that will hurt them is to try to ride off the momentum of that close game 3 victory. They need a
mhm.
game that they come in and they dominate from tip to final buzzer on Indiana and just send the momentum back to uh, New York. If they don't do that, they don't come out with intensity tonight, they're going down 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
What's his name? Hart. He only scored 8 points, and he played almost 35 minutes.
Hey,
Come
but he
on,
came
Hart.
off
Now
the
we
bench. But shout out to Josh Hart though, because he went to his coach, right, and said,
right.
put in Mitchell Robinson, right?
Mhm.
Now,
Mhm.
and Josh Hart is a team player. And one thing about Josh Hart that a lot of people don't understand, this is how, and shout out to my boy Leezy, because he sent me something earlier today that's been
Mhm.
testament. All these players that played high school basketball, right? Or even
Mhm.
played in college, right? The
Mhm.
NBA, when you get to the NBA, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. You can't do this, you can't do that. I can't do what?
Right.
I can't
Right.
score? I can't
Right.
score like I want to. I can't do this like I no, you can't do that. Then now now you gotta rebound. Now you gotta do this. We don't want you shooting threes because you know it's crazy, y'all. It is
That's what I
really
was saying.
crazy.
That's what I was saying, Pastor. I was saying, look at the Baileys and the
Hmm.
AJs and
Hmm.
all these youngsters coming in from the NCAA. Their game, their game is totally different than what we see in professional basketball.
Oh my Lord Jesus. Why this nigga gave me a he told my boy just messaged me, right? He was like,
Right.
you need to smoke this first, right? I'm like, smoke what? This nigga gave me panty dropper, y'all. Panty
Lord
dropper.
Jesus. Lord Jesus, you gotta be 21 and over to be listening to this channel.
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis.
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis. If you're not 21, you better get off the channel. Okay? I'm gonna have to block you. Okay? Don't worry. No. Oh, well, that's cool. Let us know what be dropping, okay? I'm hoping the Knicks is gonna be dropping some points tonight because look like Robinson just scored for 6 points. Okay,
He
he's
don't
that
have to
great,
score.
Robinson.
Mitchell
Whoa.
Robinson is a type player that um could get rebounds and block shots and things of that nature. You
Oh,
know what I'm
okay.
saying?
He do
That's Mitchell
right. He do
Robinson.
the
That's
dirty
Mitchell
work. He do
Robinson
the
game.
dirty work.
Yeah,
Hmm.
allegedly.
Well played.
Okay. So I don't know. Halliburton, Indiana is playing at home. They on that high right now. Not, I'm not
Hmm.
saying they don't do anything, but they on that adrenaline. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Oh, I
but
They
thought you
talking
was gonna
about.
say that new juice.
they
I don't know
they
nothing about
literally
the
squandered
usages.
they squandered game 3 because they were up by 13 at one point,
Mm,
and we're not
mm,
going to talk about how they choked because that's choking. You can't be
that's
having
joking.
a double digit lead in the fourth quarter and get walked down. So yeah, just like New York choked game 1, Indiana choked game 3. Now
Y'all
it's
handle
the
this for me for
adjustment
a
game.
minute.
Okay.
Handle this for me for a minute. They just brought my brand new stainless steel stove. Okay, I gotta
Go ahead,
open
do
it.
what you gotta do.
Mhm. I'll be back.
But it's crazy though, cause I'm liking this Knicks series, and I'm proud of OKC. And this is another thing too, man. And y'all was hitting on something too about. I didn't get a chance to comment or anything, but how they want every team to feel like they can win a championship, right? So that got me thinking. They don't want no. They don't want no more dynasties. They don't want no more
Absolutely not.
dynasties or anything.
You want to know
So
why they
all
don't want no?
these.
Oh,
Go
go ahead,
ahead.
T. I'm sorry. I
No,
was just gonna say the reason why they don't want no dynasties because LeBron James is the only superstar in NBA history that didn't have a dynasty that's supposed to be in the GOAT conversation. Everybody that's in the GOAT conversation has a dynasty.
mm-hmm.
So if you eliminate the dynasty, just like on Incredibles,
Mm-hmm.
if everybody is super, nobody is. If we
Mm-hmm.
eliminate dynasties, then we can push this bullshit narrative that you don't need to have a dynasty in order to be in the GOAT conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But we all know that's trash. That's why they're trying to eliminate the Golden State dynasty, get that out of here. They don't want them to
Mm-hmm.
win another one. And then before this next dynasty even starts, they're trying to stop it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, okay. I see.
Like I look at I don't know what the situation is in Dallas, man, but if Dallas can
Uh-huh.
win like two or if Dallas can win like two or three of them, like then they may try to break that up if they end up winning like two in a row. 'Cause
Mm-hmm.
like you said, they don't want no dynasties no more. They don't want to, they be upset if Anthony Davis start winning more championships than LeBron James now.
Dude,
And
dude. Go ahead, Lou.
imagine Kyrie Irving winning more championships than LeBron James before he retire. And LeBron could be like, no, you need to break that team up. Because think about it, he's the same guy who broke up the Golden State Warriors when KD was there. Because he convinced the fact $100 million man, hey, look, man, you way better than that Kevin Durant. It's like you shouldn't be doing all this. Plus, if you
Mm-hmm.
want to get your money, you need to let him try to make sure he leaves town. And look what happened. He called KD a bitch, and he got his money. And yeah, Golden State won one more championship without KD, but there was one more if KD would stay there.
Mm-hmm.
They'd have won three more if KD would have stayed there. Because
Yeah,
there
they
would
would
have
have
been
won
no
three.
reason. There would have been no
Yeah.
reason to rebuild. So they would have never got
Mm-hmm.
Wiseman. They'd have picked lower in the draft and just put pieces by each other. And the one thing people don't like to talk about is when you have a dynasty, then free agents want to come over because you're the team that's winning. So they would have had
Right.
no problem picking up free agents on a minor deal because they know Golden State's going to the finals, and I'm their missing piece off the bench. I'm their missing piece that they need. Look, this is why I don't like Draymond because
Mm-hmm.
he proved that he was a turncoat. One minute you calling LeBron a bitch, minute you calling him your boy. How does that make sense?
That part. Yeah, he learned from the
That,
best one, Martavian. He learned from the best. He learned from Jay Reed, because I never forget when Jay Reed jumped spent $1 million on his body, like his $1 million
allegedly,
worth of nuts, $1 million nut sack on the Raymond, got him kicked out. Jay Reed did not even get, we played basketball on the street. That's the most disrespectful thing you can do to anybody, stand over and walk over to somebody. Period. That's the most disrespectful thing you can ever do. And you remember that summer. And y'all remember that summer. Check this out. And then I'm going to pass it on. Then you remember that summer. He was hanging out with Tristan Thompson and Jay Reed, and Tristan Thompson allegedly smacked the living dog pissed out of him, Kardashian. Smacked the living dog pissed out of him. Then all of a sudden he signed with Clutch. But go ahead.
look. Oh, go ahead, Lemon Pepper. Go ahead. You got the flow.
I was just gonna say Draymond did to KD, he didn't need to do that because Draymond was gonna get paid no matter was gonna get paid no matter what because he was doing broadcast, he was getting advertising, he was getting all that, but
Mm-hmm.
some reason he let Jay Reed get inside his head, convince him that he was one of the best players in the league, which he's not. He's just an average player. He's just an average player. Next thing you know, like every time, it's like, see, Price, am I wrong about this show? Every time Draymond Green is threatening not to give him his money, what he does, he's trying to sabotage the other guy and make him leave. Because he did to KD, he did it to Baby Steph Curry.
He's the fire punch Jordan Poole.
Yeah. Like he does it every single time because he said he's not gonna get a $100 million deal.
That
So
part.
Well,
like
let's break this down.
Mhm.
I believe LeBron when he says he spends over $1 to $2 million on his body and the media because he's paying people in the media.
Oh yeah.
How can you
Hey
lose a
Martavian, I'm glad
series?
you said that because this is why I don't take all, you know how they always say that this is why I don't debate them dudes on TikTok, because the dudes on TikTok, y'all retarded, but I gave y'all the ultimate platform. If y'all want to go against some real heavy hitters that will put y'all in your place, come to Lions basketball community. We'll line y'all up in a row. Ain't no way on this planet Earth that Jay Reed is better than any of the original top 10 players that ever played this game. But again, they never explain why. Only thing they say is this: he's a great ambassador. It's nothing about basketball. You see that? So that let me know that you paid and bought for. And then number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Stephen A. You came out your own mouth and said, well, if you don't have LeBron, I don't have no LeBron number 1. I have him number 2. And you mad about me for having her at number 2. But you don't give no this specific basketball. Are we talking about basketball? Yes, basketball. That's why I don't understand how people be saying that he's better than anybody in the past. He's not, because this is why. He showed his hand too many times. And you just heard what he said on Mind the Game. He keep telling on himself, man. By me getting kicked out the first round, I don't lose no sleep over it. Really? But you got your little minions and you got your so-called homeboy putting out this garbage that people have been putting on for years that's going against this crap. That's
Look,
why I
you can
say
tell.
that another thing
You can.
too, before you take over, Marte, this is another thing too why I don't see this man being a owner. Because the NBA they already know what this man has done already. They already know what this man has done to the league. So, go ahead, Martavian.
When it comes to anybody else, Peter
Mm-hmm.
Bessie, David Aldrich, let me
Yeah.
see, Linda Cohn. I'm trying to make sure I get all the old school. Marv
Lisa
Albert,
Salters.
Lisa Salters.
Oh, I had to bust your,
There
I
were,
got to bust your grape about her right quick, bro. I know you said you was in love with Lisa Salters. Lisa Salters ain't coming to see you, Otis. You know she's dating the coach for the Indiana Fever.
yeah,
For
definitely.
those don't know, but carry on.
They were. They not only praised great players, but they also criticized. Every last one of them criticized. Some of them
Hmm.
took it over the top, but every last one of them criticized, and 9 times out of 10, they were criticized, not their personal, they criticized their overall game.
Hmm.
LeBron James' game doesn't get criticized enough
That
because
part.
you can spend all that money on EPO or White Castle
Allegedly.
burgers, but
Hmm.
EPO don't help you take a mid-range shot in the playoffs. EPO don't help you make better decisions on inbounds passes. EPO don't help you take a step back three. EPO gives you the opportunity to do it, but it doesn't make
Hmm.
you do it. LeBron
Hmm.
has little to no skill. when it comes to clutch plays. He does what he always does. Long three, drive to the basket. Anything else is a chuck. And I'm not even
Right.
talking about it like a Charles. It's just you chuck it up. If it goes in, it goes in. Anybody can do that. But with the greats, you know they're going to get to their spot. 9 times out of 10, they're going to knock it down. And not only that, they're going to be talking shit to you the whole time they go into their spot.
Mm-hmm. Another thing too, Martin, you just hit home to me. This is another thing that I'll be saying too. And Lemon Pepper Lou, this is what and I've been harping on this, right? They've been saying that these dudes are bigger, stronger, faster, whatever, right? I don't understand how nobody cannot stop this dude. If he can't drive to the paint, hit you with that chicken wing, which is an offensive foul anyway. You know what I mean? You know he gonna do that little step back thing that he does. And another thing too, how you ever seen a superstar, one of the greatest players that we've seen all kind of eras, right? I know I've been watching 4 decades, right? I ain't never seen a superstar of his caliber that be so left wide open in my life, but him.
Now, people are going to say that's because of the spacing, that's because of blah, blah, blah. No,
Right.
no. Defensive have this thing called a defensive game plan on you. You have an offensive defensive game plan, a defensive game plan. You also have a playoff game plan, and you have a playoff defensive game plan. Everybody knows in the playoffs, LeBron ain't it when it comes to getting to a spot, and that spot is going to be shaded either red or blue. Red for hot, blue for cold as ice. Defenses know in this situation, leave LeBron open for 3. Why do we know this? Because Greg Popovich made his living scheming defenses to force LeBron to take jump shots. And let's keep this in mind, everybody. LeBron is 1-3 against Pop in the finals. Not
just like he's 1-3 against Steph. But go on.
So this is why in that game that Ray Allen saved LeBron's bacon. That's why he was able to take those wide open threes that he bricked. Nobody else bricked them but himself. Because Pop was like, let him shoot. I will live with him shooting rather than, get put in a position where he's this knockdown 3-point shooter. But you know the difference between LeBron and Michael Jordan? Even though Michael Jordan was not a deadly 3-point shooter, when the game was on the line, you didn't want his ass shooting the ball. I don't give a damn for some 3, for 2, going to the line. They would rather triple team Michael Jordan on the 3-point line and let somebody else beat him, a la Steve Kerr, a la Bill Paxton. I can't tell you how many times I've seen Jeb Bushler get wide open threes because they're like, we're not letting Jordan score. Let's stop acting like 92 finals didn't happen where they left Jordan wide open because they were sitting up there saying he's not a 3-point shooter and he put a record on. Had 35 at halftime. 6 threes. 6 made threes. How'd that work out for you?
And
I've never seen. I'll say this before Lemon Pepper. I'm gonna say this before Lemon Pepper comes and clean it up. The book on Jordan was do not let him shoot. Period. The book on LeBron, let him shoot. Period.
That part.
Go ahead, Lemon Pepper.
And I just gonna say, don't forget who really won the championship for the U.S. team this summer. It was Steph Curry and KD. LeBron didn't really LeBron didn't really do that much because without KD and Steph Curry, they don't win that gold medal this summer. But
Yeah,
LeBron
they had to give him that. Yeah, they had to give him that. We know why they had to give him that, right? Because you remember 2008, the Redeem team, we know who was the leader of that squad, right? So
it wasn't LeBron James.
It was Kobe, the late great Kobe Bean Bryant. So then let's fast forward. Look at all these accolades that he has in his career. Mind you, he got so many millions in the media. Now, his resume should be in question. Without doubt, should be in question. Without a doubt, it should be in question.
And
Because how the hell he
T
makes the second team, I don't know. He don't deserve to be second team. I thought J Dub should have been on. I think either who's
Steph
on,
Curry,
who all made the second team, y'all? Because I'm late to the party. Jalen Brunson, did he make the second team?
second
I
team.
think so.
They showing the second team right here. Bronson, Curry, Ant Man, LeBron, and your boy from Cleveland, the big man.
Mobley. Oh, Evan Mobley.
Yeah.
All right, who was the third team? Anybody know who the third team is? Cause they do first, second, and third team. I gotta look it up.
And plus, I was going to say this real quick. You
Go ahead.
remember those last 3 minutes against the Utah Jazz where Jordan led? You said, and they were that. Everybody thought, oh, the Bulls gonna lose that game. They're gonna go to a game 7. But what Jordan does in the last 3 minutes, he scored what 8 points to win the end of the game. Like
Yeah.
you think LeBron can do that? No, I don't think so.
See, here's the problem, Lemon Pepper. LeBron has always had the potential to do that. He just chose not to.
He be having the same IQ since he was 8 years old, and he makes the right basketball play. That's all we been hearing him say.
Did Michael Jordan's role Scott Burrell on Karl Malone to get the steal while he cherry picks down the court? No. Jordan when he got that. He's the one that made the steal. He's the one that came up. He's the one that got them in the offensive set. He's the one that got to his spot. Looking at Byron Russell, letting him know, I'm getting ready to hit this on you, right?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't brick the shot. He got into a good rhythm, double dribble. And I don't mean double dribble as a violation. 2 dribbles. Hezzy took the shot, held the hand up, knocked the shot down. And guess what, everybody? That wasn't the game winner at the buzzer. They still had to play this thing called defense.
Yep.
Everybody played defense to stop Utah from scoring. And they won. He wasn't sitting over there in the corner blowing on his goddamn hands while Kyrie dances on Curry. Or in this case, while Pippen dances on Russell. Jordan took the shot. We live and die with me.
Right.
I can't do nothing but respect that.
Right.
Yeah, I said, yeah, Scottie Pippen for that whole game with his back so messed up, he couldn't barely move after the game. Like, the way the Bulls won that game was like, not only with defense, but with clutch moments in that game. Because Utah was dominating. Utah did kind of dominate that whole game, but those last 3 minutes, the Bulls just did what the championship team do. They found a way to win.
Lemon Pepper Lou. The Utah Jazz was dominating that game because remember, it was a wide open dunk Pippen took early in the second quarter and went to the locker room. They put Tony Kukoc in, where was getting his ass baked, seasoned, fried, and put in a pan with some bread in it. Jordan didn't start turning it on into the second half.
Yep.
They were down by as much as 16 points.
Like I said Utah dominated the game. It's just the last 3 minutes in the fourth quarter, that's when the Bulls came together and they won the game.
But I had to put it in perspective.
Like
for people who wasn't there.
To me, the man who dominated the underrated player to me was Antoine Carr. That man right there at the center position He was almost looked like he was unstoppable in that whole series. Nobody, the Bulls big man could not hang with him. The
And
point guard.
Shannon Anderson, and I want to call him Ronald Isley, but Howard Isley were underrated. They hit some big clutch time shots to try to keep the Bulls away.
So I was more worried about Utah winning that series in Chicago, right? With the way every game was going.
Utah was one of the toughest places to play in the NBA for
You got that
years,
right.
for decades.
Mm.
They were loud, they were obnoxious, but they
Mm-hmm.
liked good basketball.
Yeah, they
You can
did.
say what you want about Utah being such and
A
such
Mormon.
state, this, that, and
Yeah,
other,
Mormon. Yeah.
but they filled that arena for John Stockton and Karl Malone. Remember, before the San Antonio Spurs broke the record, the Utah Jazz had the record of most consecutive 50-win and playoff appearances in a row with 19.
Yep.
San
Those are
Antonio
facts.
broke it with 21.
Mm-hmm.
They were always in the mix. So anybody that want to sit there and say, "Oh, he beat Utah," Utah wasn't no damn HC. Utah was always in the mix with the Rockets, San Antonio, the Seattle Supersonics, and the Portland Trailblazers. They were all jockeying for Western Conference Finals, semis, and it was Utah's turn. They just
What
ran into the best player.
wasn't the Suns? Didn't Jordan have to play Barkley
Yeah, but that was after the Suns only made it to the conference finals twice. Utah made it
twice?
to the conference
Okay.
finals 4 times
Oh Lord.
because they lost to Seattle in 95, 96.
Mm-hmm.
They lost to, I want to say, either Portland or the Lakers in the
Mm.
early 80s and 90s. They beat Shaq and Kobe, I want to say
Mm.
twice. Yeah, so that would have been 4 times.
Okay.
Once Houston was out of there, but oh yeah, they beat Houston in the conference finals in '97. That's right, they did beat Houston in the conference finals. So they had to go
Okay.
through the Elijah ones at one point.
Right. Right. Okay. Okay. So y'all see these jerseys? This is supposed to be straight out of Compton, number 77. They proposing for the Lakers. I guess they're gonna get. I guess they're gonna get rid of the lake show. You know that that glittery stuff. Mm. I just wanted to throw that out there for my people because we do announcements. That would be a great move for Q Vision. Mm.
Shoot, what they need to do is fire JJ Redick because he don't know what the fuck he's doing.
You know they
Yeah.
ain't gonna do that.
You wishing upon a star. I wish upon a star.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
you see,
cause
they gave the black man his walking papers and give the white man the excuse. Those are facts. They didn't give Frank Vogel all this grace, and he won them a championship in the bubble.
But remember, the bubble championship is the ultimate draw four card because 1 minute it counts, next minute it don't. You can change whatever narrative with that bubble championship. You want to make me believe that bubble championship was the hardest one to win when you didn't have to face a crowd? Get out of here.
how did
Yeah.
how that doesn't even make sense.
No,
Hold on.
I'm always live on this. If they did not take a break, the Clippers will win that championship that year.
Lemon pepper
They was the
Lou.
only one that was able to practice, though. A lot of people don't know the
Thank
Lakers
you,
was the
thank
only
you,
one the
T.
team that
Thank
could
you, T.
practice.
Price. Thank you, T
They was the
Price.
only team
Because
that could practice. I mean, I ain't gonna lie about it. Like, look, this is factual information. They was the only team, and you remember people telling themselves all the time, right? What did Patrick Beverly said? You know, when Brian says something, that means we got to do it right. All right, case closed.
look,
Then you
when
heard
stories
that.
were when stories were leaking out that they were holding secret practices in LA at LeBron's house or at other places, they should have been
Hmm.
disqualified because according to the quote unquote C-19 rules, there was not supposed to be no type of contact unless it was sanctioned by the Department of Disease Control or the league. They knew what they were doing. This is why I don't give nobody credit for that. You didn't get a good playoffs because there was people that didn't want to be there. There were people that was losing family members, so their head wasn't in the game. And let's not forget this: there were still people grieving over the baby goat Kobe's death.
Hmm.
So the one person that wanted it more than anything else is LeBron James. He was the number one person lobbying not to cancel the rest of the season.
Hmm. That's why
What was it?
Patrick Beverly said what he said. When LeBron said play, that means we all got to play.
Was that the COVID season? Is that the one you referring to?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
That's not
So
I
allegedly.
don't know.
right,
I don't know.
I remember that when they canceled that season in March. I
Mm-hmm.
remember they saying we're not bringing it back because human lives are more important than a basketball game, and they held that narrative for 2.5 months, and then out of
Hmm.
nowhere, the
Ding ding
narrative
ding ding
changed to
ding.
we gotta make sure that we reward these players for what they did during the season. So they took a mysterious vote and got a mysterious answer. To me, that will always be tainted because remember, AD got injured right before the shutdown,
That was a fact.
Mm.
and that's how the Clippers. They were like, you know what, an injured Lakers team with an injured Anthony Davis. We do not think that this Laker team will win against the Clippers. And then the shutdown happened, and this man got
Mm.
2.5 months to repair and practice and do all this stuff. Nah, look, if something sounds too good to be true, more than likely it probably is.
2.5 months off, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I said if they gonna take time off, the Clippers won the championship that year. Because the Clippers was in a groove at that time.
Who's gonna want to
I
play
remember that. I
basketball
remember that
after
like it
two
was
and a half
yesterday.
month break?
Y'all remember them chopping it up with Ticket before the pandemic even started. And then when the pandemic started, that brought a lot of the homies and a lot of the sisters together. Cause y'all remember, I remember one of my favorite Ticket streams that he did. I got so many that he liked, but one of my favorite ones that he did. Y'all remember when the Clippers lost that game? He broke everything up in his. He tore everything up when the Clippers lost. I'm a boy Ticket,
Look,
man. And then he showed it
look,
in the summer what he did. Like, look what I did, y'all. Look what I did, man. And he fixed them back up. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good, Jay Reed. Just
Why?
give Kareem back his basketball. And you're gonna have to give it back and give it to him while he's alive. Don't wait till he's dead. Then you can't keep it. I'm telling you, y'all, it's gonna come out, y'all. I've been calling this for years. It's gonna come out. You can't be doing all this dirt to people and acting like you so much better than somebody. Cause look, even his fans don't even say what he did this year was not. That's not being a man. You're gonna come to an hour. You're gonna come right before an hour of the All-Star game to announce that you wasn't playing. That lets you know he think the NBA is all about him.
That
It
was a
is.
but
flex.
when you
That
but when
that
you were
was a flex.
17 years old and you being promised the NBA, and you've had the NBA all the way up from your teens, 20s, 30s, and now in your 40s, you
Mm-hmm.
can't turn that drug off. I don't care what
Yeah.
nobody says. That drug is not gonna
Yeah.
just gonna be out of your system. He thinks
No.
that the
Man.
world is his, and it's
Right.
not.
Cause he's been and it's been like that for 20 some years. You think you gonna just pop up the weasel and change? No. This is a process. It was a process to get here. It's gonna be another process to get away from here. Okay?
And you
Hmm.
know what's
Why you
another
think
thing
it's
too, y'all? Because this was a topic today on First Take this morning, right? They said if SGA or Ant Man, I tapped into it a little bit on 2 streams ago on
Mhm.
my channel, but they were saying that are they gonna be the face of the NBA? They got the little pom poms on. That's why I don't trust the Morris twins. Yeah, y'all played at Kansas, but y'all wet the bed, okay? You was sitting there talking all that crap to VCU that one year with Shaka Smart, and they beat y'all. Yeah, you
Mhm.
could have, yeah, but at the same time, we already know one of you played with Jay Reed and one of you played with Luca.
Mhm.
I don't know which one to play, because y'all look so
I
much
think they
alike, 'cause y'all
both play with
identical,
Jay
right?
Reed. I think
They
they
both
both
played
play
with
with
Jay
Jay
Reed.
Reed.
But the thing is, Jay is a different breed, y'all. Like, I don't understand
Mhm.
this hate that this man getting. A free throw merchant? The dude is not even in the top 10 in free throws attempts in the league. So what are y'all talking about? But I get it. When James Harden was doing it, it was okay. When who else was doing that crap? Um
Trey Young.
Oh yeah, Trey Young. Look at Trey Young is now. He can't get no calls no more. Crying. Y'all ain't say nothing about that. This man is literally going to the hole, going to the basket to draw fouls. And another thing too, this is what made me thought about the Timberwolves. Timberwolves' chance to steal the game was last night. You see how many bench points they had last night? They bench kept them in the
Mhm.
game.
That sure
They had over
did.
six. They had damn near 60 some points, man. I was watching the game. I was like, wow. But my mind, and I thought about Martavian instead too. My boy hit me up too. Was like, hey man, you know, every Memorial Day we always have a classic. I was like, man, Martavian said the same thing, and that was a classic. It was good back and forth, but again, turnovers. This is why I picked OKC to
That's
win the
it.
series. Minnesota are
Turnover.
too sloppy with the basketball, and it's gonna come back to bite them. And
Right.
hey, hey, you know what, Shannon Sharp? Yeah, you from Georgia like me, but I'm not a trot mouth
Oh no.
and hold on. Is Jackie still in here?
Yeah, she here.
Sister
Jackie,
Jackie,
baby
Sister
girl.
Yes,
Jackie, we got
I'm
to
here.
now. I know we ain't talking about your Pittsburgh Steelers, Lord have mercy.
Oh,
But
y'all
anyway,
good.
I got,
Mhm.
but check this out, right?
I was cooking.
This
I'm
man
sorry.
spent $25,000 per butt cheek.
Please
Now,
They
don't
do
do.
in Atlanta.
Please don't do that
hey, you
because
know what
that
the
brings
devil
up
is a
a.
lot. Let me tell you something. My older sister, she stayed in Atlanta, right? She been there since she was 18, going to Spelman, right? And guess who was her roommate was in college? Just guess, y'all.
Halle
She was
Berry.
Chili.
part of TLC. I give you an
Part
answer.
of
She was a part of
TLC.
TLC. Yep.
TLC.
Left eye.
Let me see. Left eye.
Nope.
Chili.
Yep.
Chili. Chili.
Chili was my sister roommate in college, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. That's.
when I first met her, I was young. This is like right before I was going through my mess or whatever. So my older sister was like, I need to see my big brother. So I met Chili and everything like that. I was just like, I was young. I was like 9 at the time. And she was looking at me. She's like, hey. I looked at her. I was like, don't you touch me. She
Oh
said, why?
Lord
I was like,
Jesus.
I looked at her. I was like, you pretty and everything, but you're not going to be a happy woman. She said, what makes you say that? I looked at her. I was like, you're not going to be a happy woman growing up. Like, you're not. Because
Oh
as the saying
Lord.
goes, the prettier you are, the more problems you have with them, right? That's male or female. That's
He,
what old folks
he,
told me.
She's
Am I
not happy
right,
with
Jackie,
me like
ladies?
that.
Jack,
Well,
She's not
I'm
happy.
not going. I'm not going to lie, T. Price. I'm pretty shot, so I have a happy life. So I'm happy of that. That actually.
Like,
Jack,
like, like, if you look over the
Jackie.
years, Tilly has
Why you
not been a
calling?
happy woman.
Why you calling my name?
Because he was addressing it to
Ah.
you. He said he was addressing it to you. I don't, the
I wasn't
name
addressing
is
it to
the
her. I would just want to know she was
name.
in here. She's all quiet like
Uh,
you. You know what I'm saying? I was just
yeah.
making sure. 'Cause I just heard the men talking, and you more than welcome
Right.
to come to my channel so I can give you a wrench. Even though I keep telling the brothers, man, I'm going on my sabbatical, man. So if Gigi come on, I come on. If my boy
We got.
Real Easy come on, I come on.
Mm,
But you know what, Martavis, I promise you, bro. When NBA Finals is what next week on the fifth, the
June.
day before my mom's
What is it?
birthday.
June. What is
Yeah,
it? June.
it started on June the
June
5th.
5th.
Cause my mom's birthday is June 6th. So
Okay.
yeah, so I'll do a stream next week. But every once in a while, y'all. Hey, Lemon Pepper, you already know how I get down. When I say I'm going on sabbatical, do I go on sabbatical? Yeah,
I
I'll be
know
gone
you
for the
do.
whole summer.
I know
I'll
you
be
do, but
gone.
see, we got grown folk business.
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
suck it now,
We got
dog.
grown folk. We can take a sabbatical and do grown folks business. Okay, try to get us a
Okay,
couple of
hold on,
clients
yeah,
hold
in
on.
here.
I need to get on y'all
yeah,
level right
yeah,
quick, cause I'm about to start singing
Yeah.
my gospel hit. I'm about to be like the gospel
Uh,
keynotes here in a minute. Once this weed hit my system, Lord have
Come
mercy.
on now. Oh, you gonna take a
like,
sabbatical while I'm trying to start grown folks business and I'm asking you to be a contributor. One of the legends of the debate, okay?
hey,
yeah,
Come on now.
Jackie,
yeah,
what are you cooking?
yeah.
Jackie
Huh?
said she was cooking. I want to know what Jackie's
Yeah.
cooking. That would tell me what type of woman she is. Come on out, Jackie, please.
Tell you
Pretty
what
please, you
she
cook on
Uh-oh.
cooking.
top.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hey,
Uh-oh.
please don't tell me what you're cooking, Jack. 'Cause I live in Oregon where niggas don't know how to cook out here. Man, I'd be
What
starving
you
like
make?
Marvin out here, boy. Lord have me. That's why
Oh,
I'm
What you
going
make?
back home this year.
What you make today, Miss Jackie?
I did cream of mushroom chicken with rice and green beans.
Come on
Ooh,
now.
Lord. What you got
You
for
know
dessert,
what?
girl? You got some black eye,
What?
you got some banana pudding in
T
there, some
Price,
sweet potato pie,
T
some sweet
Price.
potato pie. Not no Patty LaBelle. Not no Patty LaBelle
Oh.
fake pies. I want a good old Negro spiritual sweet potato bread.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't
Mm.
want no whipped cream and all that. I already got enough saliva. It's gonna be
Oh
all in my mouth
Lord.
eating the pie.
No,
Oh
Connie
Look,
knows.
Lord. Oh Jesus.
look, T
Connie knows
Price. Did
about
you
my
see?
mama
Did,
cakes.
did you
Huh?
hear
I
Okay.
say
how
Connie knows
quietly she
about my
said
mama
that?
cakes.
About your what,
How she
Jackie?
said what?
My mama
How she
cakes.
said what she was cooking? She
Oh,
said it so low,
the
like she
what?
was
The
like,
pound cake.
I don't.
Yeah,
What the homemade pound cake?
yeah.
Oh Lord
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Make you want to get some ice cream, some vanilla.
Nah, I can't do that dairy, man. I'm not told, man. The devil is a lie,
Hey, when it
man.
comes to
Yeah,
when it comes to ice cream, I'll take the hit. I'm lactose ignorant,
yeah,
but
I
I'll
will
definitely take the
too.
I'm
hit.
lactose intolerant, but I
I'll take
still
the
eat
hit
it.
for I'll take
I
the
can't
hit for
take them
this
hits.
pie
Oh,
for the
I'll take it.
pound cake. Her
You
mama
remember
sent me
what
pound
Brian
cake.
McKnight said?
Her,
I'll take it.
her mama's pound cake is so famous. She sent it from Florida. Okay, come on now.
Sure, I should make my mama famous because everybody know First Lady Price know how to throw down now. 'Cause my mom used to feed us and everybody in the whole church used to come to my family house on Sundays. And you think any of them Negroes help me wash them dishes?
Mm-mm.
Look, Miss Jackson.
Yes.
I appreciate you knowing how to do a skill called cooking because
That's
Mm.
that is one thing that true women know how to do, and
Well,
that's
thank
cook.
you.
and
That's
hey,
part of
I've
the
been seeing too many
qualification.
videos. I've been
Connie
seeing too
do
Yeah,
many
that's
that.
part of
videos of
the.
these women spending $12,000 on a date, and they
Mm-hmm.
supposed to be going to date with the boyfriend, and then the husband
Mm-hmm.
looking at them like, who these greedy folks is sitting at the table? You broke? No, you
Mm-hmm.
broke because you want me to pay your. I'll be stupid as hell.
Well,
Oh,
I do.
Jackie, what,
Connie had my potato salad and stuff like that.
You better
Oh,
oh
who
not
yeah,
put
made the
we
raisins
potato
in it.
salad too? Who made the
we
potato
put it
salad?
there. We from the dirty, dirty. We got the same recipe. Same recipe.
Yeah, I'm from
Wait.
the
Let her
dirty,
talk,
dirty.
Jackie. Let her talk, Gigi. Miss Jackie,
Say,
go
Yes.
ahead.
I used to work with Connie, so I know. Well, I'm sorry, Gigi. I used to work with her, so
you can call me
She
um,
got a
Connie.
southern name.
You can call me Connie. I ain't got no warrants, okay? Shit, chicken.
Hey, Gigi, just the fact that I know your name,
Mm,
your first name, that lets me know everything Southern about you. I don't even have to ask what your specialty is. I already know you got several specialties.
mm.
That just
So
let
Jackie,
wait.
hold on, Jackie.
huh?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Gigi and Jackie. You
Mm.
had grandmothers in the family, right or wrong?
Both of
Great
my
grandmother was
grandmothers have
106
passed.
when she passed away.
And the reason why I'm saying that
Great
is
grandma
because
was
I'm saying that for a reason. Because you were taught by tradition, not by some bullshit.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, cooking, cleaning, washing, working, raising the kids, sewing clothes, going to church 5, 6, 7, 8. You don't let them have revival, convocation, doing all of that while taking care of your husband, okay? And you're not.
Look.
I know. My
I'm gonna
mama
tell you.
did all
Yeah,
that.
I'm gonna tell you just like this. That my dad is from the
we
South.
didn't, we
He's from
didn't, we didn't,
Tennessee.
we didn't have no prenup. We didn't have. We didn't have no prenups back in those days. My parents were married for 78 years. We didn't have no prenups. It's till you die. Okay?
My dad is from Tennessee, Memphis, Tennessee, West Memphis, Tennessee. My grandmother, I'm sorry, my great grandma, because his mother passed when he was 14, so I never got a chance to meet my grandmother on my dad's side. But his great grandmother, or his grandmother, who would have been my great grandmother, was named Medea Washington. I'm
My
sorry, Medea.
grandmother name is Medea.
Medea.
Now,
Medea.
now,
My grandma name is Medea. Well, her real name we call her Medea, but
Medea.
her name is
Yeah.
Corrine. But we call her
But
Medea.
she actually is a woman, Lord have
Medea.
mercy, instead of a man dressing up
Oh
in a
no,
skirt.
she's
Talk
the
about
real deal.
I already know ain't no Matilda, ain't no Mrs. Doubtfire, allegedly. Lord have mercy. Don't have me
so
start
let me
preaching up
tell
in
you,
here now.
Lord have mercy.
let me tell you
Joanna
something
man
about
too.
Let me tell you something about a conversation I had with my great grandmother on my 10th birthday in 1991. She came down on the Greyhound from Memphis to St. Louis, and my
Uh-oh.
birthday's in August. You already know that. I said it already like 9 times. And she came down. I hugged her up. I talked to her. She sat me down, and she said, "Boy, we ain't taking you to no damn Chuck E. Cheese. We ain't taking you to no
Mm-hmm.
old country buffet. What we gonna do is you tell me what you want for your birthday dinner, and I'm gonna go in there and cook it." And I was like, "Okay." And then she was like, "Now I wanted you to know something because I'm my father's only son." She was like, "When you look for a woman, if she can't cook, if she can't respect you, if she doesn't take care of herself, you leave her the fuck alone." And I
Shots
never
fired.
got that. So when I hear women that take pride in doing women things, now I know how to cook, but I know how to cook from osmosis because everybody in my family cook. But when you know women that know how to run and carry and to keep house, that is a lost art.
Yes.
We're sitting up
And
here
you know
talking
what's
about
because
we're sitting
we already know, Martavian. What's closest thing to a man's heart is a woman that can
his
cook.
goddamn
Lord have
stomach.
mercy. Oh my Lord Jesus.
Now,
Lord,
Y'all
Lord,
get
I just need to testify. Shuma
y'all.
mahaya, 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 mahaya,
Yeah,
mahaya,
talking
mahaya,
about
mahaya.
grown folks. Cause see, I don't know. I don't know if I'm wrong or not. But see, it makes my heart feel real good when I know I done made my man's favorite meal. He's enjoying it. He's working, paying the bills. I'm working, paying bills. We coming together. He ain't got me going down the street to Shanika's house to get some top ramen, okay? Cause I ain't cooking.
Ha 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 ha, Tom Roberts.
Huh? Yeah.
well,
He going around
listen to
there.
this, Gigi. Gigi,
He, he going around there.
a, a man's home is his castle, but it's only a real castle
Yeah,
when it has a queen in there.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And see,
Yep,
the thing about it
You
is,
cannot have a castle without a queen.
that's a
see,
fact.
the thing about it is,
That's the old
when I
folks
was
teaching
growing
right there.
up, when I was growing up, the man, he was presented with all kind of things. You know, he had to work, he had to do the cut the grass, he had to take the horses. We had horses. He had to take the horses out. He had to go hunting. He had to raise the food, drive the tractor, drive the dump truck for the city that he couldn't even live in. Okay, come on now.
Hey,
Not the dump
one thing
truck.
my daddy used to tell
Mm,
me all the time. One thing my pops used to rest in peace, my pop. My pops used to tell me this all the time, right, son? Let me tell you something. I'm like, yes, sir. He'd be like, man, don't work. He don't
He
eat
don't
nothing.
eat.
You know what
he
I'm
don't
saying? So
eat.
I always live by that, right? But this is the thing of how I told y'all. I know Gigi and Omar Taylor. I'm not close to my family like my other sibling is, right? So when I used to sit there trying to talk to my mom about relationships and stuff like that, she used to laugh in my face. She'd be like, "Boy, what kind of woman wants you?" I'm like, "What you say? Did you just really say that to me?"
Wow.
You know, and
Oh
then
Lord,
I'm telling you, I'm telling you, my
Jackie,
mom, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
my
Jackie, you hear
mom,
that?
she's the
Yes.
sweetest person in the world. But boy, that mouth of hers, boy, she'll make you, man, she make you feel like you ain't nothing. You know, women words is always scornful. Anyway, you know, they
Mm-hmm.
twist and turn. Because, you know, the last time I talked to her, she get upset with me. She was like, how come you don't talk to me about your women, about your wife? You treat your wife, I'm like, why should I talk to you about her, mom? She's like, why, baby? I'm your mom. I'm like, I know you my mom, but you remember when I was trying to talk to you when I was little? You used to laugh in my face. Everybody used to
Mm-hmm.
sit there and laugh in my face, and then and you used to tell me, you know, what kind of woman want me and all this and that. I know I'm not your favorite, but I'm still your child.
Oh Lord.
You know,
It's kind of funny that T Price is saying this because I have similar experience with my mother. My mother used to tell me when I was growing up, and my mother's from St. Louis, born and raised. My dad is from the South. My grandmother on my mother's side is from the South. She's from Mississippi, and her parents are from, I want to say, Alabama. And my grandma was the traditional woman. My mother don't know how to cook because she didn't want to learn what my grandma was teaching her. And I love my grandmother Mary. I love her a lot because of how when she died, you knew that she was the linchpin to the family because everything fell apart the day she fell asleep in death. Everything fell,
Right.
and I'm not
Right.
talking about everything as as just like everything. Literally, families were broke in half the day she died. She took care of her
Yeah.
brothers. She took care of her nephews when their mother
Mm-hmm.
died. She kept money um, hidden in the house, in her apartment. You know, grandma's death literally shook the fabric of our family. And it's almost been she died in '04. It's almost been
Mm.
21 years since she passed. And the family still not has healed from
I, I I was just thinking, you know
I say all that to say
how
this. I say
uh cheap price bastard.
I ain't saying that his mic going in and out.
Is he
no,
Oh,
outside?
somebody
okay.
called me. Somebody
Oh,
called
somebody
me.
called
Oh,
me.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go
Okay,
ahead,
what
bro.
I
was you
say
saying,
all
Mr. Marshall?
Are you
I say all
outside?
that to say this. My grandma's greatest reputation is she was a good woman and she took care of
Mm-hmm.
her household. And I
Mm-hmm.
can't think of a better reputation to have. And we could just leave the genders out of it. I can't think of a
Right.
better reputation to have. To you will always take care of your family all the way until the
Mm-hmm.
last breath you take. And you
Mm-hmm.
know,
Mm-hmm.
ironically, I'm gonna tell you
Well,
this little short story. Um, when I went to a bookstore, and I told you my grandma's name is Mary Jackson. So I went to a bookstore and I was talking to this female, and she was smiling at me and gave me all the green lights. We had a little bit of a conversation, but as we were getting ready to go, I did just like Jay Z. Oh, before I leave, what's your name? When she told me that
Mm.
her name was Mary, I had to find out more about her. And we've been together for 20 years ever since then.
Mm.
And this everybody in my family says you literally found a replacement for your grandmother. And I didn't think about it like that, but my wife
Right.
cleans, she takes care of the household, and newsflash, everybody, she don't ask me for money. And the reason why I say that, because she makes her own money, and everything that she
Mm.
does, she contributes to the household without me having to say a motherfucking thing. And I have nothing but respect for her. Nothing
Amen.
but.
And that's how it's
Well,
That's
supposed to
facts.
be. That's how it's supposed to
That's
do. Because
facts.
I'm just gonna tell you a short story about me, right? So when my dad died, right, that was the first time. There, I think about something. My mom and dad was together 49 years, but they was together since they was 9 years old. So when my dad died in
Oh.
2020, in
Mm.
2020, that would have been their 50th wedding anniversary, right?
Mm.
So so they've been together a long time. So when my dad
Long
died,
time.
I never forget this. I was sitting at the old house in Kansas in Junktown, and my mom, she scolded me. She went the new one in me, like telling me off without cussing, by the way. And
Mm.
me and my older sister, we both got it. 'Cause my older sister, she knows what I went through, because she asked questions. She asked, what did I go through? 'Cause me and my older sister,
Mm.
we got a more of a bond. My twin brother and my little sister, they both wanted the same. That's why they always bump heads. And guess what? Them two is my mama favorites. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? So, and she like my older sister too, because that's her firstborn. But anybody that knows my family, I met people right now, right? They know who my mama is, right? They know who my sister, they know my brother,
Mm.
they know my cut, they
Mm.
know my nephews and everything. But they don't know nothing about me. I used to tell people, I told this person out here, like, how you gonna tell me who my mama and my daddy is? That is not
Oh
your mama.
Lord.
It's not your daddy. Like, they never mentioned you before. Oh, they never have. This ain't the first time I heard it. You know what I'm saying? So I was
Right.
always one of the ones that was always kept in the dark. You know what I'm saying, about everything. My cousins, I told you I got the quietest phone in America. That's why I understand how these dudes get caught up. I'm like, man, you might as well be like me. Don't talk to nobody. Don't talk to
Lord
nobody.
have mercy.
It,
That's
it,
that,
that, that,
but that.
yeah,
I mean, there's somebody for everybody. I'm not saying that everybody should have somebody. Sometimes there's a point in your life, like me. I was with mine for 35, and now I've been without him for 15. Okay, you do the math. I'm not doing it for you. But sometimes you have to be by yourself to learn to love yourself. Huh, Jackie? Huh?
Yeah.
But it's
well.
funny. It's funny you say that, Miss Gigi, and I respect your opinion because those are facts. But you learn more about yourself when the pressure's on than when the pressure's off.
facts.
Mhm.
Yes.
So
Mhm.
for me,
Yes.
I learned a lot about myself when I went to prison. I learned a lot about
Mhm.
how my mindset truly is. In a scrape, am I willing to do whatever it takes to survive? And when you
Mine too.
Mhm.
learn that about yourself, that makes being a man easier when you do have
Hmm.
somebody, because the selfishness of the teenage years is gone. we
Right.
Hmm.
we we identify men not because they can give a woman a baby. A child can give a little girl a baby. That's the easy part.
Mhm.
We
Right.
define men on what you do when you have responsibility, when you have a
And
family, when you have land,
right.
a home, not an apartment, but a home that you got to maintain.
Right.
You got to cut grass. You got to make sure there's repairs around the house. Are you a
Right.
lazy
Right.
ass nigga that when you get money, the only thing you're thinking about is your shoes, your car, and your stomach or your habits? Rather than when you get money, are you worried about your family, your kids, and
Mhm.
your last?
But see,
I
that
grew up
that is
around
not
men. I
right.
grew up
That's
Well,
not
around men. I didn't
that,
grow up
well,
that's
around
not
boys.
right. That's not in the agenda anymore because nowadays you got people with 14, 15 babies ain't paying no child support. So what kind of accountability and responsibility is that? The book says,
But
"Love thy
a lot
neighbor
of that
as you love." Huh?
a lot of that is learned behavior. A lot of that
Yeah.
is a tradition of irresponsibility passed down to the
Right.
next generation. T Price says this
Right.
all the time that each generation gets worse, and he's absolutely
Yep.
correct.
The
But
Bible
see,
says that.
that's why when God judges, he don't judge women first. He goes to the head
Yep.
and say, "You had the responsibility to keep your family intact. Why did you fail?" You can't blame the white man because you decide to get 5 women pregnant, have 10 kids, and don't take care of none of them.
Oh Lord, have
Mm-hmm.
mercy.
You
And
ate
it's a
the
good
food,
thing.
but
Yeah.
you didn't want to pay the check.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And you can't say nobody required you to do that. You chose not to do that because you learned that behavior from who? Huh?
Well,
So the biggest, go ahead, Lemon
Go ahead,
Pepper
Lou.
Lou.
Lou ready to
well,
come off the top rope. Go ahead, Lou.
Mm-hmm.
y'all kind of know my situation right now. Like
All
the
right.
thing I'm worried about, like the thing I'm worried about right now is if the thing I'm worried about right now is like when if I end up going, like what's gonna happen to all my family, because I'm worried about what's gonna happen to them if I'm not here no more. Are they gonna be okay without? Are they gonna be okay without me since I'm not here no more? Like, are they gonna be able to um live still live their life every single day? Are they gonna still
Right.
be able to love each other every single day? Because I'm not here no more. I'm not here no more to talk to them, hug them, kiss them, talk to them about their problems no more. Because I'm not here no more. That's the thing I'm
Right.
worried about. Like I'm still trying to get better, but if I don't get better, and if it is the end for me, if I am gone, what's going to really happen to them when I'm not here no more? That's the thing I'm worried about right
Mm-hmm.
now.
But you just proved
Well.
my point with what you
Mm-hmm.
just said, Lemon Pepper Lou. You're not worrying about yourself. You're worrying about yourself last. You're asking yourself, how do I keep my family protected and taken care of if I'm out of the picture? That proves that you're a
Mm-hmm.
man. That proves you care. Because part
Right.
of being a
That's true.
man is putting everybody else's needs before your own. And you're doing that. You're sitting up here fighting for your life, and you're not worrying about your life. You're worrying about your family's life. So I take my hat to you. I take my hat off to you for that. Because you could just be
Yeah.
sitting up here talking about some woe is me and this, that, and the other. You're like, how can I take care of my people, my children, my loved one, and I'm not here? So you don't have to prove to us you're a man. We know you're a man by how you carry yourself.
Those are facts.
Go ahead, T Price.
Now, I was going to say that's how I learned. When I got out, and this is why people don't understand that I got away from home. They took away from my family when I was 9 years old. 8, yeah, I was 9. I was in and out the system, all that stuff. And I finally came back home my freshman year. And well, that was my sophomore year. I came back home my sophomore year. I ended up, you know, graduating and everything like that. But I always was a loner. I always hung by myself. I couldn't hang out with my brother and my sister because they were so much ashamed of me. You know what I'm saying? And they were just, it's just like, yeah. I used to question God, like, God, am I the only one that go through this stuff? I used to really feel that way, right? So then once I got older, I would
Mm-hmm.
I meet people that were just like me going through it. But there
That's
was
the
like the difference
same
between
situation.
they said the difference between me and them is I'm truly a loner. They at least have
Mm-hmm.
somebody they can talk to. I'm a true loner for real. That's one thing I tell people all the time. You really want to get to know yourself, be by yourself for a while. I guarantee you, I've been with myself so long, I know myself inside and out. But at the same time, I sit there, I've been there, done that. I had one woman try to plant a baby on me. I told her straight up, we're doing a DNA
Lord
test.
Jesus. Lord
And then once
Jesus.
that and then once that happened, you know what I did? I'll tell you what happened. I was already out. Gigi, I tell y'all this. I told y'all this story before. I was already out here already. I was out here in Tacoma, Washington, with my childhood friends in 2014. I get a phone call just
Mm-hmm.
getting off work, hey, I gotta talk to you. Like, about what? I'm pregnant. I was like, oh, I was like, listen, if you really pregnant for real, was I knew she was pregnant, but my mom was wondering there. And she was like, I want you to come back and da 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 da, right? So I ended up going back to
Right.
Orangeburg, Missouri. She was from Missouri. So I went there and then my uncle was like, hey, nephew, you just got to do what you got to do, man. If this truly, if she ain't your baby, if this ain't your baby, just get a DNA test. You already know how to get down for your mama. Cause my mom, she on the daycare business. That what taught me not to have kids. That's why I was like, God, I don't want to mess with a woman that can have kids. Then God gave me all right. That's what you want, okay. Now you're gonna deal with some women that have kids. And Lord
Oh Lord
Jesus,
Jesus, Lord,
keep me by my
Jesus.
side, Lord, because I'm running for my life. I'm running for my life. I was running.
Well,
I had to get
you
away.
see you see.
I said, what?
I know I was
Keep
gonna say
going.
we
Yeah.
can see that in all these stories and testimonies that the one thing at the foundation is respect.
Mm-hmm.
Respect. If you
Mm-hmm.
don't respect yourself, you're not gonna respect nobody else. You know. And
Man.
if you're being raised with an entitlement behavior, attitude, critical thinking kind of situation, you don't respect nobody because you feel
That's
like you
why
entitled. You feel like you
I
entitled.
and I understand that because this is what makes me different compared to my siblings, right? And even
Hmm.
my cousins, right? I don't call, I don't ask nothing, I don't ask them for nothing. Nobody. I depend on myself and I depend on God. You see what I'm saying? And God gave me and I put
Hmm.
down those strong, humble beginnings that my daddy taught me about going out there and get it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go out there and get it. My dad used to tell me I don't care if I have to pick up horse poop just to survive. That's what I'm gonna do, son.
It's
He didn't
funny
want
you
me to get
say
in
that,
that.
T. Price. It's funny you
Uh-huh.
say that. When I got out, I was homeless for 18 months. You know what I'm saying? I went to a position where it's like the people that sits up there in your face all day telling you how much they love you. When you
Mm-hmm.
really
Hmm.
test how much they love you, they fail you every time.
Hmm.
So when I was
Yeah.
living in a car, living in a white Dodge Caravan for 18 months, and nobody wanted to hire me because I was ex-con. I had to do jobs under the table to get money until I was able to step up and get put myself into a hotel, weekly hotel.
Yo, I miss
I
the weekly
used to
motel.
right. I did so many times going to the clerk store just to get clean clothes, linens, and things like that. That taught me
Mm-hmm.
something about myself. What are you willing to do to keep your head above water? So let's fast forward 10 years from when I was homeless. I made my first $50,000 job.
Hmm.
Then I went up to $60,000. And the same people that were sitting up there that wouldn't answer the phone when I needed a shower or to use the bathroom or just to sleep on their couch. Now, guess what? It's their turn to go do their hardship. And instead of being the type of person where I'm petty, you know what I do? I turn around and show them how love is
Thank
supposed
you.
to be
Yes.
reciprocated.
You was
I
just about
Hmm.
tell
to
them
get
you
what
can,
I'm saying because this is how I feel in my life, right? Because I always been the low man on the toll pole, right? In my family, right? One thing I will say about my family is this: my cousins and stuff like that, right? They know what I went through because some of them I actually told the story to because they actually didn't have my number and actually reached out. Or I always been the person I always have to call everybody, right? It was always me have to call. I always have to call. I never understood. I used to ask God that all the time, like, how come I'm always to be the only one that got to call people? How can nobody? How can my cousins, my sisters, or my nephews, even my brother, just call me. Don't call me once in a while. That because
Hmm.
it's like I keep telling them, I'm like, y'all can whoop me down when I'm low, But at the same time, I know I'm gonna get blessed through all the stuff that I went through and my mess and everything. Once I get to that point, man, I'm not gonna rub it in their face like they always did me. Every time I'm home, I remember when you did this. I remember you did that. And I'll be sitting there saying to myself, yeah, a lot of stuff you talking about, y'all kiki and laughing about, you did it. And I'm the one that got the belt to the ass. You didn't.
You can't go forward looking backwards.
You know, that's why I
Nah.
moved on so much. Hey, Gigi, I moved on
Yeah.
so much, right? And then this one thing I don't understand about my family, right? They can say whatever they want to say to me, right? And they expect me to
Mm.
sit back and say anything. Nah, nah, nah. Because I already told them. I already told them. When I come back home, when they meet my wife and my future wife and everything like that, y'all ain't gonna run this sister off. I promise you that. And you think you was about to try to holler at her, ask her to get your number, try to add her on Facebook, asking her questions about me and everything like that? No, she's not gonna tell you nothing. Because
Mm.
number one, I don't be in y'all business. I don't be in your relationships. I treat all my nephews the same. Yeah, I'm closer to my oldest one, but
Right.
the first time I met my second oldest nephew on my dad's funeral.
Mm.
That's when
Lord
I first met
Jesus.
him. I'm talking about face to
Lord
face.
Jesus.
Even his wife.
Lord Jesus. You
I
know what?
really
You know what? You know,
go
one
ahead.
thing I think about. One thing I think about, and it always takes me back to the book. You know, the book of principles. And and one thing I do think about every time a person, don't meet that expectation, the book say put no confidence in man, right?
Hmm.
Put no he didn't say he didn't say if it was your cousin, your sister, auntie, Shanika them, Pookie them. No, he said put no confidence in man. So sometimes
Yep.
I think we set ourselves up because we expect things because of a title, because of a bloodline. But we have to remember, they use it all the time.
Hmm.
Cain, Cain killed
GG,
Abel, so Cain killed
GG,
Abel, so we can't. Huh?
GG. You're saying something that is going to be foreign to a lot of people because you have to believe that there's something powerful in you so you can accept what that powerful message is saying. Everywhere
Right.
in the
Mm,
Bible, it allows you to look at yourself and say, "Do
mm,
I meet these standards?" I could pull out two parts in the Bible. Proverbs chapter 31 tells you about being a
mm,
capable wife, and guess what? It teaches you how to be a capable man. Anything that Jesus said. So when you look at yourself and you say,
mm.
do I meet up? You have to be humble enough to say, no, I don't, or yes, I do.
Right,
And that's what's so
right.
important about what we're talking about. There's been many a times I had to look at myself with nobody around in my own little
Mm-hmm.
privacy and say,
Mm-hmm.
I don't match up to this. How can I get
Right,
to match up? And then the
right.
learning
Yeah,
begins because you're willing to be
yeah.
humble enough to know that you don't know everything.
And see, the thing about it is, though, my situation, Jackie, you know what I'm talking about. But see, when you sing death, literally, when you sing death, literally, you start taking evaluation of your life. You know what I'm saying? You start taking evaluation of every minute, every breath, and you don't want to waste that time. So you got to. The book says, "Love thy neighbor if
As you
as you
love
love
thyself.
your." Okay,
Love
if you don't
thyself.
love
Yep.
yourself, if you don't love yourself, what does that mean you doing to your neighbor? It's simple. Keep it simple.
That's one
Y'all,
thing I
we cut.
always right. That's why I always treat somebody with the respect, right? I told y'all I grew up in the church, and we all grew up in the church. I see my dad was a deacon, opened up the church doors, becoming a pastor, and then ended up becoming a teacher. Good thing I got out of high school before he came. I know he was coming. He used to tell me, I'm coming to high school. I'm like, yeah, I'll be gone by then, Dad. I know I sound like you, but my voice is 100 times deeper than you. I used to get my behinds beat because teachers used to think that I was him. I'm like, this is not Mr. Price. This is his son. And then they telling on, getting my behind. Man, I'm telling you, that's one thing I love about my life. I won't change nothing about it. Because one thing my uncle always tell me is like, nephew, if you ever question yourself, it'll kill you the rest of your life. You'll get no peace. Yeah, God will bless you, but not to the potential, because you got to learn how to let things go. I tell them all the time, I'm like, I let things go. I did. I'm letting it go. Even if I'm around them, I'm not going to. I can see how my family is. I'm very short with people. I'm like with y'all like family. Even we meet up, we chop it up like we've been knowing each other for years, but we ain't never met. I was raised with y'all. I'm not gonna sit there and tell you my business so you can tell mama and all that. Nah, that's why we not close now. I know everybody's secrets, everybody's dirt, but I don't say nothing to nobody because it's not my business. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And one thing we have to remember too, I don't know where all this information is coming from, but let me work with it for a minute. One thing we have to remember too, we have to live our life in a way that you need them blessings to come up on you, sometimes. Like when you go to 7-Eleven, you walk into a situation, you're going to be like, uh-oh, if it had not been for the Lord on my side,
Testify now.
uh, you have to be in a situation sometimes when you walk around the street and you hear the pow, and them things ain't got no direction, so they go where they aim.
Right.
You have to live your life in a way that keeps you covered. This ain't about you. This ain't about you. You're not like me. I'm not like you. I gotta make sure I'm covered. So that means me living differently, thinking differently, behaving differently, seeing differently.
Yeah. Hey,
Why
you
am
know
I
what? Well, you know what my favorite, I didn't mean to cut you off, but you know one of my favorite sayings I tell people is, I don't know what I'm talking about, but sooner or later you're going to realize he did know what he was talking about, he or she. You see what I'm saying? 'Cause a lot of people don't understand it, can't factor all that information and let it process, let it, as Martin used to say back in the 90s.
Let it marinate.
And let it marinate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You gotta have it marinated.
Another thing I think about, this story that's in the book where he had fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. Okay? Some of us, 40 days and 40 nights. And then he had a visitor. See, your visitor gonna know what you want, know what you need, know what you're craving, what your body wants, what your eyes see. He said, "I'll give you something to eat if you just bow down and call me Lord. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I've been fasting 40 days and 40 nights. See, you think your enemy gonna come up looking like these pictures they got on the cartoon? No, he gonna look like someone.
Even in magazines. Shout out to Mother Hawkins, though. I want to say the story because you just cracked me up right here, Chief. When I got out of prison, right? And everywhere I went, I always carried myself the right way because I was raised right? And everywhere I went, I was always by myself. So there was a lady named Mother Hawkins, no relation to my cousin or anything like that, because she married to a Hawkins, a preacher. Shout out to my cousin. But anyway, I went to her house. She was the mother in the church. And one of her best friends used to smoke weed. Her best friend used to smoke weed. So I used to come to the project. And she'd be like, "Hey, how you doing?" I'm like, "I'm doing fine." I was like, "Is Terrell in there?" She said, "Yes, ma'am. Terrell in there." So I talked to them. I'm like, "How y'all doing?" They're like, "Yeah." They're looking like, "Who is this man?" She was like, "I can tell this young man. That boy just got out of prison. God's gonna work on him." He just needs some guidance right now. You see what I'm saying? That's one thing about
Right.
all the people that I came across. I never talked to their sister. I never talked to their sister. I never talked to their cousin. If I did end up talking to their cousin or sister, I didn't even know about it. When I found out they was related, I was done with it because you
Right.
ain't gonna come back on me. But my thing is
Right.
that I'm saying is this. So when I went to Terrell's room, right, and Terrell was in there, he was, about to bust his mayonnaise on the napkins, right? So his mama ended up coming in there,
Mustard.
knocked on the door. Mother Hawkins came in there. She was like, "Oh, Derek, I forgot to tell you, there's some food in there." She was about his son in the bathroom, and she was like, "The devil is a lie." She was like,
I
"Boy,
know that's
them
right.
women." She said, "Boy, you really think them women really look like that? Them women don't look like that." I guarantee they altered them, and man, she beat the living piss out of him in front of me. She said, "Bro, Terry, see this." I'm like, "Why I
Lord
want to see this
Jesus.
for?" I'm like, "Why I want to
Lord
see this? Cause
Jesus.
you bringing trauma. You bringing trauma to me when my
Lord
when my
Jesus.
mama when my mama called me with a porno shit. I gonna tell your daddy. Ooh, I'm gonna
No,
tell your
no,
daddy. Ooh, my mama did now.
no.
So my dad came home. He was pissed off, right? So then, you
No.
know, I was laying on the floor, right? He said, "Stretch your legs, stretch your arms out like Jesus did when he was on the cross." So I did it. That's
Oh
my dad,
Lord.
right? This was I was getting bigger. I was still the same height as him. Everybody think I'm bigger than my brother. My brother is way bigger than me and taller than me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a little short, 6'1", scrawny, thick kid. You know what I'm saying? Man, my dad put his foot on my neck and he thought about it. He said, "Son, I can't do that." He's like, "Why in the world you got to?" I was like, "Y'all the one that was spreading rumors about me. Do you like girls like men and all?" I ain't never been out with no girl. Why can't I get to go out with her? Y'all would never let me. And then every girl that I
See,
liked, my brother always, and every girl that I had, my brother always took it from me because he knew I couldn't do anything. My dad ended up apologizing to me about it, you know,
right,
later on down the
right.
line. You know what I'm saying? But
See
that's
the
when I got an understanding of forgiveness. He was asking
right.
for forgiveness. He did it more than once. My dad actually did it 3 times. I was like, wow,
Mm,
asking for forgiveness for his mistakes. And no matter whatever the situation, that was just one of them. But go ahead, Gigi. I'm sorry.
mm. No, you
Who got the
fine, you
win in
fine.
the
But
back?
Yeah, I'm about
only
to go
thing
in the house now. I've been outside
yeah,
enjoying the sun.
right. But the thing about that, I'm gonna keep hammering this. When you have no respect, you have no boundaries. You'll do anything, say anything, wear anything, and justify it with these little thoughts. Y'all notice they're not talking about basketball no more. They're talking about narratives. Okay? This is not basketball. This is narrative. That's the reason why they in shock because they see in basketball not narratives. You trying to create narratives about the team,
Let me let
huh?
me let me let me chew on some of that fat that you just brought up, and I don't want it to be
Mm.
something that you just say that it goes over people's heads like a stocking cap.
Mm.
See, the devil don't come at you when everything's good. The devil don't show up when you got money in your pocket or when your
Mm.
girl is acting right or things are great.
Mm.
He comes at you when you by yourself. He comes at you
Yeah.
when things are low. He comes at you when
Yeah.
you're tired. He comes at you when you're frustrated or angry. Remember, he wants it to always be a you versus him moment. Every time in the scriptures is when somebody is low, he comes at him. Remember,
Yep.
he came at Jesus when he was hungry and tired, and then tried to get
Yep.
him to avoid doing what he was sent to earth to do. Remember Daniel in the book of Daniel when he was getting
Mm.
older and he was waiting on the restoration of Israel. He showed up and tried to prevent him from getting a blessing. I say all this to say this. You may be making good money. You may have a beautiful chick on your arm. You may not have to ever miss a meal, but there's going to come a time when that money is not as potent and your chick is not acting right, or you may not even think she's looking as good as she did back when y'all first got together. And watch how the devil shows up and starts giving you alternative uh,
Mm.
ways to go in your life. See, we all
Yeah.
have decisions to make.
What the
Satan
K
can't make
dot
you do
say?
anything you don't want to do. He cannot
What the
make you
K
do
dot say?
anything you don't want to do.
He gonna
Only
give
thing
you.
he can
He
do
gonna
is
get.
suggest it.
Right. You looking at that honey over there that's made out of plastic with the 25,000. They say 25,000 for cheap. That's some real high class plastic right there. And it's looking good because it's trending on the X, on the Snapchat. Yeah. You want to see them models on there, and you want to see them so bad you don't forgot that you got a wedding band on your hand, huh? You got other people turning you on when your wife is supposed to do that. That's because you ain't got no boundaries, baby. Huh? You ain't got no boundaries. Cause that wedding band is supposed to that means something. Yeah, I know nowadays it don't. You know, they got the prenups, the up nups, and the in nups. They got all kind of nuts for you, okay? But there was a day when a nup it wasn't an option. And I'm not saying we shouldn't evolve, but we got to have some standards, y'all. We got to have some standards. I'm sorry.
That's
I
if you
can't.
want them.
Yeah.
As if you want standards though. But then again, at the same time, what my favorite things I learned from the South when I was living in Louisiana. Everybody show you the hand who they really are. Just sit back and watch,
Mm-hmm.
right? So he's the one. Can you
Mm-hmm.
remember when he remember that the interview we had with Monique? This ain't no hate. This is factual information, and we live in a time now though too where truth becomes hate,
Yeah.
and disrespectful. He was the one that sat there and said, "Oh no, I want to, no, no, oh, but no, no, no,
I
no,
want
I
to
want,
date according to
I
my wealth.
want." Yo, that's what he said.
Jackie, are you there, baby?
I'm here.
Okay.
You
Can
awfully
you
quiet.
concur?
Well,
Can you?
Hey, she
Can
remind
you?
me. She remind me of Love and Aries because Aries, she is so quiet. Soon as you mention Kyrie, she's coming off the top rope like Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Man, please,
no,
y'all talking like she
well,
quiet. This girl
this,
ain't quiet. You just don't you mean you ain't shit. We ain't in that vibe yet. Okay, we gotta have to
well,
talk
with
behind the
me,
scenes.
I listen and I listen to what everybody says because
What you think?
from each person that told this story, I can take a piece from
Mm,
each person that I went through. So I know about being homeless. I was homeless with
mm,
children. I had to
mm,
give my children up to my mother, which I have twin boys, and
mm.
one turned against the other.
I'm a twin too, paternal. Lord have mercy. Thank God.
My boys are fraternal. My dad is a twin. My aunt's a triplet.
Oh, okay.
It
But
must be a
They got all
South
kind
thing.
of.
My dad is a triplet, and they each, except my dad, they each had twins and triplets. And my mother stopped my dad because she shut the candy shop down because we would have had probably 15 kids in the family. But yeah, that's funny how that works. But I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead.
so, I know about living in a car
Mm-hmm.
um,
Going to
being
Jackie.
and not
Going to the
being
food
helped
bank.
with
Going to the food bank.
going to the food
Mm-hmm.
bank, not being helped by
Mm-hmm.
family. I have a cousin, she had a 4 bedroom house, and I asked her, could I just stay in one of her rooms until I got on my feet? She said
I
no.
guarantee you, she said no.
She said no. Um, I can tell you this that Connie has been my angel because, like I said, we used to work together, and Connie was sitting
Mm-hmm.
next to me when I had a stroke at my desk.
So
Wow.
was.
And
We
I
was the
told her,
Suge Knight. We was the Suge Knight
well,
crew.
they called us
Okay.
Death Row because we worked
We
for
death
Toys R
row.
Us
Mm-hmm.
SLACP, and we
Yeah.
had to work together. And we were on our next campaign, which we were going into TurboTax. And I sat there at my desk and I told her, and I said, Connie, I can't see out of my right eye. And my right eye, I pretty much went blind in my right eye. It went just like a solar
Mm-hmm.
eclipse. It blacked out and I couldn't
Mm.
see nothing. And
Mm-hmm. At work. At work.
at work, and everybody's asking me, can you move your fingers, your toes? And I'm like, yeah, there's no tingling, there's nothing. It's just I blacked out in my eye. I can't see. And they're telling me where your eye is open. I'm like, no shit. I can't see out of it, but you can see me looking. So Connie took me to the hospital. And
Uh,
that was my wake up call right there because that doctor told
mm,
me if I stay at that job and I keep doing what we do, that I was going to have a major stroke. Don't know when it would happen, but it
mm,
was going to happen. So I had to quit my job that day. And I'm already living out of a weekly. And Vegas weeklies are not cheap.
mm.
It ain't
So
like how it used to be.
All this is in Vegas.
yeah, I lived in
Yeah,
Vegas for 9 years. And
I'm still here, baby. I'm still here.
so I ended up, my boys graduated from Vegas. My daughter graduated from Vegas. So my boys graduated and they flew back to Florida. And so it was just me and my daughter left. Me and my daughter slept in my truck. I had a
Yep.
SUV. We slept in my SUV.
Is that the Sequoia? Is
Yeah,
that the
my
Sequoia?
Sequoia. In my Sequoia.
Mm-hmm.
And my daughter got a job to work at Popeyes in the casino. And the only way she can work in the casino because it was an actual restaurant in the casino.
Hey, I didn't
So
mean to cut you off. I got to get up out of here. Hey, I had to come in
We're
and show
gonna,
some love,
look,
GG.
you know, Pastor.
Hey, Martaven, I give you a call, bro. Wednesday morning, bro.
Yes,
We
sir. I
probably
don't
gonna
got
be
nowhere to
here.
go. My phone is
We
always
probably
on, T Price.
Oh, yes,
we
sir.
probably be here another 10 minutes. But see, this not to cut you off, Jack. I'm gonna come right back to you. But this is some of the stuff that we're gonna talk about in grown folks business. Okay, you're gonna have to be 21 and over to talk to us about stuff in the grown folks business. Okay.
so
I'm already hoping that Pastor Jackie, Mr. Marshall, we're gonna be tackling some real issues, some grown folk stuff. We're not gonna be the old advanced kind of situation, but we're gonna be right there at the door. Okay, go
Well,
ahead, Jackie.
finish your story, Jackie.
oh
Go ahead, Jackie.
but yeah, so um like I said, I ended up living in my SUV with my daughter, and we ended up. I had to come back to Florida because my dad was having prostate cancer, and he was getting ready
Mm-hmm.
for that surgery. So he kept
Who told
asking
you?
me over and over
Who?
again, would I be there for him? But not
Mm-hmm.
one time did he say, "Can I come stay with him?" So I ended up driving back, and I come back to a bunch of mess. And I drove back from Vegas to Florida during a hurricane.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm in Florida during a hurricane with my daughter in my vehicle. And not once did one family member say, you can come and stay with me. So um, after that, I had my daughter ended up going in military, and then I ended up having another stroke.
Salute,
Okay.
Lana. Salute, Lana. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Jackie.
my yeah, alum. So I ended up having a second stroke, and this one just hit me at one time where I couldn't even stand up. I had no balance. I couldn't eat.
Mm-hmm.
Everything I ate, I
Mm-hmm.
couldn't keep down. So they didn't know what was wrong. They kept me in the hospital. Now I'm in a hotel room. Still, none of my family members coming to see me asking, come home, whatever. Nobody.
Mm.
So while I'm in the hotel room, I was like, you know what? I need to do my military disability. I told my mom because I talked to my mom. And the only reason I went to Vegas is because my mom had a dispute with me and got mad and put me and my daughter out.
Mm.
And that's how I ended in Vegas. So um, I ended up getting my disability from the military,
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you
and
did. Called
it
me
was
early in the
it
morning.
was a
But
shocker
Lord
that
Jesus.
because they gave me two lump sum payments,
Mm-hmm.
and they put me at 100%.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, my own father, the one that I came back for, told me I could never afford anything, and I would always be living with him. And I showed him that day. I went and bought my vehicle first, and I paid cash
Yeah.
for my vehicle.
Yeah.
Then I went and bought I got my apartment, and I stayed there for 2 years. Now I bought my own house.
Yeah. Homeowner.
Vegas.
Homeowner.
I live
No,
in
George.
Georgia. I have a $200,000 house
200,
Mm.
200K by herself.
by myself, and
Mm-hmm.
I
Thank you,
like I
Lord.
said, thank him every day for it. I even go outside and look at it, and I'm still in awe that it's mine. It's mine by myself. It's not with my ex
Mm-hmm.
husband. It's mine by
Mm-hmm.
myself.
Mm-hmm.
And my kids still say, "Well, why you got that big old house?" Okay,
Cause I'm
think
coming
about why
down
I
there
got
to
that
stay
house.
with you.
So everybody comes to my house, they have their own room. Which once they're here, now they see why we got a big house. So um I might sit quiet. When I do, if I am quiet or whatever, I take in a lot. I listen a lot. I don't talk
Mm-hmm.
much. I never have.
Mm-hmm.
They always say, you got to watch the quiet ones. But
Right.
Of
Right.
that's
course.
sort of me. But I've always, even at work, like I said, I work with Connie. She knows me. She knows my kids. She's always been there for
Mm-hmm.
me. And then when her time of need, I was there for. I was able to be there for her,
Yeah.
and
Brought me
I
back to
do thank
life.
her for it.
It brought me back to life. But God did twice, and then who I called? Jackie. I'm back, girl. I'm back. I've been to the
Yeah.
other side, but I'm back. Hmm.
So
Y'all think
we
I'm
we
playing? Y'all think I'm playing? But Jackie, am I playing?
no.
Eh,
We both been to that point. We've both been to
yeah.
that point. And
That's why I'm so serious. That's why I'm so serious about this basketball thing. It's not about the sport. I mean, it's just a orange Spalding leather ball. But to see the sport stands for something for somebody. And it has meant something for our people. And I hate to see it be destroyed. That's all that is.
yeah,
Ain't got nothing to do with the person. Ain't got nothing to do with It's the narrative. It's the way it's affecting our society, our opportunities for not just our African Americans, for people coming from other countries.
right. And for sports as well. My daughter played
Hmm.
basketball there in Vegas,
Yes, she
so
did.
my daughter was a beast. But
Hmm.
you know, we she's and my daughter still sit here and she always say too. She would, if she would have known what she know now, she wouldn't have played around with
Hmm.
basketball. She would have
Hmm.
took basketball more serious. Even though she had
Right.
6 scholarships, she still would have took it more serious.
Right.
So, but
But that's what I'm talking about right there, Jackie. That's what I'm talking about right there. She has 6 scholarships, opportunities. So you're trying to do your career, you're trying to do you, but the you that you're cultivating doesn't coincide with what the opportunity is, and so that's ultimately shutting doors for people. I don't like that.
right,
Don't like that. Mm-mm.
and
Mm-mm.
GT know to this day if she ever needs me, I'm gonna make a way for
Oh
her.
yeah, girl, ain't
She
worried.
knows it.
I ain't
So,
worried. We collard
um,
greens and corn. We collard greens and cornbread.
yeah, pretty much.
Pretty
Eat with
much.
your fingers, the collard greens and
Yeah,
cornbread.
collard greens and cornbread.
So
But
it has been a journey, and like I said, everything that y'all have said, I can take pieces of what you said because I've lived
mm,
through it. Um, I have been to jail due to my own son calling the cops on me. So I have been to jail over him.
Lord have, Lord have mercy,
And you know,
Jesus.
yeah, so I pretty much been to jail about 4 times over my son. And my son will be 32 in July. And at the age of 30, he just apologized and said he was sorry.
Better
Well,
late
at
than
least you
never.
got the apology.
I
Yeah,
got it
better
from my
late than
son,
never.
yes, but the rest of my family and my mom apologized, but those were the only two
Hmm.
out of my entire family. Not even my father. My father doesn't even acknowledge me as his child, and I look exactly like my father.
Yeah.
And my
I hope
father
not. You
chooses
sound
somebody.
attractive, so
And he chooses somebody that's
All
not
right,
even his
Mr.
child
Marshall,
over
you
me.
better watch it now.
well, if somebody drives by with a red, shiny, beautiful Corvette, what am I supposed to say? It's not pretty. Come on now.
No, we acknowledge your comments and we appreciate them, but she's got a screening board. It starts with Gigi. Okay,
Okay.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
Nah, I like
I'm
that.
just like, we watch out for each other.
We
We watch
do.
out for each
And,
other.
this is actually the first time that anybody has ever, or me even putting myself out like this, have heard my story. Because,
Hmm.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this. Your story has so many parallels to mine. Um, when I got out of prison, I was only I just turned 24. Um,
Mm,
I lived with my parents again, and it wasn't even 37 days before my mother put me
mm,
out because she was like, "You need to contribute. You need to do this. You need to do that." And I was trying to let her know, ain't nobody gonna hire someone who just got out of prison for manslaughter and just gonna throw them a job.
right.
So you gotta be a little bit patient with me. And she was like, nah, F all that. So when I started working at places under the table, getting $35 a day in cash and all that other stuff,
Hmm.
nobody wanted to look at what I was trying to do. They were like, well, you need to go back to school. And in Missouri, if you have a conviction and you freshly out, they're not gonna give you financial aid. You have to
Mm.
wait a year before you get financial aid.
What?
Yeah,
A year?
when a whole year.
wow.
So
Man.
one day, me and my youngest sister got into a little argument, and
Hmm.
my sister, quote unquote, told my mother, "I don't like the way Mark's acting, especially now that he done got out, and I don't like the way he's looking at my daughter." And then my mother
Hmm.
started this real messed up conversation with me, and then resulted in her putting me out.
Hmm. Hmm.
And I was at a point where I don't have time to be sitting up and playing this game. My mother's always, even to this day, always had a little bit of a bias towards my sisters. Anyway, she used to tell me when I was little, I didn't want a son. The only reason why you here is because of your father. I didn't want sons because I grew up with my brothers and I didn't like how they grew up. But it's like, yeah, but I'm not your brother. I'm your son. There's supposed to be a
Hmm.
different
Hmm.
level of love and respect. There's definitely a different level of love and respect with me. See, this is the
Right.
crazy thing. I don't think a lot of people take serious. The mother is the very first person or woman the son knows how to love. So based on how
Hmm.
you treat him, he's either going to treat every chick he made or he meets like that, or he's going to treat them worse. I'm not that type of person. I've seen a lot of guys with mother issues, become abusive, and all that fun stuff that we don't like to talk about, but it's true.
Hmm.
And the way she acted when she put me out, my father, for the first time in my life, was telling her, "You're wrong for what you're doing." And he tried to come to my side, but she was like, get him the fuck out the house, all this other stuff. So I looked at my dad, and he looked so defeated. And I was like, Dad, I'll just leave. He was like, you don't have to. All the things your sisters did, if she's making you leave, I was like, you know what? To keep the peace,
Mhm.
I'll just leave. So a couple of months later, she's finding out that I'm getting ready to be a dad. And then she's told me to my face and to my children's mother's face, don't bring no bastard children over my house so I have to take care of them and babysit them.
Lord
And I
Jesus.
looked at her, straight face, said, okay, no problem. So when he was born, matter of fact, Sunday was his 19th birthday. When he was born on May 25th, I was there,
Happy birthday,
got
baby.
him to the hospital. When everybody was asking me, well, are you going to bring the baby over? No, I'm good. I'm all right. I'm fine. They, in '07, I had my second son, and
Mhm.
same thing. Everywhere I went, my boys went with me. When I went over to well, I took them over there to visit. They used to be like, "Oh, leave him here so we can get to know him." Like, no, I'm good. Well, now when I'm ready to go, they go. And then about when they were about 5 and 6, my mother used to sit up there. I don't get a chance to be with my grandboys, and you keep my grandboys away from. It's like, Mom, you made it very, very clear. You didn't want to babysit. I didn't even ask you.
Right.
I wasn't even going to be something that I was going to do. I was going to take care of my children. She was like, well, you need to, they're growing up without me. And I said, Mom, you're the one. You're the reason why they're growing up without you. Now, they have a great relationship with their grandmother on the mother's side, not so much with mine. Now that, 19 and 17 years old, they don't have a
Mhm.
relationship with the grandma, not because of Mark not trying or them not trying. She removed herself from their lives. So when we start living around each other again, she's like, they don't talk to me or they don't come upstairs and, have conversations with me. And I'm just like,
Mhm.
I don't, I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Right.
Me and my father
And
start getting close when I start having children. It's kind of weird. You it's
mm,
like I think that's when he felt like we had something in common.
right.
My dad helped me more times than my mother did. And my sisters, whenever they had children, two of my sisters had children. My middle sister didn't. Uh, there was nothing my mother wouldn't do for my two sisters that had children. Talk about
Mm,
babysit, buy clothes, buy toys, do this, give them rides here. When it was me, you got it. Don't ask me for nothing.
mm,
And that hurt. I'm not gonna lie, that hurt because it's like, wait, 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 wait. These are
mm,
still your grandchildren. I'm still a part of you, and they are a part of you, regardless if you want to believe it or not. But I felt you when you talked about when you went through the tough times and then people acted funny or acted like you wasn't a relative.
mhm,
I remember that.
mhm.
I
Yeah.
remember
And
I
that's
remember more
that's
no's than yeses.
okay. Come on now. Come on
I
now.
remember
Come
getting
on
a
now.
job as a courier, and at the time, my girlfriend, who ended up becoming my wife and the mother of my children, she had an extra car, and she was like, "If you can get it fixed, you can use this car to get back and forth to work." It needed an alternator. At the time, a $35 alternator. I
Mm,
asked my mom and dad. I asked my sister, my older sister, but she was like, "Man, money's a little tight. If you can work, um, or wait until next week, I probably can move something around." But they needed me to start Monday, and it was already Friday. I went to my
mm,
mom and dad. I was like, "Look, I just need to borrow $40. I get paid every week. I'll get it back to you." My mom smugly told me at the dinner table, "Nigga, you got yourself in this situation. Nigga, you gonna have to get yourself out of
mm,
it." And I
mm,
never forgot that, ever.
mm. That's what I'm talking about. All these narratives, all these stories that we are saying, these are not narratives. I apologize. These all these personal experiences lead back to the same problem. Standards. Standards. Entitlement. You know?
Consistency.
Yeah. You know? It leads back to that. You know? Well, I'm not saying you got to be perfect, but you got to be at least making some steps toward living some kind of integral way. You know what I'm saying? When you don't live in some kind, you got to what? You can do anything, everything, say everything, just because you got commas. No, that's not
So,
productive.
Miss Jackie,
Yes.
when you were talking about the things you had to sacrifice to get where you are now,
What's your
it
question again?
rings. No, I was making a statement when you said when you had to sacrifice to get where you are now. In the moment of giving those things up, it probably felt like you was getting your arms cut off. But now where you are now, I guarantee you, and I said this to many family members, I don't ever want none of my family members to feel the way I felt when I needed help, and everybody kind of took pleasure in saying no. It's like
Hmm.
they wanted me to beg them
They waiting
for
for you
help.
to ask that question. They waiting for you to ask that question. At least from my
And it's fun.
experience.
When you talk about your house, I was living
Hmm.
in an apartment complex for 6 years with all my children, my wife. And then I was like, I need to buy a house because rent's more than a mortgage. So it's just cost effective to buy a house. Bought a house. Didn't tell nobody. We just put our money together, did all the stuff that you need to do for a house, moved into a house. Everybody was a brand new hater. Why are you buying a house? That's stupid. Blah, blah, blah. In that neighborhood, blah, 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 blah. Now, the same people that are sitting up here doing all this haterade shower,
Hmm.
they still live with my sister. They ain't out there trying to get a house. They ain't out there even trying to
Hmm.
get an apartment. I'm on my
Hmm.
second house. Paid off my first
No,
house. Sold it.
come on
I'm on
now.
my
Come on
second
now.
house.
Come on
And I'm the
now.
youngest, by the way. I'm the youngest.
Hmm.
And my mother came to me, and I almost laughed in her face so hard that my heart would have stopped. But I didn't do it. I just let her say it. And I didn't give her an answer. She came to me and said, well, you bought two houses. Why can't you help your sisters? And I
Lord
looked at her
Jesus.
and I just gave her kind of a blank look. And then I was saying to myself, the same sister that watched her brother be homeless and didn't even open up her hand to offer anything. That same sister. That's interesting.
That's very
So it's like they
interesting.
know how to ask for help when you're doing good. They know how to knock on your door, or you get those text messages that you're looking at your phone like, damn, I haven't seen that number in months, if not
Yeah.
years,
Right. Be like,
while I'm
who
on
is that? Who
top.
you? Yeah, who you?
So again, like I was telling T Price, I don't treat people the way I was treated. I treat people better.
No.
Well,
Yeah.
I know how you feel about uh, you don't treat people that because with my story, after everything that I ended up being and that happened, I am now taking care of my stepfather who watched my mother put
Hmm.
me out. And my stepfather has
Hmm.
Alzheimer's.
Mhm.
And my own brother, his son, told me he moved out of the country. He lives in Mexico. And he said he is living his best life.
Lord
This is
Jesus.
his father, not my father, but I'm taking
Mhm.
care of his father.
But
Everything
that
goes
that
back. Everything goes back to the Bible. You remember how they
Yeah, I
treated
was just
Joseph?
gonna say that.
They treated Joseph like he wasn't even part of their family. You have to remember the two oldest, or actually the second and third oldest, wanted to kill Joseph. They wanted to drown him.
Yep.
And Benjamin was like, no, we're not doing X, Y, brother. That's how much hate they had for him. But guess what? The Most High blessed this man to the point to where the same ones that hated him had to beg him for food.
Come on now.
So
Come on
this
now.
is why when
Mhm.
Jesus said the first will be last and the last will be first, those who are first now and having it good now, it's going to be last when he starts handing out blessings.
Well, and the book also says that your gift will make room for you and put you in front of kings and honorable emperors and queens. So, getting back to this sports narrative, you can't be upset because somebody's gift is making room for them. It's just a book manifesting himself. He didn't have to pay
Or
nobody.
you can't get mad because somebody else's gifts are more valuable than your gifts.
Right, right.
No, when and let's just say what it is, okay? When LeBron
hmm
from 2007, when he took his first team to the finals, all the way up to the decision, and when he had naysayers, the first thing they used to say is, "You jealous because your goats didn't go to a finals at an early age. Your goats couldn't do this. Your goats couldn't sign a contract for this, that, and the third." Now we fast forward to where we are in the stream of times now. And it's like the
hmm
same people crying about having haters have become haters themselves. Now
Yeah.
SGA is thriving with his gifts, and now we're
Right.
trying to hate on him, saying, "Oh, he's only that because he's a foul free throw
A
merchant."
free
No,
throw. Yeah. Yeah.
he's
After
playing his
after
game.
right. Didn't the Lakers was it last year or the year before last have 1,000 more free throws than anybody in the league? Huh? Am I
But
mistaken?
they're going to the free throw line. They're third and cuts to the basket, and it's like they're actually not. But
Uh
it is what it is.
yeah.
We're gonna
Yeah.
let it ride like a good game
Yeah.
of blackjack. Let it ride.
Yeah. Yeah. 21.
Oh yeah, 21. I'm sorry.
21.
My
Yeah.
right. My whole thing is this: there is nothing new under the sun. There never has
Nothing.
been. There never will be.
Nothing. No. The game
When
is the
when
same.
someone doesn't like what somebody else is doing, they will come up with every excuse in the world why they are failing or why they
Yeah.
are should not be looked at the way they should look. I remember when the
Right.
Luca trade happened and they were getting a lot of success, and they kept saying, if LeBron wins a championship with Luca, I don't know why we're talking about the GOAT debate at 41 years old. Why are we talking about the GOAT debate if he wins a championship with Luca? But what they failed to ask themselves is what happens if he don't win with Luca? Can we
Yeah.
take some of
What?
that
What?
shine away?
Yeah. What? Just like y'all don't want to play 82 games, you want to shorten down the season. Okay, you shorten down the season. Don't they cut your check, partner? You ain't finna get no 52 for 65 games, partner. Right? Huh? You want to keep the same money but less work. Where they do that at? Mm,
I
no.
don't know where they do that at.
Where they
But
do that at? Oh,
my concern is I like what I like, and I'm not going to let you
yeah.
tell me. Just like you tell me not to tell you about who
hmm
you like. So don't tell me
Right.
about who I like.
Right.
If it was good
That's
enough
a.
for James Harden, if it's good enough for
hmm
Luca, because remember Luca was supposed to have won an MVP before Joker did. If Joker
hmm
could play offense and very seldomly play defense, then when I see a player that plays offense and defense and I like him, then you can't tell me nothing. Just like you don't want me to tell
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
We can't be sitting up here picking and choosing when we want to respect other people's opinion.
Ain't that what Mr. Falk said? His name is David. Then he said if Mr. Jordan had the opportunity to cherry pick who he wanted to play with and where he wanted to play, he would have X amount of rings. Okay? What did he say wrong? Huh? What
Well,
did
he
he say
said
wrong?
everything. He said everything wrong if you're a LeBron fan because you're gonna sit up there and say LeBron didn't cherry pick when we know he did. He picked to go to. He made a decision to go to
Yeah,
Miami. Then when
yeah,
Miami was over with, he made a decision to go back to Cleveland. And when Cleveland
yeah,
was over with, he made a decision to go to LA because he already knew he was going to try to get Anthony Davis over. So yes,
yeah.
that's cherry picking.
Yeah, that's cherry picking. You know, you think they just pull a rabbit out the hat and say, oh, you going to Miami? Oh, you got the ticket. You done bought the lottery ticket, and they pull it again, and he's going back to Cleveland. No, this is strategic, calculated. Okay,
Yeah.
he knows how to fill out a change your address form better than I do. Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I think he's moved more times than I have in the last 10, 15 years.
Man, please. He moved more than I did in Fresno. And I done lived on all four. The east, the west,
Not
the north, and the
Fresno.
south. In Fresno,
Not
Valley.
Fresno.
Yeah.
Did you
The
say Fresno?
559. The 559.
Let me ask you this question, Gigi and Jackie, before we get off. So, how would you rate living in Nevada?
Hot as hell.
Well, I'm from St. Louis, and St. Louis gets hot as hell, so I'm used to
Well,
hot as
I
No.
hell.
was stationed in
We
Missouri,
finna be,
so
yeah, we finna be in the hundreds.
um,
Hundred. He's not
so
coming in 100.
think of Las Vegas. Think of Nevada as putting a blow dryer to your face and turning it on. You
Damn.
have that dry heat.
Mm-hmm.
1 minute it's snowing, and then the next
Mm-hmm.
day, you ain't giving you no time frame. The next day
Mm-mm.
is triple digits.
Wait,
Mm-hmm.
time out. You're not gonna just say that and just whisk that by me like I'm not gonna ask some follow-up questions. Did you just literally say 1 minute it's snowing and then the next minute it's triple digits?
Yes,
Mm-hmm. They did it
yes,
last year. Did it
yes.
last
So,
year.
so how in the hell do people don't got pneumonia walking around?
What makes you think they don't? They
Right.
still wearing the mask. They still wearing the mask around here because not only is Las Vegas, its own little city. Well, it ain't little no more. But we got visitors. We got millions of people coming in here every month.
Vegas is
Every
a
month.
is a transit spot,
Yeah, it is. If you don't know how to
and
live in
it's
Vegas.
is it's a mixing bowl of people from all over the world that comes to live to Vegas. Not just to come see the
Hmm.
strip, but they live there in Vegas because Vegas has Chinatown. They do have Chinese people. They got Mexicans everywhere. They have
Hmm.
let me put it this way: Asian people and Hispanic people because they're everywhere. And then you got
Yeah.
black people, and then you have white people, and then you
But the
have
Italian, it's heavy
yeah,
Italian right now.
you
It's heavy
have
Italian right
Italians
now.
there. It's a
Hmm.
mixing bowl, so it's there. And I remember during May living in Vegas. My daughter was there. And she played basketball, Spring Valley High School. We were in shorts. They were getting ready to go play state championship up in Reno. When we rode to Reno, it was snow on the ground, and they were
Snow on
looking
the
at
ground.
us like we were crazy because we came up there in shorts.
So how far is Reno from Vegas?
About what? Probably 2 hours, maybe 2.5 to 3. Might
Okay,
be
so
less.
You
It might be
that's like
less.
St. Louis to Jefferson City or St. Louis to Columbia.
Yeah.
I used to go to Riverside every weekend when before I was disabled. Riverside is about 2.5 hours. See, Azusa, Whittier, down off in that area, visiting friends. Let's see what else. The cost of living now, it used to be comfortable, but now that we got the Raiders, the Aces. The UFC. Who else we got? Who else we got, Jackie? The Knights. We got the Golden Knights. We got the Silver Knights.
So
Who
Vegas
else we
is
got?
expanding because they're getting all these teams in,
Getting all the
but
sports teams.
they haven't realized that you can't put so many teams into Vegas because you still got all these people living in Vegas. And
And people are
Vegas is,
migrating.
yeah, and they're not, and by you living in Vegas, it's not all cracked up to be because that's when you get them little
Mm-mm.
secret monster bugs that come out.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait, hold
you
on,
remember, you remember
hold
the
on.
bugs, Jackie? You remember the
Yes,
bugs they
yes.
call what they call them grasshoppers?
They are they no they well they
They
are
call them
grasshoppers.
they call
They
them
are
grasshoppers, but I'm from Mississippi, from where the real grasshoppers come from.
so
And ain't no grasshopper gonna be flying up over the left guard like it's coming down from a spaceship. I
the
don't care
the
what you say.
the
Wait,
grasshoppers
wait, wait, wait.
there.
You're not doing a very good job painting me a picture because I'm thinking about an
Okay,
alien invasion.
so check
So
this out.
help me out.
Okay, you know how not the big yellow grasshoppers. These are like little brown grasshoppers.
Big brown ones.
Well, they probably bigger now, but
What, locusts?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you can say they locusts. Yeah, because they come out every 7 years. They're buried in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So when
We
after the
had
seven
remember they had that earthquake. Remember they had an
after the
earthquake.
7 years they come out, and there's so many of them that the airplanes, the pilots can see them in the
Mm-hmm.
Lexor, which is the pyramid, in that light that shoot out the top of the pyramid. They can see those bugs flying,
Flying. Flying, Mr. Marshall.
and they
Like they
cover
come out that
everything.
beam. Like they coming out that beam. And they calling
They're
them
everywhere.
grasshoppers.
They're
Everywhere.
everywhere. They're everywhere. And just like here, we get those um where they're not, no, they're not katydids. Oh, what's them things? They're the ugliest.
Cicadas?
Yes, we get cicadas. And the first time I seen a cicada, one hit me in my chest when I was mowing my grass. When that thing hit
Mm-hmm.
me in my chest with them red eyes, I
Mm-hmm.
turned the lawnmower
Mm-hmm.
off, I pushed it in the house,
Mm-hmm.
and I was done for the day.
Yeah.
No,
She
I do
said she
not play with
pushed the
bugs like that.
lawnmower.
When
Oh,
we
I
have a
cut my
lot of
grass,
here, yeah. We have a lot
but
of here in Nevada. We have a lot of what do you call it, Jackie? Where the mountain lions be coming out the mountains and stuff up there where they building
the
all these brand new
coyotes,
houses. Your
the coyotes come
coyotes,
out and walk around
the
downtown.
bugs.
Yeah, we got the
hmm
bugs.
Yeah, got the bugs.
They got
What else
the
they got?
mountain goats, and
Yeah,
um,
yeah,
they got donkeys that walk. Wild donkeys, wild horses are out. So I mean,
right.
Vegas is everything.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm. They don't have to quarantine us here. We stay in the house because people running over people on the sidewalk for no reason. Lady, she got her 2-year-old in the back seat, and I guess she just decided to drive on the sidewalk and kill what? Allegedly, she killed 7 or 8 people with her baby in the car. That's kind of energy we got here. People jumping off of bridges. That's the kind of energy we got here.
It's just and then if you think that's bad, I mean, Bunny Springs is an actual ghost town. It's it's really haunted. It's a actual
Hmm
ghost town, a cowboy ghost town. So
hmm
yeah, you can do the night business, go out and do the night stuff, but
Nah.
it's crazy. Vegas is
Women walk
the
around
people
with
that
no
live in
clothes.
Vegas, we do not go to the strip. That's that
Nah.
tourist thing. So, and that's the way we leave it. That's just for tourists. You
Hmm
can see the
Yeah, it
smog
is.
that sits on Vegas on the strip. You can see it from your house. The smog that sits right across the, and nobody that if you live there, you don't go to the strip. You find
No.
everything else outside of everything everywhere else to do besides going to the strip.
Yeah, unless they're doing some good boxing. You know, we used to try to go to the strip if they had some good boxing.
Right.
But man, please, ain't
You
nobody
don't
want
even
to deal
have
with
to
that
go to the
traffic.
strip to see the fireworks. You can see the fireworks from your
You see,
yard. You can see it
from
from
your
your porch
yard.
on an apartment. You don't have to, or you can watch it
Hmm.
on TV. You don't have to go to the strip.
Hmm. Right. No,
What
it's
about
not.
what about jobs?
Let's see. The casinos, you know, they probably 75% of the employment market. Um, you got to get vetted. You know, they're gonna check everything. I think what is that? 7 years now, Jackie, or is it still 15? I think it's 7 years now. They're gonna go 7 years back. You can't have. You got to be clean. You can get
Yeah.
a job. Yeah, you can get a job. A lot of restaurants, hospitality.
Yeah.
What else? Let's see. Hospitality, sports. What else is permanent? Hospitals. The hospitals need some help.
Mm,
Let's see. The educational system. If you're looking to bring somebody to your children to Vegas to get educated, don't do that. Turn around. Go back home where you
Yeah.
come
It
from.
it sucks because when my kids, my boys, actually my daughter too, when they lived in Florida, Jeb Bush did the FCAT. So all kids had to pass the FCAT, even to graduate high school. You had to
Hmm.
pass the FCAT.
Hmm.
So for you
Hmm.
to move to the next grade, you had to pass the FCAT. So my kids took the FCAT before they moved to Vegas. So when we
Right.
got to Vegas, they were, which, my boys were in high school. My boys didn't want to go to school because Vegas was so far behind.
Yeah.
So
We number.
my kids were pretty much just sitting there in class, looking at them like, y'all ain't done this yet. They were just
Hmm.
sitting there. So because they had already done it.
Yeah.
mm,
We number four.
So
We number 46. We number 46 as far as education is concerned. Um, Mental health, physical health. I mean, this is Vegas. You're supposed to come here, drop a bag, and go back home. This is not set up for families unless you can really live here. You got to be grown. You
it's
got to,
not, yeah, it's not for children.
yeah, you got to be
Vegas is
grown. It's
not for
not for
kids at
children.
all
It's
because
not for
there's really not
families.
much for them to do.
Mm-mm.
Even
But they
though
go,
even though like March, because March Madness, they go nuts in Vegas.
yeah,
The
yeah.
stars come out, the kids are out. You see kids from everywhere, from all over the world. They're there in Vegas for tournaments. March
Hmm.
Madness is the bond to be at.
Right.
Um,
mm,
yeah, my daughter met kids from New Zealand. They did videos from, they was, signing stuff from each other. They met, my daughter's team got beat by this little bitty team. I give them probably about 4'11". They were from Mexico. They beat the
Oh
crap out of
Lord.
my daughter them.
Oh Lord,
wow.
Jesus. Oh
Yes.
Lord. And
And
as
you know
far
how
as
tall my daughter is.
yeah,
And her
she
her coach, my
was
daughter is 5'10", and her coach
yeah.
was yelling at her to tell her to block the girl, because my daughter's a post, and he was telling her to block her. My daughter put her arm
Hmm.
up. The girl shot over my daughter and made the basket.
Oh Lord, Jesus. Was
Well,
That
she
means
was
she had to do a like alley oop way up there for my daughter not to get it.
yeah. And then as far as the salaries are concerned, um, data entry, uh, entry level position, depending on what your what they call it, your resume, your what kind of skills you working with. You probably can start about a high five figure, probably about 40 on the entry level. Supervise a director's level. Let me see, how much was what's his name making at Sutherland? Uh,
At where?
at Cytel. How much? What's his name? He was making over 100, but he was a project manager at a communication. Yeah, so the salaries are comfortable, but they got a lot of construction here. That's the reason why people come to Vegas. these unions and all these journeymen that's out here with this construction, they getting paid. They getting paid.
When you look at it as well, if you're there and you're not like one of those jobs, like we worked the
Mm-hmm.
call center, you know,
Mm-hmm.
um, we were pulling, when I say we were pulling hours, we were pulling some overtime. When they say who want to do overtime, we were not going home.
Right.
We pulled some overtime, and it wasn't just like a 2 hour overtime. We were pulling about what, 5, 6 hours overtime, Connie, and
Going
that
in at
was at the call
5:30,
center.
going
Yeah,
home at ten
we'll go,
o'clock.
we'll go 5:30 in the
Mm-hmm.
morning, and we'll stay there till probably about 10 at night
Yeah,
to
yeah,
go home. Yeah,
yeah.
we pulled some overtime.
But it's nice. Don't get me wrong. We're not just giving you all the. It's nice. It's very nice. You know, you gonna see celebrities. I mean, it ain't like you. You know, you go down on the strip, you gonna see Hollywood. Mark Wahlberg is right down. He's a block away in the circle. You know, so
Uh,
you gonna see celebrities, you gonna see people walking around with their crew, depending on where you at. If you at Planet Hollywood, Mile High, MGM, Caesars, if you all up in there, that's where the money at. Aria, I call it the Glass City. That's where the Cosmopolitan is. That's a non-smoking whole complex. So if you smoke cigarettes, tobacco, pipes, anything, you can't stay there. Where else? Paris, Paris, New York, New York. If you down off in that area, yeah, that's where the money is. If that's what you're
mm,
looking for, that's what you're looking for. You
Yeah,
know.
so I mean, it's there. You can make it,
Hmm.
but
Hmm.
I wouldn't suggest you take a family there. It's not gonna
No,
happen.
no.
You'll probably end up getting a divorce or moving her back than trying to stay there with a family.
Don't say that, Jackie.
I,
Don't say
I'm
yeah,
that.
I'm
my
being
to
honest.
be
I'm being
honest,
honest. I mean, because
Yeah,
on the strip is a whole nother world.
whole
Literally,
nother
it's
yeah,
world.
a whole
You
nother
got
world.
you got them
I'm not trying
showgirls
to.
walking down the
You
street.
got it. You
You got them
from
showgirls walking down the street
it ain't the showgirls. It's
with the thong, the
like
thong, thong, thongs.
if you go to Fremont, Fremont is a
Mm-hmm.
free for all, pretty much,
Mm-hmm.
because I took my neighbor to Vegas. My neighbor has never been to Vegas. My neighbor was culture shocked when she went to Vegas. It
You
was
saw them
two girls.
Chippendales.
I took her. No, I didn't take her to see Chippendales. She saw the nightlife where the prostitutes
Oh
come out and
Lord.
everything like that. We actually rode the bus from the strip down to Fremont. So I told her, I said, we're gonna do Vegas like I do when I live here. You're gonna get on the city bus and we're gonna ride it. She never
Mm-hmm.
rode the city bus. So I put her on there. We rode it to Fremont. So we're walking down Fremont. There was two girls that was there, and they stripped butterball naked on
Oh
Fremont.
no.
They didn't care that was
Yeah,
camera out
yeah,
there. They
yeah.
didn't care about anything. Their clothes was right there on the ground, and they took all their clothes
Mm-hmm.
off. And she was like, "Did you see that?" I was like, "Girl, you just this is just the beginning."
That ain't nothing. That's
Right,
nice.
it's nothing. I
Mm.
mean, and that's just, and Fremont is old Vegas. So, that's the old part of Vegas. That's where the mob used to be and all that. And
Mm-hmm.
it's just um, things like that that just, it's pretty much like I said, a culture shock. If you
Yeah,
never
it
seen
is.
it before, and then you just go and it happens, and you be like, "Oh my God, did that really just happen?"
Mm-hmm.
You
Yep.
know, and
But the
stuff like
food is
that.
off the chain though. But the
Yeah,
food is off the
you can
chain
go to them
though. Okay.
casinos and you can get a whole meal. You go
Mm-hmm.
to the buffet, probably about $6 or $7, and go eat, or go to Heart
Mm-hmm.
Attack Grill and eat there. I ate there before. That's crazy.
Go see Emerald. Go see Emerald.
Yeah, go
Mm-hmm.
see Chef Gordon Ramsay.
You
Yeah,
go
I mean,
Ramsey.
it's
Mm-hmm.
just it's an experience that you'll
It's
never
an
forget.
experience.
And when my mom and my dad came, they came to Vegas because my boys were graduating high school, and I took them to the strip, and it was during the summertime. And
Lord Jesus.
yeah, the showgirls was out. And so my dad was in front with my boys. So me and my mom and my daughter was in the back of them walking. And they walked past the showgirls. And
Hmm.
they got the mist machine going, so it's misting and everything, keeping everybody cool on the strip. My mom told my dad, if you turn around, I'll snap your fucking neck.
Oh Lord.
Wow.
Oh
Because they
Lord.
were half naked standing there. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
that's what you
It's
see.
an
So
experience. Yeah, it is an
it's
experience.
not that Vegas is not for a married couple, because you're gonna have some issues after that.
Mm.
I'm just being
Uh
honest
oh.
with it.
Uh oh.
She gonna be some kind of mad, or you gonna be mad. One of y'all gonna be mad.
Hmm.
So yeah, no, that's not. I mean, it's good
It's
to
a one.
visit, just do that little
Yeah, that's what I was
vacation
gonna
thing.
say.
Hey, I did Vegas, and that's it, and leave. But as far as you living there and you working on the strip, yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be
Yeah.
good.
Have you ever been here, Mr. Marshall?
Absolutely not. So I've heard
Yeah, let
So
about
him
it.
know.
I mean, I'm not saying, to discourage you, but if you're planning on coming here, you come Sunday through Thursday, because that's when the prices are kind of, on the right side of the pendulum, and you can, you can take 4 days and still not see everything. They got
Right.
drive-through wedding chapels, okay, Mr. Marshall? They got drive-through wedding chapels,
They
like
got
you
the
going to
drive through,
McDonald's.
liquor stores. They got
Yep.
the um. Couldn't remember we saw Air Force One when Obama came.
Yeah, yeah, you can
We
see Air
saw
Force One.
Obama landed.
Yeah,
He landed at the airport, McCarran Airport. That's where you land in. And
yeah.
so you got to fly over the mountains to get into Vegas, because it's a big bowl, pretty much. So
Hmm.
yeah, Vegas sits in a bowl. So
Hoover Dam, we got
um,
Hoover Dam that's drying
yeah,
up. They pulling all that grass up out from Las Vegas because we don't got enough water, because our water supply goes to California. So now they asking the residents to pull up all the grass and paying the people to pull up the grass to put down landscaping like rocks and stuff like that, because we don't
yeah,
have enough
because
What?
water.
they don't have water. The water shortage.
The water
So the
supply is
Colorado
short.
River runs down to Vegas, and it is drying up.
Hmm. Drying up. So that's just a little synopsis. Y'all, we've been here for almost 3 hours. I got to go. Um, I done got hungry. I gotta take some more medication, okay? But I do appreciate you guys. The last thing I want to talk about, the viewership is up. They saying the viewership is up because of the postseason. 5.36 million just on the West Coast. So looks like they're working with the right formula as far as viewership.
They knew what the right formula was. People want to see
Hmm.
competitive, good basketball. Nobody wants to see, what they have been seeing over the last, 5 to 8 years. So if we can
Right.
continue to get playoff series like we've been getting, new good bloods and all that other stuff, we'll be happy.
Right. Right, and my last little point, and then we're gonna try to get on out of here. But the NFL owners, they passed a resolution. They're gonna allow the NFL players to participate in the flag football in the 2028 Olympics. They was trying to keep them from participating in the flag football game at the Olympics, but I guess the owners, they said, well, let them go. So they have been approved that, and they also did not kill the tush push. Y'all know they was trying to kill the tush push,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
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 So
Oh, I
it's back
forgot to tell
alive.
you as well. So Trump told the Pittsburgh Steelers that if they don't support Tesla, he is going to fine them. And they were like,
What?
guess what? It's not going to happen.
Huh?
Yes.
The football team?
Yes.
What is he talking about? You gonna find the football team if they don't support Tesla? What has Tesla got to do with Pittsburgh football team, the Steelers?
Nothing at all.
Lord have mercy. This story is getting wilder and wilder.
Yeah, just like he stopped funding for Harvard because Byron didn't get in.
Lord have mercy.
Wow. Well, we got a few more months before training camps and all that other stuff and preseason starts. So look,
Mm-hmm.
this is about to get really
Mm-hmm.
interesting.
It's gonna get really
Sports in
interesting.
general, sports in general is gonna get interesting because it's everything is um unpredictable. And at this point, I'm not gonna be
Mm-hmm.
surprised either which way it goes. But Miss Gigi, I appreciate you allowing me to come
I
up on your
appreciate you
stream.
too, Mr. Marshall. You know you got VIP membership real on the quiet in the quiet room, okay? You know
Oh, and you,
you
Miss
got
Jackie, I
VIP.
appreciate just your insight just on life and just how you do your thing. And I keep both of y'all in my prayers and keep y'all getting that
Yeah.
positive energy and y'all just keep doing what y'all
Pa-
do.
Thank you.
Yes, I can't do nothing but me. Jack is my research girl. She talks about all the politics and stuff because I'll blow a gasket. If we start talking about Pennsylvania Avenue, I'll blow a gasket, okay?
Yeah,
But
trust me.
I appreciate everybody coming through. Pastor, Manufactured, Mr. Ron, everybody that showed up, Miss Jackie, Mr. Marshall, Straight. Wills, I see you in the comments, Wills. You better raise your hand tonight, okay, with the Knicks. We're gonna see what you're working with, okay? But we'll be here next week, y'all. Um, Monday, hopefully. Lord don't come and I don't go see him. Us to be around, huh, Jackie?
Yeah, we will.
We'll be around to see what the end gonna be. Uh,
Jangling, jangling.
Jangle Bojangle, Jangle, okay. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. I know we've been here for a minute. It says 444 on the time slot. Oh Lord, does that mean something? Huh? I don't know. I ain't worried about it. I was hungry. I gotta go in here and get me some teriyaki chicken or something. Okay, Jackie, I'm gonna
Yes.
call you when we get offline.
All right.
Um, we'll talk a little later. Okay, baby.
All right.
All right, be good.
All right. You too.
Okay. Um, quiet time members, hush room. We've had a lot of conversations today. We've talked about sports, life experiences, and identified that all we asking for is a little respect. RESPECT, partner. Uh, you didn't just wake up one day and invent this. You know, there were some people that came before you, sir. That's all we ask. We're not asking you to bow down and act like you ain't nobody. We recognize greatness. It ain't like we blind. Hmm. This just started in 2003. There was a league before 2003. Hmm. That made a way for you. That's all we asking for. But I think we said enough today, you guys. Don't forget, we coming out. We gonna do grown folks business. You got a little tad bit of what grown folks business gonna sound like. It's gonna sound like people telling the truth, bearing their testimony in front of you, so that you can get some gems from their experience. And nobody trying to tell you what to do. We just try to tell you what we did in our situation, and it seemed to be working. Okay, so I don't know. You might want to, try it. If it don't work for you, then let's brainstorm and figure it out. That's all. We ain't trying to make you do nothing you don't want to do, partner. Yeah, it ain't like that. But I've enjoyed myself today. Got the Knicks and the Pacers tonight in Indiana. Let's see what's gonna happen. You guys be good. Be real good. Be quiet. And I'm not talking as far as sound, but you know what I'm talking about. Our quietness has nothing to do with sound, because we making waves over here. We got sound. We got we got sound. Uh, uh, we got sound. Yeah, we know how to make noise. You know, just because you making noise don't mean you right. You know what I'm saying? That's all. We just want you to be right. I want to be right. You want to be right. Everybody want to be right. You know, we don't have to agree, but right is right. Wrong is wrong. You know. So, like I said, I've enjoyed myself today with you guys. We've talked about a lot of things. What? Restructure the NBA. You know, all kinds of things. Mr. Shea, it hit 40 points. Y'all beat him by 40. Then he came back and dropped 40 himself. Mr. Ant, what happened? I'm not hating on you, but tell me what happened. Uh, Y'all will try to embarrass them, and you're gonna have everybody talking on the ESPN, all on the internet, the TikTokers and the Snapper chats. Y'all throwing shade and tapping all on SGA, trying to do this to his career, his performance, and then you gonna brag about beating him by 40, and then he gonna come back and drop 40. Boy, shut your channel down. Shut your channel down. Stop. It's too late. It's too late. Love you guys. Jesus don't come and I don't go see him. I'll see you next Monday. Unless there's a call or an emergency. We may have an emergency, so you might want to look out for that thumbnail that says conversations. That means there's an emergency going on. And the legends of debate, they got to get on here and correct some stuff. So let's just hope nothing don't happen this week that we got to do an emergency. We got to dial the 911 on the YouTube. Y'all like, share, subscribe, leave a comment, say hey, say hi, how are you? And we'll be back next week. Love you guys. GG's out with that one, okay?